Welcome everybody to Chess.com's coverage of the final rounds of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania 2022. My name is Irina Krush and I'm joined by Fiona Style Antoni. And we're here to bring you the final rounds of the tournament and see who is going to be the winner of this tournament. Is it going to be Wesley So? Is it going to be Levon Aronian, or is it going to be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who still has a chance to catch them? Let's take a look at the leaderboard.
Hello, Irina. It's great to be here with you. Super excited to be following this last round of the Superbet Chess Classic. As you mentioned, these three are, of course, the favorites. But since there will be a playoff in case of any tie at the top seven can actually still have a theoretical chance of winning this tournament. So a lot at stake today. We'll jump into the games very shortly, but the top seven players you see there, so everyone up until Bogdan Daniel Diock can still win this tournament.
Yeah, so it's definitely a very suspenseful round, and they're playing for very big prizes. So first place is $100,000, second 65, third 48. So $35,000 separating first and second place. It is really a huge amount to play for. And let's take, we should let you know, guys, you have a chance to vote on the results of today's games. Go to vote on chess.com/events, and you will be able to vote until the first 10 moves of the games are played, and there are prizes for you for getting the results right. So don't forget to do that. Let's take a look at the pairings.
Let's do indeed. So we see the 5 matchups there, and I think the two we'll be focusing on most, of course, are Levon Aronian against Shahia, Mamedyarov, and Lina Dominguez against Wesley. So, Irina, how much do you think Levon will press with the white pieces against Mamedyarov?
Yeah, I think he definitely will press. I mean, that was my prediction yesterday, actually, that Levon will be the winner of this tournament after his incredible escape from Jan and Nepomniachtchi yesterday. It felt like the kind of escape that the first place winner usually gets. And I mean, you know, had he lost yesterday, I mean, obviously Wesley would have been the favorite to win the tournament. But given that Levon did escape, he is tied for first place, and he's playing with the white pieces against someone who hasn't been having a great tournament. I think Levon for sure is going to be doing his best. And by the way, we got a question in the chat. Will Leopold be making a guest appearance today? You know, you completely guessed it. He already did make a guest appearance. He's like right next to me. He like knocked over something here on my table. Maybe you heard that noise. So yeah, BJ, he's around. He's right here by the window.
And it could be a long day, given that, as we said, in case of a tie at the top, there will be playoffs, and those playoffs will be played today. They will be played, I believe, 15 minutes after all the games conclude. So could be a long day. Plenty of time for Leopold to make not just one, but maybe a few appearances.
Yeah, that's right. No, at some point, I mean, the only way he's going to make an appearance is if I literally take him into my arms. So I think we'll do that later at like a lull in the games, if we have one. It seems like we have a move on one of the boards, Dominguez versus So. So Dominguez doesn't surprise us with anything. He goes with his usual E4, and I guess from So, what can we expect other than E5?
Very hard to say. I'm not sure if Wesley, who of course is such a solid player, I don't know if there's much of a point for him to take any crazy risks today. What kind of strategy do you think he will be employing?
Yeah, no, the time for risks, I think he's shown that he's not interested in that, because he wasn't willing to take really any risks with, or even I wouldn't say take any risks, but maybe kind of play a game with the white pieces yesterday. So I think with the black pieces, for sure, he's going to go for the more solid things in his repertoire. I don't know if it's going to be the Petrov or he's going to go for knight c6. Okay, he goes for knight c6.
And we can see on the top two boards there, those moves are coming in sync, the two co-leaders. But on move 3, we have something different in Aronian's game. Very interesting. We'll go there in a short while. Actually, where do you want to start? The 4 knights, the Italian?
Yeah, I think we can actually keep it as the bird's eye view for now as we see how these games develop. So Dominguez goes for the Italian against Wesley. Aronian going for what looks like a 4 knights. Now, there is another strategy. I mean, I suppose Aronian could also say, well, I beat Wesley in the rapid portion of the American Cup in just a couple of weeks ago in St. Louis. So maybe I don't need to try too hard with the white pieces. And if it's a draw, we'll just play a rapid tiebreak. I mean, I suppose that is a possible strategy, although I'd be a little surprised if he does that. But on the other hand, the 4 knights is known to be like extremely drawish. So I am a little bit surprised. Like, is it like if we're seeing this opening for Aronian to win, you know, because he hasn't done super well with the white pieces like with E4 in this tournament. So the fact that he is repeating this is, you know, perhaps a sign that, you know, he's not too much against a draw, in my opinion.
Yeah, what Levon might do is just play for a little risk-free advantage, see if he can get anything at all. And if not, maybe be happy with the draw, because Shahia is also a completely unpredictable player. I mean, he lost yesterday, but he won the day before that. He's one of the players with the most decisive results in this tournament, and he's absolutely capable on his day. You know, if you give him too much to play with, he can beat you as black. So maybe Levon, as you say, is happy to keep it solid. He's also had great results in the fast controls, in the faster time controls throughout the Grand Prix series. So he might be feeling confident there.
Yeah, so let's see what other openings we got. Well, we got Vachier going back to his Grunfeld defense against Alireza Firouzja. And we got Richard Rapport playing the Nimzo. And that's not a surprise for us that he's going back to the D4 opening. So we're going to have a mainline Nimzo against Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think that's going to be pretty interesting. We also have a mainline Slav defense in the game Diock versus Karwana. Karwana going for the Slav. Yeah, that I guess I haven't really seen too many Karwana games in this mainline Slav actually in a while, but that reminds me of the game that Nepomniachtchi, no, not Nepomniachtchi, it was Firouzja versus Aronian earlier in the tournaments. That was a real opening disaster for white. And Karwana is choosing to play that same line that Firouzja played. We'll see where their game kind of differs from the Aronian Firouzja game.
Let me ask you, I mean, you've commentated on a lot of games in this tournament. What have you made of the performance of Bogdan Diock?
Yeah, I think he has held his own remarkably well. I think he has overall been completely, you know, in the same category as these more well-known and elite players. And in terms of, you know, often players at his level, they might suffer a little bit in the opening preparation. And that hasn't been the case at all. I mean, he's been well prepared. And I think also in the middle game, he has definitely not been getting outplayed at all. Like if anything, more outplaying his opponents, I would say. But overall, it has been pretty even. And the one place where he has struggled with is management of the clock. Getting into time trouble definitely a lot more than his opponents. And, you know, that's where you can feel that like, okay, he still has less experience than these guys. And, you know, his one blunder, his one game that he lost actually came in the time trouble phase against Dominguez.
Yeah, so time management, something we've seen it with a lot of, I think it's one of the areas that's maybe the hardest to improve on. I feel like openings or end games, it's much easier, you know, at least what you have to work on. With time management, we've seen players like Wishuk, like Ivanchuk, like David Howell, these once you're a time travel addict, it's very hard to work on that. Or I don't know what your experience is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I feel like, okay, he likes to think. And I mean, he is just kind of less confident against these guys than they are, right? So he feels like he needs to be more careful and be more thorough in his decision making. I think that's also where it's coming from. I'm not sure that he is, well, like, I don't know how much of a time pressure addict he is, as much as just like, it's harder for him still, right? Because he lacks that experience. So he needs to make up for it somewhere, and where he makes up for it was with the time he spends thinking.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, starting playing on this level for the first time is always going to be a bit daunting. But as you said, he's shown a remarkable performance. What do you expect today? Do you think Fabi will want to seriously test him with the black pieces, or?
Yeah, I think so. I think Fabi actually, maybe out of all the well, maybe not out of all the players, but amongst the players in this tournament, is someone who likes to try to win against lower rated players. And that's just been his sort of signature. Doesn't matter if he's black or white. He's going to try to win against Diock. If he can make it happen, he'll make it happen.
For sure, we'll keep an eye on that. That's probably one of the games where the moves have been coming in the fastest. We talked about MPLs. What do you expect from the matchup between the two French players?
Yeah, right. Now they're the two French players, right? And I forgot they're actually now playing both for France. And so Firouzja Vachier. Well, right now they're in. Vachier finally went back to the Grunfeld. Interesting, because he has really stepped away from it this tournament and been playing my favorite opening for black. Favorite in the sense that I play it a lot. I mean, I'm willing actually to consider other ones. I'm not completely, married to the Queen's Gambit accepted, but that's what he's been playing this tournament. It served him quite well. He's made a couple of easy draws. And today he went back to his old love, the Grunfeld defense. But we have a very solid line here. Yeah, with G3 and then black going C6 and D5, which is, of course, one of the most solid ways to play against the Grunfeld. But I think that Maxime must be saying that, he went back to the Grunfeld probably to get some kind of chances to win, right? Because a win can actually get him into a tie for first place, which I think is the most likely way he's going to have a chance, because I don't think both Levon and Wesley are going to lose. It would certainly be a shocking turn of events if they both lost.
For sure.
So Maxime knows he needs to win this game.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see, does Maxime try to win and try to tie and get into the playoff? Or does he just try and say, okay, with the black pieces against Alireza, who is the rating favorite, am I happy to just make try and play a solid game, make a draw if I can, and finish, maybe in third or in a respectable place? Or am I willing to take, I think it's always difficult to take risks in the last round, because if you lose, it also leaves a sour taste in your mouth. It can easily ruin the whole tournament. So I'm very curious to see just how much risk Maxime is willing to take here.
Yeah, I think mathematically he should be taking risk. I mean, the upside is around $50,000, which is just huge, right? Because we saw that the third prize was 48,000. And I think if he makes a draw, it's also likely he'll be sharing that 48,000 probably with, at least one person who's going to manage to win from the group below him. So that's 48,000 versus a chance at 100,000. I mean, I feel like mathematically you gotta like those odds to play for a win. I mean, okay, he'll lose some money, but if he wins, he could really have an amazing payday. So I hope that he has calculated that the way I have for him.
Well, you say, you know, mathematically, Maxime, as most people will know, I'm sure, is a very gifted mathematician. Actually, one of the few, you know, top players to actually go to university before, at the same time as pursuing his professional chess career, and has a mathematics degree. So
Wow.
I'm sure.
Yeah, no, let me tell you, in that case, he's way better in math than me.
So he must have probably given it some thought, but we'll see. I mean, knight e5 has just been played by Alireza, and what are some of the ways in which Black can respond here?
Yeah, so what I'm remembering is that there's these lines. Now, it might be when White throws in the trade on d5. Now, in this position, White hasn't thrown in a trade, so that is a little bit different. I remember, like, for example, if we go back, yeah, and we throw in this trade, right, then we go like knight e5.
And Black takes with the
c pawn, yeah.
Pawn,
knight e5. Then let's say knight c6, knight c3, and then there's this move e6. And the point of this move is to support the d pawn, so your knight could go back to d7 and challenge the knight. And there's, you know, lines where White plays f4. It's actually the main move to support that knight. So that's what I'm familiar with in this line. Now, he did not take on d5, Alireza. He went in knight e5 straight away. So what kind of moves make sense to me? Well, after knight e5, I think e6 is certainly something he could do that is kind of just similar to...
If you go e6, oh, he has just captured on c4. I was wondering, if you go e6, do you have to be worried about that bishop, or what are the prospects for the bishop?
Yeah, I definitely think you got to be concerned about that bishop. I mean, the idea would be at some point, I guess, to go knight fd7, right, is what I was just thinking, just to copy this idea and then figure out the bishop later. But I have to say that his move is also something, dc4 is something that I thought about, because White didn't take on d5, right? And that's the main line. So it seems like this is the option that White has allowed Black to have. And after knight c4, I think you're going to have to try to recapture that pawn, although I bet there's other ways you can maybe think about playing queen c2. But that blunders the pawn on d4, so let's not do that. Yeah, so I expect knight c4 to be played, and then the question is, White still has this space advantage, d4 pawn versus c6. How does Black challenge that? And does Black go bishop e6, just kind of getting a tempo on that knight?
Knight jumps back into the center. Can we even leave the knight there, defend it with b3? Yeah,
b3 is probably going to be, well, yeah, it's interesting. You can try. It feels very loose on the diagonal, but maybe you'll have time to play bishop b2, because, you know, Black can't really play c5 either because of White's fianchettoed bishop on g2. So I wouldn't say that b3 is out of the question, b3, bishop b2. And I think, like, one important idea here, Fiona, that I wanted to point out, like, let's say Black goes bishop d5. Because that's sort of my main idea in playing bishop e6 to begin with, is I really want to trade pieces since we have less space. And so now, if I was thinking, I mean, the critical move is something like f3.
Just to avoid the exchange of bishops.
Yeah, and I see the computer really doesn't like this move f3, even though it's quite typical, and probably is because we shut down the bishop on g2, and now we might face problems on the diagonal, like c5, most likely right here.
C5 looks very direct, but yeah, suddenly this bishop you were talking about, this long diagonal, the rook is starting to feel a little bit uneasy there on a8, on a1.
Yeah, so actually, I mean, in that case, bishop e6 seems like a very reasonable move developing a piece with a tempo and trying to trade pieces with bishop d5.
Yeah, so maybe not b3. Maybe that's a bit too much. So maybe we jump back.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, in that case, can I still try bishop d5, or is f3 like more effective here?
So let's see if f3.
It's interesting that the computer still, like, the eval bar doesn't exactly love f3, but I just feel like if you don't play f3, does white really have much?
Yeah.
No, it's so solid for black, this position.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Because if we don't go f3, black will exchange those bishops, and it's just hard to get something, right?
So f3 we go. Let me figure out why the computer is not a fan of this move. I would guess there's still c5, isn't there? I mean, you pretty much have to go for the c5 idea.
The c5. Oh.
C5 doesn't work as well here. Yeah. Okay. I guess I go e4, maybe e4 d5, right?
Yeah, e4 d5, and the engine does not like this any longer for black.
Yes, because you know what the difference is with the previous line?
What is it?
There's no bishop c4, right? In the previous line, black can take.
Right. So the previous line was here.
B3, yeah. And then black could capture out of that attack.
Of
get
course.
A valuable tempo. But now with a knight on e5, he can't capture out, so white gets e4, d5.
Very nice. Yeah. We've actually had a few moves here, and I think they are going down this line, at least for now. So d takes c4. Alireza did decide to recapture on c4, and we will see if Maxime goes for bishop e6. There he goes.
There we go. All right, so we caught that concept. The point is to get that tempo on the knight. And white has this big choice, right? I mean, well, other than knight e5, I mean, knight e3 looks pretty awkward in a way, because it just, you're blocking the bishop. So I would be a little surprised if he did that. Plus, black does have these ideas to keep pursuing the knight with knight d5 and trying to like trade pieces. The trade of pieces is like a really big theme in this position because of the space advantage.
Yeah, I don't really picture Alireza going to e3, and other than that, it doesn't seem, I mean, a3 surely is not a square the knight is gonna go to, and d2 would just hang the pawn on d4. So I guess those are the two main options, right? Knight e5 or b3.
So Fiona, it seems pretty clear to me. I mean, I don't know if it's probably too late for you to make predictions, guys, for me to help you. I wish I was, more in time. So I sort of slept on that. But like, if I could help you, I would tell you it's going to be a draw in Dominguez and an Aronian Mamedyarov. It's like not even a question. I bet you probably figured that out yourselves, in fact.
Shall we quickly go there?
Sure. I mean, now I understand the Levon strategy. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of it, but I understand it. First of all, they got a symmetric position on the board already in terms of pawn structure. Levon, he's like, he's traded off two pairs of pieces. It's really hard to play an opening that is like more revealing of the fact that you're okay with the draw than this. This is like you're saying to the whole world, okay, we're playing a tiebreak today.
Let's actually quickly see how we got here. So we saw the four knights, and then, as you're saying, all symmetrical here, a lot of exchanges. And let me ask you, and I am ashamed, I forgot to check, is there a no draw before a certain move rule in place?
Yeah, there is no draw offer at all in place, which is something I guess the St. Louis Chess Club has been moving towards, right? Because when we first started playing those events in St. Louis, I believe there was probably like a no draw offer before move 30 rule, and eventually became like before move 40. Now it's like no draw offers at all. So I'm not surprised, that's the direction they've been moving in. And the Grand Chess Tour, of course, is partly sponsored and organized by the St. Louis Chess Club. So there's no draw offers, but it doesn't stop the players from finding repetitions.
Yeah, I don't think either of the players, with Levon having made his intentions, as you say, clear with the openings he played, these guys will have very little interest in sitting at the board for another few hours and pretending there is much going on here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I do think that Aronian's decision makes some sense. It's interesting, like, because I was quite quite disappointed in Wesley's decision yesterday to not really press with the white pieces, and today I'm more like accepting of Aronian's decision not to do so. Why is that? I mean, let's see, Irina, can you find any consistency in your feelings? If I had to explain it, I guess because, first of all, yesterday was round 8. This is not the same thing as being in the final round. And I also feel like it wasn't just round 8, right? Like it actually had been like a series of games for Wesley from the, ever since he got like to his +2 score, the games like stopped being exciting. And that was actually, I think, what accumulated right in that game against Alireza. It wasn't just one game. I think if it was one game, like for Aronian today, like again, I feel like it's, it's understandable. It's not great for the fans, for the players to let us know that they don't want to play their game, but it's understandable because first of all, he's going to be back at the board. So he's going to give us real chess today. And maybe we should thank him because, obviously a rapid playoff is exciting.
For sure. And yeah, I think it's just these guys anyway have so much experience. And I think that's really a decision they make before going into the game. And sometimes they will feel like, I will try and get something out of the classical games. And sometimes they will feel like, okay, let me try and go into the playoff. And I think it's a very personal decision. It can also depend on the mood of the day. We never really know what goes on in their minds. Maybe Levon feels I got away with murder yesterday. Let me just take this into the playoff. Do you think there's already a repetition on the cards here with Queen G5 maybe?
Oh gosh, I mean, perhaps you're right, Fiona. That actually might be how the game ends, which would be pretty crazy. But yeah, I think it's not off the table. In fact, and I'll tell you something interesting. I mean, what this reminds me of, if I had to make like a parallel of what Aronian's mindset is here, I would compare it to, for example, Carlsen, in both of his last World Championship matches, he didn't play, that last round with a view to win. Like actually against Karyakin, he had the white pieces in their final classical game. He came just to make it kind of a quick draw and get it to rapid. Okay, it was a little different against Karwana because he was black, and there, he was criticized for offering a draw like in a better position that some, that people, could of course reasonably try to win. And he still wanted to take it to rapid where he felt his chances were better. So I think that's what this reminds me of, right? Like Aronian doesn't want to waste energy on this game, which he may or may not win. Like he knows, and especially after yesterday's more than 5-hour marathon, that was super unpleasant for him, right? So he's tired, and right, so the cost benefit for him to really try in this game, it's not really there, unfortunately.
No, I agree with that. I think once you decide that you're happy to make a draw, you might as well make it as quickly as possible. In the World Championship matches, the playoffs were played the next day. So even there you can save some energy, but especially when the playoffs are played the same day, I think those energy levels, especially on the final day of a long and grueling event, can be very important. The question will be then, and maybe we can quickly go to Dominguez again. So the question will be, I'm sure Wesley, if he was offered a draw, would be happy to take it in that spot if it guaranteed him into the playoff as well. The question is, does Linier want to try here? Maybe we can take this one from the start.
All right, so we had an Italian game with bishop c5 and d3. Okay. Yes.
So the gioco piano, which has become so popular in recent years, one of the way to avoid the dreaded Berlin in the Ruy Lopez. And I think even here, I mean, I've always struggled with all the intricacies. Like, I think a lot of like intermediate players, let's say, or have discovered just how many move orders and, as I say, how many intricacies there are in the Italian. And yeah, it's a debate that's been going on for a while now at the top.
Yeah, so the bishop e3 by Dominguez. Okay, let's get to the current position.
Yeah. So an exchange on e4, queen f6. It's quite an unusual gioco piano, though, I feel, no?
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's definitely interesting that this capture on c6 is always available, but white hasn't been making it, I guess because it opens the b file a little too much for black. And I mean, the pawn structure for black is kind of ugly, right, with those doubled isolated pawns. But on the other hand, the a4 pawn is also not letting really white stabilize the queen side very well. The bishop on e6 is pointing at a2 in a really effective way. And yeah, I mean, I can see why he doesn't want to go in for that trade to give black the doubled pawns. So the question is, what will he be doing? And I think one of the important points in this position, Fiona, is like the way black's bishop pressures a2. And how does white eliminate that pressure? Because it's going to be hard for him to, like, let's say, double rooks on the d file because of that attack.
And I guess you don't really want to ever play a3, because I guess, first of all, there might be some bishop coming here, and that's going to be a pain. And also, in general, you're probably weakening the light squares a bit too much here.
Yeah, right. So it's like a trade-off. On one hand, you wouldn't mind getting that pawn out of the attack, but b3 is a pretty important square as well, that black can use with a bishop or a knight. So I don't think he'll be playing that move, but I do want to try to guess what move he's going to play, because it feels like he's at a bit of a crossroads here. He's gotten a lot of pieces to the king side.
What about knight h5?
Oh, yeah, he found a repetition. Yeah. It's interesting. If you go knight h5, queen g6, can I go knight h4 and actually send your queen to h7? Because I think I'm not going to take a I blended the pawn. Yeah, unfortunately. Too bad. Yes. Oh, well. That didn't work out. In that case, you kind of have to go back, and there's a repetition. But I feel like Dominguez, he's not really incentivized to make a draw, I think. I mean,
I agree.
Yeah, from where he is in the tournament standings, and he's playing with the white pieces, I don't really see what the point is for him to make a draw. And he actually should know that Wesley is the one under more psychological pressure. Because Wesley is risking a really large prize, and he's already seen how conservatively Wesley has been playing in this tournament. So if I were Dominguez, I would just try to play, and I would know that I could do pretty much anything I want in this game, and at some point I can offer Wesley a draw, and like Wesley will probably take it. Oh, actually, except you can't offer a draw, right? That's the problem. My strategy makes sense, except you can't offer the draw. So maybe there is that danger for Dominguez.
There is that also. Maybe if just objectively, I mean, I'm happy to, you're saying, let's try and guess Linier's move. Maybe if Linier is thinking for a while and doesn't find any plan that he likes to deal with this annoying pressure on a2, that could prompt him, rather than the tournament situation, just think, okay, I didn't really get anything out of the opening here, and there's also no point for me to take any risk of, as you were saying, getting worse and suddenly not having the bailout option of offering a draw. So
yeah, it's amazing how that affects the strategy of the players, like the no draw offer. Like in a lot of situations, it doesn't change much, Fiona, because if two players really want to make a draw, they'll trade some pieces and they'll find a repetition. But what happens in a situation where you overpress and you get a worse position and there is no repetition, but you still can't offer a draw to an opponent who actually would like to accept it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I always think it's, as you say, it influences a strategy so much. It's still the same game, of course, but the psychological component changes completely. By the way, I saw a question from Blueberry Monster in the chat. It was already answered, but I think it's a great question, and maybe we can address that as well. Was asking how does Black defend this pawn on a4 after Queen c2, and Deeps was saying after Queen c2, Black can take here, which is correct. Bishop takes, h3 is absolutely a tactic. It doesn't win or anything, but at least Black doesn't lose a pawn and will probably end up being slightly better. And maybe apart from Bishop takes h3, there might also be the option of playing a3, although I quite like Bishop takes h3.
Yeah, I mean, there is Bishop a4 on Bishop takes h3, right? So White can just trade one side pawn for another and get rid of that annoying pawn. But I mean, yeah, he's lost a pawn by the king. It does give Black like a g4 square. It doesn't seem, terrible for White, but also it doesn't seem terrible for Black, that kind of trade. So is there, okay, he played knight h2 in this position. So
good news means no repetition, at least not for now.
And Wesley quite quickly answers with queen g6. That really didn't take him long.
No, although I say no repetition for now, of course. Lina here also has the option of going
back.
Yeah.
All right. So, what this queen g6 move? Okay, just getting out of knight g4 preemptively. Is there still any point to play knight g4? Like, what is the knight actually doing there? I suppose you have some ideas of taking on c6 and then taking on d7, sacking an exchange, taking on e5. We can show that line. Maybe let's make a random move for Black.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe rook b8, but
yeah, sure.
That might be too useful. But okay, let's see. So just to illustrate the point, so Irina was saying to exchange here, then give up the exchange, remove the defender of the pawn on e5. I guess Black has to take with the bishop.
Oh yeah, otherwise. Unfortunately, I also blundered bishop g4, so that's that's an extra issue. I think there's bishop g4, but it's kind of a crazy position because you can play rook d8.
This is crazy.
Yeah, you can sack the queen. You actually get like two rooks for the queen,
and the problem is this
position. Yeah,
bishop c5. Whoops, not that bishop.
Yeah,
and this is attacked, so that's why this is
completely winning for White. Wow. Yeah. Okay. So you cannot go for bishop g4. So you have to take, but you take with the bishop, and I take on e5, and okay. I mean, it's not enough compensation, yeah, because of queen e6. Like sometimes a pawn plus the damage to your opponent's pawn structure, it is a good enough reason to sack an exchange. The problem here is that, first of all, yeah, Black's rook on b8 is actually already perfectly where we put it.
I wanted to make I struggled to find a move that wasn't completely useless, but this one.
Right, this one's pretty good, and actually your knights are not really that stable. You don't have outposts, and so the doubled pawns that Black has aren't that big of a deal, and your extra pawn on the king side also is not really a big factor. So basically there's not enough compensation for the sacrifice.
Yeah, so it's a pity. I think in a blitz game, we would all be very tempted to go for something like this. But I'm sure the idea, at least, even if it doesn't work here, the players will probably see the idea and know to watch out for it, because who knows, it might work in a slightly different position.
Yeah, so I think white can continue knight g4 here. And what's important is there is no move h5, I think, because we can take it and we can
Very nice.
little tactics. Now, after queen takes,
let's put it to the chat, maybe.
Yeah, which move wins the queen right here, guys?
I'm so confused. Why doesn't oh, it's actually not as straightforward, I think, as we thought.
What is there that we...
Now you're... Okay, so the chat is saying knight h6, yeah, which...
Yep.
Is the move, because I was first looking at knight f6 and then I was like, hold on.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what we don't want to do. That's right.
That's not the right one. But knight h6, okay, black has to capture, so we do win the queen.
Oh, we give away 3 pieces.
Yeah, crazy that even this isn't... It's better for white, but it's not even crushing just yet. But okay, still, I think you're absolutely correct that black should not, cannot go h5, because it would lead to worse positions. So well done, Wizard and Deeps. So yeah, if not h5.
And I should show one more idea if it works. Like, let's say h5, knight h5, and queen e4, all right? And so there's another pawn that black could try to take. But in this position, it does feel like there is likely going to be some tactics. I don't know if it's rook d7, but there's another way we can do this tactic, which is also really good. Because on rook d7, there's bishop takes g4. But the bishop g4, I mean, if we go there, yeah, we're going to lose the exchange. That's not, we can't really take the bishop, I think.
Can we?
They're going to trade with us, and then you want to, yeah, take on d8 again, take on d8, right?
Yeah.
Same idea as before. If black
so annoying that there's always this bishop c5 in the end on top of everything.
Yeah, again, black is getting those 2 rooks for the queen and the bishop c5 threat.
Yeah.
So that's good. Okay, that's one way to do it. I guess you can play rook d7. The other way I wanted to do this line, I was thinking we can also start with like knight h6 here.
There is actually, I have it easier than you because I have the engine lines on, but there is one crushing.
There's a crushing move. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Let me figure this out. Oh, bishop d3 trapping the queen. Okay.
Very nice. The queen is trapped, can only go to d5, but then there is the cute discovery with bishop h7. So
yeah. Oh, I like little exercises, Fiona. So if you can make those for me throughout the day, we'll make it.
I'll be happy.
Chess training course. Yeah.
I'll be happy to oblige. So yeah, so black cannot take on e4. So h5
basically fails. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like you can sort of tell that it's not going to work, but it's still an important move to check out when you're thinking about putting your piece somewhere to make sure that it can't just get attacked. So after knight g4, what is black going to do? What is he going to do? His queen is a little bit like...
bit weirdly placed.
I mean, I suppose like you can try going king h8 and then h5. Like king h8 seems like not totally crazy.
I like I like the prophylaxis of king h8.
Yeah, there's some point to it. I mean, if we're not afraid of the exchange sack on d7, I think we can play this way and then try to go h5 and basically, say, okay, I can go h5, h4, and like both of your knights are kind of getting kicked around.
I like that suggestion, but something tells me in this tournament situation, it suddenly feels like something that is going to be very double-edged, and maybe it won't be bad, but I would be shocked actually if Wesley was willing to take that kind of. Do you feel you would go for something like that as black, or would you try and find something more solid?
Well, I don't know. Like, I mean, his queen on g6 is kind of trapped, and he needs to find moves, right? There's a lot of things he simply cannot do. Like, okay, he can't move either of his knights because there's going to be some kind of bishop capture, and then knights will take on e5. So here's another move. I mean, rook a5. I just feel like I'm going to go. I mean, I don't know. Rook a5 doesn't even do much, right? So it's not threatening anything, and you're basically disconnecting your rooks. So why are you doing that? I don't know about that. So two knights can't move, but light squared bishop can't move, queen can't move.
Can we do something with this bishop?
Yeah, like where would you like to take it? Fiona, I suggest bishop c5 so I can move some material.
That's of course what I would love to do, but yeah, as Irina is saying, fails to rook d7, losing material. And then I don't know. I mean, okay, I don't have too much choice left, right? I just don't know if there's anything, if having the bishop here along this diagonal is at least a bit more useful than having it on f8.
Yeah, bishop e7. Bishop e7. Yeah, all right. So we need to find a move. Well, the thing is, white can improve. That's the difference between our positions. I guess actually your move, you want to go bishop g5, I think.
I think this is another of these positions where black would be very happy to exchange some pieces because he's just a lot more cramped. So yeah.
Let me, can I answer the chat? There we go. Yeah, look, I put in the chess.com arts. Yeah, bishop g5, I would agree that trading those bishops makes sense. I was kind of thinking about going queen f3 here and trying to go knight f5 because ultimately, like, what else is the knight on g3 really doing? And let's say you play bishop g5 and I go knight f5. There we go. I'm just making my way into your position.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I play the black side of an Italian, I'm always not thrilled, let's say, when a knight lands on f5. It's just one of those pieces. And I'm sure you'll know the saying better than me, but Kasparov was talking about the knights on f5, right? What did he say? It was worth a pawn, or what exactly was it?
Actually, I don't know that phrase, but what Kasparov said. But yeah, no, it's
help me out, chat.
Improving White's position. Yes, I mean, we found a new word yesterday, Fiona. I saw in the chat that someone said the word giga-chad. And I was like, first of all, I asked for an explanation of that. And then I was like, what's the female equivalent? And we actually came up with Giga Crush. That's why
I love that.
Yeah. So I would say it's a Giga Crush knight there on f5.
I love Giga Crush. That's brilliant.
I know, that's so cute, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I mean, I think that like Linier really should continue with knight g4. Like if he goes for knight f3 and that repetition that you showed, yeah. I don't know. I really think there should be like a penalty, honestly. You know, I mean, they're not allowed to offer draws before move, you know, well, at any point in these games. And so, but if they find these ways out, there must be some sort of like, you know, breaking the spirit of the rules type of thing, because White can absolutely play on. Like White is not in any danger. I mean, he just played knight h2, so knight g4 seems so natural. I don't know what else he's thinking about here.
Yeah, I like knight g4 a lot, actually, with that idea. I like all these ideas you highlighted. Queen f3, bringing a knight to f5 eventually, and it doesn't seem so easy Black to parry it at all. So I'm a little bit concerned the longer Linier is thinking, because to me it indicates he's been thinking for a long time. It seems to indicate, is he, thinking about, will I continue playing or not? So I hope knight g4 appears soon, because I think one of the things that you were saying is very important, is it's just so much easier for white to play. It's so much easier for white to find moves that improve the position, while black, is tied down to this pawn. Black always has to watch out for the bishop taking on c6, and black is just overall a lot more crammed. So I am with you, and I absolutely think that that Linier should play. In the chat, someone's asking, why did it start early? It's to allow time for the playoffs, which will take place today.
Yeah, you want to stick around for that, or guys, if you really need to go, it's okay, because you'll just come back for the playoffs and catch that. I think there's an excellent chance of that. But we do have, Firouzja Vachier. Maybe we can take a look at that, because that has developed actually, I think, in a way that we were discussing.
Yeah. So let's see. Let's go back to Firouzja. And after bishop a6, Alireza did decide to go for b3.
Yeah, and we saw bishop d5, right? Because the bishops came off the board, right? So okay, that's and we know f3 wasn't possible, so I guess he was developed.
Yeah, so we were saying earlier, the problem here is that the knight will be hanging, well, not hanging, but can be captured with tempo. So instead, Alireza went for bishop b2, which I guess makes a lot of sense. Knight d7, knight c3, and now would you say this is an achievement for MVL to get those light squared bishops off the board?
Oh yes, huge achievement. He must be breathing a sigh of relief to trade any pieces in this like cramped position. And he just played, I believe, b5, right? And so that is a interesting move, right? Like actually should feels like a bit aggressive from black. And I guess black, well, first of all, the big question is, where is the knight going to go? He has to go to either e5, which changes the pawn structure. So that's like a big thing to evaluate. I don't know if that's how good that is. Or knight e3. And black, black will be looking to play c5 at some point. I'm not sure that he can do it yet, because the b5 pawn hangs. So he might just be going for something like queen b6 here. And just support b5, support c5, and at some point soon try to get that c5 move in, which I think if you get in, you have a comfortable game and really solid pawn structure for black, and even white's king is a bit weaker.
Yeah, even if we look at the engine bar here, it has already dipped slightly into the white camp. So this doesn't look, from the lovely position he had earlier where black was crammed and black was trying to exchange pieces, suddenly it looks like black is soon going to be the one having all the fun with the pieces having a lot more natural squares. So maybe knight e3 might already be a bit inaccurate here.
Yeah, I feel like if I wouldn't be completely shocked if Vachier wins, because he's like motivated to win, right? Like it is Grunfeld, and he could really kind of mess up the party, the little exclusive party that Aronian and So wanted to go to this afternoon. I don't honestly know the rules for the playoffs. Like if there's 3 of them, how does it work?
It will be a round robin.
Oh, wow. No, that would be quite the surprise, right? That if there's actually 3 people involved, it would be very exciting. So I hope, out of all these players, I hope the Vachier wins.
It would be a lot of MVL. He's also the reigning World Blitz champion. So he is certainly someone who has a word or two to say in the rapid time controls. Do you think there is some additional motivation for MVL? I don't know if this is the first time these 2 players have played a classical game against each other since Alireza's switch. Do you feel that MVL could want to show, the new French number one? Don't count me out just yet.
Interesting. I mean, I suppose I would want to, right? If I was like the number one in my country, and we no, I think there's some, I mean, I think they're probably very friendly with each other, is my guess. And it probably he must be kind of happy because it strengthens the French team and actually makes them like a real force. I would say France has always been good, but if Alireza plays at the Olympiad this year, Alireza, Vachier, Bacro, this team can really fight for like pretty high places at the Olympiad.
For sure. And
Yeah.
I would be shocked. I don't think they have announced their team just yet, but I would be very surprised if Alireza didn't play. He did play the European Team Championship last year for the French team, which was actually the tournament that took him to 2800, where he just performed phenomenally. And the French seem to have great atmosphere. I saw they were posting daily videos, and Alireza seemed to be very much integrated into the team already. So definitely fantastic news, of course, for France to recruit a player of the caliber Alireza, and to be able, especially, I think it's so important to be able to integrate them into the team, but it seems like he has, so great stuff.
Yeah, right. Look, they made a catch that St. Louis didn't make, Fiona. I mean, normally St. Louis is the best fisherman of the top talented players, right? So that is something that escaped. But
yeah, I mean, if Alireza was also on the US team, I already don't know how the US are gonna. The teams haven't been announced, right?
Well, actually, we just got our invitations yesterday. So we're going by like some kind of a invitational May rating list, and which is like a combination of various ratings like USCF and FIDE. And the men's team is like, it's what you can expect. It's like Karwana, Nakamura, Aronian, and Dominguez. I'm not necessarily in that order.
Have they all accepted the invitation?
Yeah, well, I think they've only went out yesterday.
Okay.
So I actually don't know who's going to accept.
But these are the top 5
by invitation. Yeah.
Okay.
And
yeah, gonna be very interesting. Yeah,
very strong team. And I mean, I would like for them to all play, but we know that I guess Hikaru is maybe the one that's most likely not to play, right? Because he's very busy now.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, at least the last I had heard him say on stream was that he would only play if he wasn't the reserve player. I think he said that once, don't quote me on it, but I think that's what he said once.
Yeah.
But they are all very close in the list, and also I guess that's something he would have to discuss with them beforehand, because I think the board order isn't finalized until much after the invitation has been accepted. So we'll see what happens there. Surfer Rosa wants to know who is on the women's team, and are you playing?
Oh yeah, well, that's right. Well, I do think I will be accepting my invitation. And the invitation list that we got, again, I don't know what will be the final team, but it was like me, Carissa Yip, Anna Zatonsky, Annie Wang, and Nazi Paikidze. So with the next two being Abrahamian and Toher Jonava. So I really don't know like who is going to accept. I haven't spoken to really anyone except Anna. And Nazi was not playing in the American Cup this year, which surprised me. I don't know again if she was invited. I assume she was, because I mean her rating is high enough to be. And so that means that she must have declined. And when you decline a tournament like the American Cup with like a possible $30,000 first place, I mean, it does feel like if anyone's going to decline, maybe she would, right? If she wasn't interested in the American Cup. So
she hasn't been that active over the last few years, right?
Yeah, she hasn't been. I mean, it's been a number of years, right? There was a time like she won 2 out of 3 US Women's Championships. She won in like 2016. and she won in 2018. And then she kind of like, and I guess 2018, well, 2016, I definitely remember we played the Olympiad together in Baku. We had quite a good tournament there. And 2018, it's funny. It's like I already can't remember if Nazi was on the team, which makes me think that maybe she wasn't. That she
I
was.
think she was, because I think in 2018 we actually played you guys, and I played
You played
you.
me? Yes, that's defense.
And at least against us, she didn't play, but I don't seem to recall her being there.
Yeah, so it's been a number of years, and then she kind of came back and she played the U.S. Championship last year in 2021. And then again, yeah, we don't really hear so much from her. So I don't know. I don't know what Nazi is doing these days, but I guess, guys, we will know in the next week or so, like who the U.S. teams are going to be.
Yeah, I think it's all going to be revealed. If I'm not mistaken, the deadline for submitting teams at the end of this is at the end of this month. So very, very soon we'll be hearing, well, from Team US and other teams. But exciting to have the Olympiad back finally after four long years.
Yeah, guys, I was actually like looking yesterday about what kind of trips could I make from Chennai, because when you fly all across the world to the southeast coast of India, you'd like to do a little bit of tourism and not just fly straight home. So like I had a couple of ideas, and one of them has always been like a dream, well, for at least a long time.
Sri Lanka.
But unfortunately, I think that might have to be on hold because things are very difficult right now in Sri Lanka, like economically, socially. The country is just like in economic distress. And so it's not really the best time to visit when there's so much instability and like there's, fuel shortages and food shortages and medicine shortages. Like, it just seems like not a good idea, which is too bad because like Sri Lanka is just a beautiful country, right? That is called the jewel of the what is the jewel of the Pacific or something like that. It's like shaped like a tear, like a tear. Yes. Like tears, like you cry, like it's shaped like that, like right off the southeast coast of India. So then my other idea was I looked up this something called the Andaman Islands. Have you ever heard of that, Fiona?
I've heard of them, but I couldn't place them actually.
Yeah, so they're somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. I mean, you can actually fly there a couple of hours from Chennai. And it's like really remote. I don't know. I haven't been to as many remote places as that would be. So that is interesting. And the other one is like maybe just hang out, go to the other side of India, like Goa or Kerala, and go to the beach there.
I think for sure it would make sense to I have been thinking, I also had looked into Sri Lanka. Unfortunately, I can't stay after or before, but I think it absolutely makes sense to make most of it. Brilliant Spec wants to know, can we get a Crush travel stream? I'd watch that.
What kind of team is that?
A travel stream.
A travel stream. Oh yeah, no, yeah, I know, right? When I start talking about it, it sounds like I maybe can open up a travel channel. But it's something that actually is my little bit of my specialty is like organizing these little trips from tournaments that I play in. Like for example, when I played the Olympiad in Baku in Azerbaijan, I didn't just like fly into the tournament and go home. After the tournament, I traveled up north, like I organized, it was by myself, like organized a guide. We went into some remote villages in the mountains of Azerbaijan. Wow. It was beautiful. And yeah, like, it's like, it definitely takes some planning to make those trips happen. But at the same time, like you're kind of having an experience that you just normally wouldn't have, right? Because these are not like the capital cities, when else would I do it, basically, right?
No, I'm completely with you. And I think when you can afford to have to take that time, either before the Olympiad I mean, I would love to travel India. I guess get away from the region. I heard we're gonna be very warm and very humid where we are. But yeah, no, for sure. And I'm very jealous. Irina, maybe what we can, yeah, I was just gonna say maybe we can bring up the bird's eye view, have a quick look at what's going on in the 5 games. Good news is all 5 games are still going for now. Lina Dominguez is still thinking in that position. And what else catches your attention in the bird's eye view?
I am absolutely shocked. Like we're in end games in like 3 of the games, right? Like they look like there's no pieces on the board. It's been 1 hour. How is it possible, guys, to like get there so fast? But I don't know. Maybe there's still play left. I mean, reports is up a pawn that black is trying to recapture. So there is something going on there. Diock is also up a pawn that I'm sure Karwana will want to get back as well, and he probably will, with some kind of bishop h6 check and bishop g, maybe rook f8. But there's still some questions there. While Aronian and Mamedyarov, they're just on their way to a handshake, and Dominguez is still thinking. He hasn't, played that kind of move we were talking about, knight g4, and Firouzja is still thinking, right? So I guess now is a pretty good time for us to take our first break, guys. The good news is that even if this is not the most exciting round in classical chess, there is going to be some excitement today because there's has to be a playoff match to determine the winner of the tournament, and rapid chess is often much more exciting than classical chess. So, stay with us, guys, and we will see you on the other side of the break.
See you soon.
The Chess.com Global Championship is your chance to play alongside the world's best players for a title. Be a part of history by entering Chess.com's largest chess tournament that's open to everyone. The non-titled open qualifiers run every Sunday through the end of July. What are you waiting for? Head to go.chess.com/CGC2022 for more information and get verified to play. There is a $1 million prize fund, and this is a really innovative tournament brought to you by chess.com that is open to everyone, guys. So yeah, very exciting new event.
Exciting stuff indeed. I'm looking forward to, taking my chances, have some fun games, hopefully get some strong opposition. But yeah, great event coming up very shortly. Well, having started already, what am I talking about? Anyway, the event on our hands, Irina, is the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic that's currently being played in Bucharest, Romania. We have the bird's eye view open. Maybe we can have a quick look at Aronian and Mamedyarov before it ends, and then maybe the other two endgames we haven't been paying that much attention to.
Yeah, I'm like amazed he played b4 and not rook e1 or something.
Yeah.
But I suppose, rook e1, maybe he didn't want to bring his king back because it's actually, slightly on the worst end of that for him, since his king is going back and is, there was no reason for that. So he made like the aggressive b4.
Maybe we can actually just go back where we left it off just to see how we got into the rook ending so quickly. I mean, I'm shocked, to be honest, that we didn't see queen g5, bishop f4.
Yeah, well, he could have played bishop g3 here, but he didn't.
Yeah, also
he could have played bishop g3 and just repeated. But I guess Levon has a sense of decorum. He's like, well, yes, I'm playing for a draw, but we're gonna do it like this, where it looks like we're playing a bit more,
Exactly. I think you're bang on the money there. He took the knight there though, and well, this completely symmetrical rook ending. One rook was exchanged here now. b4, which, as you said, maybe a slight surprise, but if rook e1 wasn't the best, maybe b4 makes sense. What do you think is the easiest way for black here to make the draw? Do you take that pawn? Do you go rook a8?
Yeah, I think rook a8 is definitely like one of the moves I would think about here. I mean, what can white really do? b5 just doesn't seem to work, because we're going to take and play b6, and if anyone's better, it's going to be black with the outside pass pawn, and this is what like white trying to lose basically. So I think rook a8 is quite reasonable. I mean, on rook b1, you just take on b4, rook b4. I mean, that's a draw. That position is just a draw. I mean, I can go rook a7. I can go king g6 and just let you take my pawn.
This could lead to a handshake.
Yeah, eventually, right?
Although even here, maybe white still has to be the more accurate one. So maybe this is also not something.
Yeah, well, it's still, I mean, white can go, like in the worst case, white can go rook b2, rook c2, king e3, king d3, like protect the pawn. I mean, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to lose this. He's playing such terrible moves.
That's true. Fair enough. So rook a8, one of the moves we might be seeing here, but maybe we can move on, because I don't expect too much excitement is left in this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can also take on b4. There's nothing wrong with that. You can take on b4 and go rook a8. I mean, a5, I guess this is like the best white can get, right? Like something like that.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem terribly dangerous.
No, but I prefer your other suggestion. If I
like rook a8 more. Okay.
Yeah, I just feel like I have to worry a bit.
Yeah, so Dominguez like used all his time just to play the move that we talked about like half an hour ago. Knight g4. Like literally, it has been half an hour,
I
And
think more than half an hour.
yeah, I mean, because he's down by so much on the clock, right? Like, and this is this part I don't really understand so much in Dominguez's play, because time trouble is also an issue for him. Now he's really good in time trouble, like overall, like I feel like he, you know, handles a lot of like challenging positions quite well, but why put yourself in that situation over and over again, right? Like knight g4 wasn't a difficult move. Like it's not just like we saw it, but like I think everyone, you know, everyone saw it. And I mean, I know, you know, he's calculating something, but still, like to spend like more than half an hour on such a move, it really feels like very, you know, impractical time management.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I'm absolutely shocked. And I thought that with every, 5 minutes going by or every minute passing at some point, I thought, okay, maybe it's just not going to play on, because if you want to play on, why take almost half of your clock time off? Like, but here we are, knight g4 is played. I am glad that the game goes on. Wesley quite quickly responded with bishop d6.
And here's the interesting thing, Fiona, right? Like the reason you shouldn't spend so much time on knight g4, like beyond, you know, just like getting a few lines, is that you can't really predict what black will do. Like we never mentioned bishop d6, and it's because it's not a very forcing move. I mean, I'm sure it's not the only move black could have come up with. Wesley played it very fast because obviously he's been thinking about this for like, you know, more than half an hour on this time. So Wesley played this, but if you're white, you can't really even predict exactly what they're going to do. So why not make your move, let them figure it out, and then kind of decide on your course of action?
I agree completely. I mean, I am really curious. I wonder if they will ask Lina in the after the game, why spend so long? Because I think one of the times when it's fair enough to spend so much time, as you were saying, is when the lines are very forcing and very tactical, and you want to make sure that you have as many lines covered and calculated as possible. But here, I mean, it is a positional battle at the end of the day, and you're in no danger. So yeah, it's just very, very strange decision, but maybe we'll find out after the game what Lina was thinking. But after bishop d6, he now played bishop c4. Interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, bishop d6, of course, it does, it does make some sense. Actually bolster up the e5 pawn, close the d file. And I would say also, Fiona, that one of the points of this move is to be able to go knight e7. To you kind of protected e5 enough that you can do this. So if white plays queen f3, the move that we were talking about, how about knight e7 here?
And not allowing the knight from g3 to jump into f5.
Yeah, like this seems to be like Wesley's concept, which definitely makes sense to me. I don't know how white would continue like improving their position here. It's a little bit of a mystery, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what you still want to do is double rooks, but this a2
I have an idea, Fiona. Bishop d3. Now the bishop isn't doing much, so let's put him back to d3 so we can go knight f5. And on knight c5, we just go bishop c. Pretty standard square for the bishop. And I mean, at least we're getting a knight f5.
Yeah, I like this idea, actually. I like this idea a lot. And if black doesn't go knight c5, I mean, I see that that the engine wants to take here, but for a human,
because he wants to play knight f6, attack the pawn. Maybe is that the point of like? But then I go bishop
e2, wants to go bishop c5, and I guess get some trades. But yeah, I feel like
really good. Yeah, that's a really good positional move, bishop c5, because definitely white has like a lot of pawns on light squares, so you want to leave them with like the bad light squared bishop. I would love to avoid that trade if possible. I don't know, Fiona. It's not crazy to go bishop d2, bishop e1, and kind of like leave the bishop for the long run and just play play this position with the bishop pair.
Yeah, and still that knight will jump into f5 at some point, I guess.
Yeah, knight f5, g3, king g2, rook h1, you know, like, well, this is quite a difficult position. Now, in general, like, I mean, I like the outline of it for white. Of course, I'm not like, I wouldn't be shocked if black, you know, can equalize this, because I understand, you know, black has no weaknesses, no bad pieces. And, you know, the bishop pair is all we're really working with here, as well as, you know, these e4, g4 pawns that give you control over the fifth rank. But it's not like, it's not a ton. So maybe black can equalize, but it does feel like white has the initiative.
I agree with you. And I also think that taking on g4 just doesn't feel very natural. So yeah, I like this. Instead of queen f3, so after bishop d6, Linier played quite quickly bishop c4, so offering the trade of those light squared bishop, which was accepted by Wesley. And now offering another trade, but one that will change the pawn structure, which has happened already. And what do you make of this development?
Yeah, Wesley went for this quite quickly, this queen e6 move. Obviously, it's a hugely committal move. And it is, in one sense, kind of an ugly pawn structure for black, but at the same time, it's also pretty typical. Like, you're getting better control over the center squares. The knights on g3 and g4 are basically doing nothing now.
Yeah.
I would say that this is fine for black. I understand why Wesley is going for this. It's not like super inspiring or anything, but it's a reasonable way to play, to take on these doubled pawns.
Yeah, one of the things is that finally this pressure on a2 has subsided with the light squared bishops coming up. So I wonder, is there something that I have to, like, I was wondering if I could just get on with doubling these rooks, or if there's anything that I need to take care of first. The engine does not like it so much because it allows, this is the kind of move that I struggle with to have on my radar, you know, like a knight jumping to the edge of the board.
Yes, this is a nice move. Yeah, c4 is definitely a square that is coming up.
Yeah.
With black. And, you know, again, like, white's knights are really, at this point, there is no kingside attack, right? So what is the purpose of the knights being on the G file? They're just going to have to reroute. And I think, yeah, I think Wesley made a very reasonable call there. Not the most obvious, but a good decision. And he has tons of time. Linier doesn't. So I feel like Wesley is basically steering the game where he wants. Like, at some point, Linier will get low on time and we'll just be like, okay, now it's time to end the game because it's getting a little risky to play with no time. And yeah, go ahead.
Irina, I was just gonna say, Elf Matthews is saying that Rapport's game is crazy right now. So I was quickly gonna go there because that is a game that we have completely neglected. It's the only game today where there is none of the players can join a tie for first. So the only game where there isn't anything but prize money at stake. But what's going on? We jump in and the first thing I see is this engine bar that's all the way in black's camp. White is a pawn up, and it's a big pawn that has found its way all the way to c7.
Yeah, okay. I'm catching up with our chat. I realized, like, I hadn't updated. I haven't scrolled down there, guys. I was still stuck on like something that was like, you know, half an hour ago. So I'm catching up on that. And we will get back to talking about my travel blogs later. But for now, let's go to reports versus Nepo. Okay, so what do we got here? What was this?
Fat extra pawn on c7. It looks to be
pretty much. Go through this Nimzo. Yeah, Report played queen c2, and I was not surprised that Nepo played the d5 line, because this is really one of the main battlegrounds these days of this main line Nimzo. And b6, and this is where people go to equalize. So all of this is standard. Bishop a6, queen c2, or he went queen c1. Okay, that's a little bit of that's a new touch for me, the queen going to c1 instead of like a4 is the most common square at this point. Queen a4, queen d7, all of that stuff. So queen c1 is something new. Let's see what the point of that is. Okay. He wants to put the queen on e3, perhaps.
Yeah, things get messy here, allowing black to capture here, king f1, so white is not going to castle at any point. But how did this go wrong for Jan so fast? So queen e8 on pinning.
Queen c6. Okay, that's a typical move, trying to like stop black from playing c5. Knight b8, I guess. Yeah.
Now we had a queen swap.
And then what? Okay.
I mean, Jan must have blundered pretty badly here somewhere in the coming moves.
He didn't want to take, he didn't want to take the pawn because, you know, these end games are very typical for this line, and you know, they're slightly better for whites. Of course, I mean, honestly, guys, I would never play these positions as black. It's like, I just don't think, you know, for some, let's say at my level, there's no point to play chess to suffer, right? In worse positions, like trying to make a draw. So like, I wouldn't play lines that lead into some kind of worse end game for me, where like, you know, the height of my hopes is to make a draw. And this is basically black situation here. But it's typical for this line, you know, white goes king e2, the king stays nicely in the center, starts attacking the c pawn. There's also some kingside weaknesses, which aren't such a big factor now, but actually in these kinds of end games, you know, white can go like g4, h4, you know, kind of fix those pawns in place later down the line. So not a lot of fun. So I mean, no surprise that Nepo didn't want to go for this endgame.
But it looks like what he did instead landed him in quite quick trouble. So knight d7, allowing white to hold on to the extra pawn for now. Knight b8, c7, knight a6.
Okay, so he was clearly hoping to just get it back with like a nice, without having the isolated c pawn. Okay, let's see where this is going. Yeah, knight d4. So now, you cannot wait.
So
why can't you take over here? Probably, you know, my guess is that all these endgames are super uncomfortable, even after like, king e2, like it's funny because it looks so simplified, but it's not equal. You know, it's simplified but not equal, because the white king is better. And that's really important in the end game, right? That king is going to go to e3 to support the knight in the center. White's rook is going to go to c1. You're going to get the open file. You got the better pawn structure, better rook, better knight, better king. Well, it adds up to a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, black still has the weakness, as you mentioned earlier, on the king side, and no easy way to get an open file if rook d8, as you said, king e3, and you can't go rook c8 because he'll just self-pin. So once again, almost you can understand that Jan didn't want to go into this, so instead he resorted to knight c5, and it's in this moment, Irina, you wanted to be tested. So in this position, now Richard played knight b5, but there was better.
Wow. Oh, better. Okay. Better than knight b5. So you want to take on c7. If you I'm just thinking about what black wants. So black wants to take on e4 is one idea. Also taking on c7, but then I go b4, and then you're basically back where you started. So you don't want to take on c7 because then you're basically just giving me a better version of what you already avoided, right? So knight c5, generally, it's not even clear what black wants. Like, this is how bad their position is, right? So in terms of, you said he played knight b5, and that was not the best. Okay. So what else can we do here? Well, the other thing you might want to do, I don't know, is rook e7, I guess, is some possibility. It's really a miserable position. I mean,
It really is.
like, I don't know, honestly, Fiona, like f3, just a simple f3, like, is looking really attractive to me.
I think even f3, but the
Doesn't
engine
like it, yeah.
just wants to take that pawn, actually.
Yeah, that's weird, right? Because I mean, he could have taken the pawn. Like, what happens on b4? Rook d7, maybe. That's the point. You don't go back to a6. Yes, you do your counter attack. I get it now.
This
All
makes
right.
sense. Okay.
So then
Go back.
then the rook trade doesn't happen, and White's not able to get, like, you know, that domination. Okay, so your idea is to take on c7. I got it. So my knight needs protection. So, I mean, it's not something crazy like rook c. I mean, rook c4. Rook c4. No, it just kind of runs into knight e4. So walking into forks. Let's not do that.
It's still better for White, but
After king e2.
yeah.
Yeah.
But not crushing.
Yeah. All right. Let's try something more crushing. Okay. So then we have king e2, letting you take on c7, and then going b4, rook d7. And then I was thinking like king e3, and then you can play rook d4, Fiona. Maybe, right? Rook d4 here.
Rook d4 is very cute.
That's an option, yeah. Like, still, it's funny. It's a bit of a worse endgame, but I think probably black. Yeah, black holds this one.
Yeah. Yeah, White can play for a while, but.
All right. So far, you see, guys, it's not that easy without the engine, right? The engine tells you it's winning. Now, apparently, report didn't see it, and I'm definitely not seeing it, right? Like, I'm just going through all of White's moves here. Okay, but I don't want to. Yeah.
It's funny because I think once you, of course, like I'm the one who has the position where the engine just, you know, immediate, like I see it all the time. And I felt, oh, when you see it, it's so obvious.
It's not obvious, yeah. Okay.
But yeah, but no, I think it's
obvious. Well, also maybe there's rook c5 and then knight 5. Is that an idea? No, but then there's rook e7. So that doesn't really work. Yeah, that's okay. I should look at the captures though, in case they're good. All right. So there's something even more obvious. Well, I mean, like, I don't know, there's h4, you know, but like trying to get the rook out, but that doesn't really stop the main idea. So there's there's b4, which we haven't even looked at, right? And
yeah.
b4 must be it, right?
That is it. We're running out of moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, b4. I mean, I don't even know what black does. I guess there are only two options: knight a6 or take on e4.
Yeah,
right?
I think taking. I guess taking, and probably like king. Well, there's also f3 because your check is not very dangerous, but do I want to send you back to d6? Like, I don't really benefit from that, right?
No.
So king e2, right? And just.
Yeah. Actually, the engine says king e2 and knight b5 are equally strong.
Because we're threatening knight a7, and on rook e7. Yeah. What about on rook e7 here?
So rook e7,
and then f3,
and then king e2. So basically, the two moves are just probably a reverse order.
Well, that's the thing, you know, you have to see, like on a6, you play rook d1, right? That's the whole point. Like, you're just in time, literally just in time to play rook d6.
That's crazy.
Right.
Yeah, rook d1 and you're winning, but if you don't see this from a distance, you're worse, basically.
Yeah. So I mean, there is like some stuff you got to calculate, you got to make it in time. So b4, let's go just check that out again. So b4, you kick the knight, you give up the pawn. Obviously, that's the only reasonable move. If they go a6, it's like a total failure for them. And then you just go, you said knight b5, right?
Oh, king e2 also works.
And you're going to win because of the strong c pawn. Like they rook e7, they're going to try to win it. You go knight b5. And then when they kick your knight, you throw in the rook improvement. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense. So it was very straightforward. So he plays knight b5, which looks pretty good, right? What's the problem with it?
Yeah, I mean, he's still much better. Jan plays, I think, the only move, rook e7.
It must be that on b4, is there like a6 or no? There's still no a6 because there's knight d6. How does it like not become the same thing?
Because now you have to go knight b3.
Oh, wow.
I don't understand why just yet, but...
Wow.
Oh, and if rook c3, then you have a6. That's insane.
Right. Wait, oh, yeah, and on knight d6, you take on c7, and you have like rook c1. You have rook c1 skewer.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And black even wins here.
Those are some crazy lines. It's always funny to me how even, endgames with reduced material, there can be such tactical richness still.
Yeah, well, let's see what we got here because
yeah, so king e2 is also good. a6 and rook d1. This little tactic with Sorley, and once again king h7 was the only. And now what do we have?
Okay, well, isn't rook d8 just really well, you have something here, right? You have rook e takes c7. You have that tricky move.
That's the only move.
Yeah. Otherwise it would be resignable for black. So now you're kind of staying alive because you got rid of that pawn. If I take your, you take on c7, you would have taken on d8.
I mean, something like this is probably best, but once again, we have this problem. If the rook had to stay on the c file, would be doing well, I guess, with b4. But once again, there is this.
And you can't take an f7 because your knight gets trapped after rook b7.
Yeah. And here, I mean, Mr. Computer says e5 and takes, and white
better, right?
Yeah, but almost nothing. I mean, very close to equality.
Rook d5, I guess, here protecting.
Yeah, exactly.
Not giving it up right away. Bad pawn structure for black, but he's threatening king g6 to trap the knight. So
that's true. That's a very good point.
I mean, I suppose white can go rook. White can go rook d1.
Yeah. Or maybe b4 again, kick that knight and try and get the rook in the c file.
7, yeah.
But yeah, this is already getting very hard to get anything here, I think. So how did we got here? So instead of rook d8, and it's a pity that there is this, but it's a very cute and very important resource. By the way, thank you, BJ, in the chat for letting us know. The game between Levon and Mamedyarov has officially ended in a draw. So Levon, currently in the live standings, the sole leader after the last round. But if Wesley draws, well, regardless, right? Even if, if Wesley draws, so only 2 people can catch him.
Yeah,
right?
They found a way to get all the pawns off the board.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Let's see, how did they do it? So after b4 rook a8 was played indeed. Isn't this one of the lines more or less we had had gone through. So yeah, we saw a move repetition here. But I mean, you had called it earlier. It was clear from
Aronian's third move.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And yeah, let's go back to the game reports and figure out like what he's going to do right now.
Yeah, so rook d8, the move we want to play, unfortunately, it doesn't fail to rook c7, but it looks like black is just able to survive there.
So, but rook d8 is the best move, right? Because
there is.
there's
So
something
here's
better.
my next test for you.
Oh, next test. All right.
I haven't figured out why yet, but there is one that's
There's
better.
something even better than rook d8, and our knight is hanging. So, I mean, I suppose that like knight d6 and then b4 looks pretty good positionally for white.
Exactly. So takes and b4. And the knight on d6 does a great job protecting that pawn. So now the knight has to go to a square, I guess, that it doesn't really want to go to.
Yeah, like b3 doesn't look great. I guess a4 you have to go, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there's also a really interesting idea, Fiona. Like if you go to b7, like if you try to trade off our knight, there's like a tactical problem with knight c8. Very unusual that the knight is getting all the way to the back of the board, but like the double attack is very annoying for black. It looks like white is just going to win the b6 pawn.
Yeah. So wait, are you saying?
I'm saying knight c8. Knight c8, yeah.
Knight
c8.
Knight c8 is a very, very unusual tactic indeed. I was sidetracked for a second because I think there's a second. Oops.
Oh, with knight e8.
Yeah.
Knight e8, which is interesting as well, but yeah.
And actually this order taking first, I was trying to figure out why. I was wondering if black cannot throw in this check. I'm just clicking my way through. Apparently this is very strong for.
Well, the reason is that, the knight endgame is terrible for black, right? After rook c3, rook d3, and, we traded on the third rank, which makes our king better than if we would have done the same trade on the second rank. And even after king g6, you save your pawn, but I go knight c7, I push you forward, and then my king will be able to probably infiltrate somewhere. I mean, like, I'm basically fighting against you with my king and knight, and your king is completely out of the game,
Yeah, this looks, well, I was going to say often, but this just looks losing for black.
There's also, by the way, knight a8 ideas in that final position. Like there are.
Let me find, you did, by the way, play knight d6.
Yeah.
So we might actually see some of this unfold, yeah?
Yep, b4, but he's not going to go knight b7. I mean, he's going to go, I guess, knight a4 right here.
So sorry, can I find the line in the end?
I was saying that there is some idea of knight a8, very rare for a knight to go to a8 in a chess game, but it's possible. It's possible to push the pawn forward if you want to, like, their knight from b7, and then you go back, and then you're really close to winning something here.
I like that line a lot. Knight a8 is such a rare move to see played in a game.
Right. I mean, I don't think I've ever had, I don't know, I don't remember having a knight on a8 in any of my games.
Yeah, very, very unusual motif. Very cute. So you were saying that after this rook takes, after b4, we will probably see knight to a4 instead.
Yeah.
And the question is your move again? Yeah, it's c8, huh? Maybe, but now the pawn is defended.
Yeah, it's not attacked. And can we go for this knight e8 idea again? Yeah, maybe knight e8 idea.
But maybe there are some problems or not.
Yeah, there is a problem. Yeah, knight e8, there is some kind of knight c3.
Yeah, we can, this time we can apparently start with this.
And on king e3.
I mean, once again, we're entering engine land here, but the engine wants knight b2 and says now black is suddenly better. But
so he needs to have some precision here, right?
Yeah.
So,
but actually, after b4, knight a4, I don't know why yet, but the engine likes your suggestion from earlier, knight c8. So if we take
rook d7, and then just rook c6, I guess, and just invade. And the thing is that our open file is more useful than black's open file, because black's rook can't currently go anywhere. If it goes to d4, we can always just play pawn f3 and defend the pawn, and you don't have much to worry about there. Meanwhile, black is about to lose his queenside pawns.
And if we try and hold
yes, well, the moment you make that move, you kind of die a little inside.
I know. It's not my game. I literally just died a little bit inside there, just making the move on the analysis board.
Therefore, we won't even look at it.
Okay, agreed.
We'll let the players, play moves like that if they want to. I don't think Nepo can bring himself. I mean, but things are still pretty bad for him. And honestly, it would be a great finish for Report, who's currently in last place. And to finally get a win, I think would make this a little bit, would redeem his tournament a little bit. On the same side for Nepo, it'd be really, I would say very unpleasant. The blow that he got yesterday from not winning his winning position against Aronian, and then the game he lost to Mamedyarov was also just a real pity. And then to lose today, it would be, I would say, a total disaster for him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. And I said it earlier, I think so often a tournament, and I'm sure you know this better than me, a last round result is so much more psychologically, it has such a bigger impact. Very often you can have a bad tournament, and if you win a nice game or just win a game, doesn't even have to be a nice game, you win the last round, a lot of the tournament is forgotten. On the other hand, you can have a great tournament and have a painful loss in the end, and to just keep that bitter taste in your mouth. So I really think, especially for these guys, it's getting so close now to the start of the candidates tournament. You really don't know. And I think Richard Report is going to be playing Norway chess then before the candidates. He has a very busy schedule. But for Jan, this might be his last classical game maybe before the candidates.
Yeah, I mean, actually, definitely wouldn't be a great thing to go into the candidates with all these unpleasant memories.
Yeah.
The tournament. I mean, you can, it's never a guarantee that things are going to go the same way, right? People can turn things around, and people can just be more motivated to play better. And maybe you get all the bad stuff out of the way. You can start with a fresh slate. But still, I wouldn't want to have such negative experiences right before such an important tournament like the candidates.
Absolutely. And I see Elf Matthews in the chat is saying, look at Report's time though, I'm getting worried. I have to say, I'm not too worried here. It is still 35 minutes. Yes, it's half an hour less than Jan, but we are already on move 26, which means that 14 moves from now, he will get an extra half hour. Also, I think in these spots, the players are not so worried, because the worst that's going to happen is you're going to lose your advantage and make a draw. You're not really... so I wouldn't say I'm concerned about his clock situation.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Actually, I think it's totally fine to want to spend a lot of time to try to win. He knows that he's better. He knows it's an opportunity for him. And given that they're so deep in the end game, his time situation is actually okay, right? I think it's a better way to spend the time than let's say Dominguez did
for sure.
in this game. And it looks like our game Diock versus Karwana is also fizzling out.
Yeah, so let's go there. That's another game we haven't really seen. We saw it at the very beginning on the Bird's Eye view. A lot has happened. I don't know if you want to quickly click through it or just want to stick with the current position.
Yeah, sure. Let's click through it.
So
we got a lot of time, Fiona, right?
That's true. That is true. I mean, I'm curious also, let's say if Dominguez's and MVL's games were both finished, let's say that only Rapport and Nipper is still going on and none of them can join the tiebreak. Will they wait for that to finish? Or I wonder, do they have a separate room where they can start playing?
I think we should ask our chess.com team to work on that issue and figure out like the situation with the playoffs and when they're starting.
Yeah. I mean, I read online, I read in the regulations. Yeah, Super Ginger is saying he checked the regulations. I did too. It says that it will start 15 minutes after the last game. But then I thought, if they have a separate room for the playoffs, but probably they don't. So that's probably the reason they have to wait. Anyway, okay, so they will follow the regulation, which just had confirmation. Thank you for that. So 15 minutes after the last game ends, they will start the playoff.
All right. So I guess we should hope that all the games are over pretty quickly so we can get into that playoff quickly.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see. Well, after this, we'll go back to Dominguez against So and also to Alireza against MVL and see how they are getting on. So Irina, stop me when there is something that catches your attention here.
Yeah, so far, okay, this is all theory. Let's keep going. Knight of d7, bishop g2, g5, knight e3. Oh, he took. Oh, interesting. Well, this catches my attention because, the main move here is knight e3, and I basically didn't even really know that bishop e5 was a possibility. That's how main line the move knight e3 is. And what Aronian played against Firouzja. And bishop e5, I've literally never seen that before.
So let's see, bishop e5 must have all been prep. Everything was played very fast up to this point. Let's see what's the idea.
Yeah, this is, you know what? Maybe this is an old line with like f6 or something. It's really, this actually rings a bell to me, but it's like the old treatment of this line, I guess before knight e3 became popular. Now you never really see this anymore.
Yeah, I don't play the Slav from either side, so this is all new territory for me. But let's see what happened. Fabi dropped back. I mean, when like me, you don't have any theoretical knowledge, and if you didn't have the engine, I would think, oh my God, this is such an exciting position. But I do have the engine on, and it always blows my mind. Like the top 3 lines here, the engine all says 0, 0, 0 in all of them. And I'm like, how is that? Like, how is that a thing?
Yeah. The trick these days is figuring out, for these top players, figuring out which of these 0, 0s are actually not 0, 0s from a playing point of view, and where it's actually difficult for the opponent. So that's basically their main job in preparation, is figuring out which of those 0, 0s to go for.
Yeah, and well, he did go for the f4 0, 0 in this case. Fabiano took, so we had an exchange here, rook d8 hitting the queen, and that's how we landed in this endgame. Yeah,
so it did look kind of nice for white in the sense that, okay, white is the one winning a pawn, but black has the 2 bishops. Let's see, king c7. Wow. I mean, it's not the first move I would think of for sure, but I guess it makes some sense. Let's see what happened after that. Bishop e4. So, I mean, honestly, I don't understand really anything in this endgame. I should just say that, right? It's like, it looks at first glance like white is just doing pretty well. I mean, I guess it was just hard to get those pawns moving, right? Like black goes, it was all, I was thinking about, why did he go bishop e4? Well, If he doesn't, if he goes like, let's say pawn e4, right? Let's say you just try to advance those pawns. First of all, black's going to go rook g8. He's going to get a tempo to improve his rook. Then even if you go e5, okay, your pawns are still kind of stuck.
But just give me 1 second, because
is there bishop h6 or
bishop d6 or bishop h6?
Stopping e5, yeah. Stopping e5, and the pawns are basically,
they look nice, but they can't really move much.
Yeah, that's the problem. White's knight is very poor. The bishop is not great. The rook is not great. And so black just has this kind of compensation because, generally 2 connected passed pawns would be really dangerous. But
yeah, this bishop pair is really a pain here. I mean, they have so many open diagonals to work with. So I think then it becomes clearer when you go back after having looked. I think, again, e4 is a move that I would probably play in an instant in a quick game and think, okay, let's get these pawns rolling. But when you understand the pawn won't roll much further than e4, I guess that's when you start looking for alternatives.
Yeah, so he went bishop e4, and I guess on knight e4, Fiona, maybe there's even bishop d5, right? Like they might even just pin you and make sure you don't go anywhere.
But also the pawn is hanging. I don't know if I feel. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, that's even better. Just take the pawn, yeah, because there's no real, you're not going anywhere with the knight.
The king is so safe here. The bishop, yeah, so bishop e4. So, and the bishop just worked its way around, hitting the pawn on f6 now. So rook f1, trying to hold on, but after rook f8, that pawn is gone, but also that pawn is gone. Bogdan there took that. So white is still up that pawn, but you think it's just simply not enough here against the bishop here?
Yeah, I mean, okay, he has an outside pawn, which is really nice. Definitely was very important that black avoided that trade of the light squared bishops, that he kept the bishop pair. And yeah, like this move where black moved back, that was a very key decline of the trade. How does white try to get this pawn moving? It's actually really hard to even move it up once, two, well, 1 or 2 squares, right? It's hard to make a move with it. So in that sense, yeah, if it's that hard to move the H pawn, then I guess black will be creating some sort of counterplay on the queen side and should be a draw. Yeah. I don't think it should be very hard. And then there's also bishops of opposite color scenarios here that can happen.
I am very confident that Fabi will hold. I think this game might go on for a while longer, but yeah, probably should end in a draw. Should we go back? Maybe we bring up the bird's eye view for a second before deciding where we go next.
Yes. Well, let's take a bird's eye view. Looks like Linear Dominguez is not really getting anywhere at all against Wesley. So Firouzja Vachier is also really, really quiet. I mean, it's been a comfortable game for Vachier, and he's not really in any danger here. Not really much danger of winning either, which he would need to do to catch up to the leaders. And Report and Nepo. I mean, I guess Report has lost some of his advantage. It looks like it doesn't look that terrible for black as some of the lines that we've looked at. So we are going to take a quick break, guys, and we're going to come back to you in a couple of minutes with the rest of these games to see who is going to win the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic Romania.
See you then.
the Women's Speed Chess Championship is beginning later this month or next month. It is a collaboration between FIDE and Chess.com. It's the most important online tournament for titled women in the world with a prize fund of $70,000. Last year, it culminated in a really exciting match between Hao Yifan and Harika Dronavali. So if you enjoy these Speed Chess Championship matches that are currently going on, like the Junior Speed Chess Championship, you will want to watch for this one starting soon on Chess.com.
Another very, very exciting event. To look forward to. I hope you will be playing. I'm certainly planning to play. And yeah, meanwhile, let's get back to the last round here of the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania. I am starting, before the break, you know, someone in the chat had said, I'm starting to be a bit worried about Rapport's clock in the other game. I would like to jump back into Dominguez against Wesley, so because I'm starting to be a little bit worried about Linier.
Oh, wow. You're starting to worry about Linier. Well, let's go check that out, because that would, if you're worried about Linier, then that means Aronian will be worried about Linier as well.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't, we can go back. We saw, I think we last saw this after the queens came off on e6, and we talked about, you know, this double isolated pawns, how they are not that much of a weakness. So let's see what happened next. So Linier and b4, which is not necessarily a move I had on my radar.
Yeah, he went b4, and I mean, that just led to a trade on b3, right? I think.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with what this is and you're watching on chess.com/events, there is a little information button. If you, oh, I didn't think it was actually going to take me there. Sorry, my bad. How do I get back here? Okay, so I thought it was going to bring up a pop-up box. But that will take you to the en passant page and explain what that is, why it is not an illegal move. So we had a trade, don't mind me, Irina, and the knight a5 was played.
Knight a5. So how does white protect that pawn? Did he wind up going like, I don't know, rook b1? Yeah, it's a little passive, actually.
Yeah, I mean, from something which looked like, you know, white had a carefree, not maybe carefree, but in a position where it wasn't immediately clear how white would be the one who would be worse. I'm not saying white is worse here, but I think black has done a great job. Wesley has done a great job of just playing some active moves and putting the onus on Linier. And b4, I think, also looks very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just the b3 pawn is a bit passive here. Also, like we said earlier, there were these knights on the g file that were completely useless. And one of them is still, you know, one of them Linier is trying to improve. The other one is still stuck on g4, you know, rather far away from the action.
Yeah, so that knight, as you're saying, still far away. And Linier here actually decided to go rook a4. I'm just wondering, I guess I couldn't take here because of rook a1 with some problems along the a file. Yeah, so here I think that would be trouble. I would have to give up that knight, go for the pawn on b3, but not something I want to do if I don't have to. So Wesley playing the much more sensible knight c6, offering a trade of rooks along the a file, but Linier first takes on b4, and after knight takes on a8 and goes bishop d2, and that is the current position.
Yeah, so Linier is, wow, first of all, he has like no time at all. He has like 8.5 minutes, and I mean, yeah, of course the position is simplified. Okay, he only has 10 moves left, like 11 moves left to make, but still, actually, you know, it's not unreasonable to think that black could even win such a position. I mean, because of the weakness of b3, right? And because of the fact that like the knight is far away on g4, the knight on f1 is still passive, and the rook is passive on b1. Certainly, you know, certainly Black's play has, you know, paid off, right? And he's been able to do all of this so quickly that, yeah, he hasn't let even Lanier think about having any chances to win.
For sure. And I think Lanier here is really paying the price for the time management of spending that long on knight g4, which probably left him feeling after that he had to make a few moves a lot faster. And those moves, I know we went through that whole sequence quite quickly, but clearly if now he's on the back foot, some of those moves were not the most accurate, and that is the result of having invested arguably too much time before knight g4.
Yeah, I mean, I can see like, okay, so rook a2 can happen here. You put the rook on the seconds, then the knight from f1 can't move. There's even this idea like of knight c6, maybe to d4, an option in this position.
Yeah.
Knight c6, knight c5 at some point. So, I mean, yeah, white can probably grovel out a draw here, but you know, just because the material is limited, right? And Black's pawn structure is also not perfect. So, I mean, like losing for white, I guess, requires him to lose the C pawn, to lose the B pawn, and like get nothing in return for it, right? That's pretty much the losing scenario.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's still very much within the drawing range, even if you know the engine, what does it say, minus 0.4 doesn't really mean much. I think it's a lot of it is going to be about how many problems can Wesley sort of find for Linier to solve within the next 11 moves. Can he find a line where there are some tricks, where there are some big decisions? So yeah, I think the time is concerning. There was a question in the chat, it was answered already, but yeah, 11 moves to make for Linier until move 40 and getting additional time. But I think Wesley also, you know, he has so much experience. He's such a strong player. He will sense that this is his chance now, and would be absolutely massive for him. I mean, a draw, of course, isn't bad, and join Levon in the playoff. But if he can win today, he will win this. He will win this event outright.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a chance for Wesley. You know, we'll see how he can use it. And meanwhile, what other game should we take a look at? I mean, I guess Firouzja versus Vachier we haven't looked at for a while.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back there. We're actually very, very early doors there. We're only on move 19. So we left this off. Where did we leave this one off?
Right here, right here. Yeah, we were wondering where the knight was going to go. So yeah, chose D2. And Vachier, instead of like trying to go for the C5 break, I guess in this game he went for E5. Yeah.
Yeah, A5.
And maybe he did this, Fiona, just to create some kind of imbalance in the pawn structure, because I don't think the other plan we were talking about was bad. But obviously, like we said, you know, Vachier needs to win to have a chance to tie for first. And at least if you create some sort of imbalance in the pawn structure, like you're going to have a queenside majority, you know, it gives you a little bit more of a chance. So I see that move like from that point of view.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Also, the time situation here as well. I'm with you. I think MVL is trying to keep this position as unbalanced, as sharp as possible. He will try, I think, to go for the win with the black pieces, and Alireza will also at some point have to speed up. White did not swap queens here, but when queen c2, does this come as a surprise to you?
I mean, not too much. I mean, black is comfortable in either scenario. I mean, if you take, you're just kind of helping black develop. And so it is kind of like a sad way to play. I mean, the players have some kind of pride, I think, right? And And Alireza is definitely a fighting player. So, I mean, he can go for the end game and try to, play rook d1 and draw like that. But I actually kind of like, I like his decision to try to at least keep some play left on the board with queen c2.
Yeah, so queen c2. For us also, certainly, I'm very glad the queen stayed on the board. This would have been another rather stale endgame. Queen c5, so setting up a pin along the c file, and if you're not careful in the future, there might be some pressure here on this c3 point. So rook c1 was played, rook e8 and knight d1, and that is the live position right now.
Yeah, the knight on c3 definitely was misplaced, right? It was blocking the bishop, blocking the rook and the queen. So given that he doesn't really have another square to move it to, I do understand knight d1, trying to bring it to e3, trying to open the rook and like kind of play against the backwards c pawn, because Vachier did leave that pawn on c6, right? And that's what we call a backwards pawn. And in this position on queen d5, I suppose white can even play f3 and try to play e4 and then knight e3.
I like this. e4, knight e3, and suddenly black has some serious questions.
Yeah, so black cannot really allow that, right?
Yeah. So queen d5 doesn't seem to be an option, but then the question very quickly becomes, if you want to keep the queen on the board, because, okay, so let's see, if you swap queens.
How do you defend c6? I suppose here, Fiona, there is a move like, well, we need to look at knight d5, because that's sort of the most active looking move. And with the idea of going to b4, so white can trade the bishops, take on c6, knight b4, and then unfortunately white has rook c5. So still,
Irina.
No, they don't. I know, I see. As soon as I saw the bar go down.
I know, me too. I was like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Knight d3, a beautiful fork here. The knight cannot be captured because of the pin along the e file. So that's a lovely resource actually for black.
Yeah, in that case, that makes me even more confident about this line, because I feel like black similarly wants to kind of unload over there the bishop and the knight, right? So this trade, and at some point Vachier basically is going to have to give up on winning this position. It's like, he's done what he could, but it's just too solid of a game, and Alireza's move kind of lets him know, I mean, like, look, what is black really playing for? I mean, it's not like his pawn structure is better. It's not like he can advance his queenside majority. So he did just go for the trade, which I think is very realistic. And
then knight d5.
Because the thing is, if you don't play knight d5 and you let like white play knight e3, I mean, where is
so let's say if I go rook c8 or something.
Right. And so not only knight e3, there is also like, let me see if we can play f3 again, because I kind of wish we could put the pawn on e4 first. It's a possibility. There's still like knight d5 as an idea. It's we trade on g7, I guess. Play this position, e4, knight b4, rook d2. I mean, it seems fine for both.
Yeah, it seems very equalish.
But I think he's not going to want to just let the white knight come to e3. Because that really, like, f3 is maybe like unnecessary, Fiona, but like knight e3 right here is very solid. And then just rook ec1. I mean, what in the world could black be hoping for in this position?
Yeah, it's hard to see. I mean,
unless we want to do a sacrifice, rook takes e3, maybe rook e3. But unfortunately, rook e3 is very interesting, by the way, with the idea of knight d5. But the problem is, The problem is, okay, I don't know. Bishop C1, I guess.
But also, maybe we can just bring can we bring the king somewhere?
Yeah, you want to go king F3 and E4, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, ideally, actually, that's even stronger, yeah.
Yeah, well, the sack doesn't work, but there's also, it doesn't work because also bishop F6. Like if white wanted to just keep it really simple, just to show white doesn't even make much sense. White could just do that and it would just be equal. Yeah. The white black would move away the rook.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think white would probably just snap that rook. But yeah, so the rook, the sacrifice doesn't work for a couple of reasons. So let's go back and see. So rook c2. It is MVL to play, so we expect knight d5.
Yeah, so let's put that on the board again. So knight d5, just an active move going into the center, going to the b4 square. And I mean, bishop b2 is an idea for black. That's why I was thinking that white should just trade. So rook c6, knight b4 really looks like very equalish. Yeah, no, I think we should put the trade on the board probably before. Like,
you want to trade?
Yeah, trade the bishops. And then, well, we can look at a3. How about that, Fiona? Like a3, not inspired by that, but you know, maybe we should allow knight.
I want to take on the next move.
Yeah. It's a move. It's not so bad.
Yeah, then I think it's interesting because I don't know that I really want to like go behind that pawn somehow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go probably like knight b2, knight d3 if you give me a chance.
Yeah, so rook c8 I don't like so much. I see the engine says knight e7, but I'm a bit reluctant to remove my only active piece. So let me try rook e6.
Yeah, I guess I go knight b2, try to transfer my knight over to d3. And actually, you know, it's of course, you know, it's a sad moment in the game when Vacher realizes like, well, that he's not going to be fighting for first place, right? You know, because I think, you know, he tried, but the game is getting into a point where it's like he can't do much except, you know, if he keeps trying, he might just lose, right?
Yeah.
So he's pretty much accepted that he's playing for a draw and that's life, you know. He's not going to win this tournament, but he still has to be careful.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, going into the last round, he must have realized that joining a potential playoff was a very outside chance. I mean, black against a player like Alireza, it's not an easy pairing. And as you say, I mean, kudos to him. He tried. He did get an interesting position, but I think Alireza also simply just handled it very well. So should we move on from here? Maybe I just want to go and see if there has been a development in Linier against Wesley. Not much has happened there. We only had a couple of moves, knight c6. But knight c6, I kind of like knight c6. I don't know what exactly the idea is yet, but I like the fact that Wesley is removing one of the pieces that could have been captured. And just sort of keeping more pieces on the board to play with. So from that point of, oh my goodness, but Linier is down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, so one idea of knight c6 is that you couldn't really go knight c5 because the knight was going to hang. So part of the idea, I think, should be to like improve this knight.
That knight c5. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just explaining like one of the ideas of knight c6 is that potentially your knight could go to c5. I don't know if you want to go bishop b4, like, you know, I don't think it's to trade those pieces, probably not. So f3. He plays f3. Yeah.
Are you surprised to see f3 played?
It's like, well, it's not, it's not the first move that comes to your mind, but the thing is, like, white is so awkward, right? It's like really hard to do anything active here for white. I don't even know exactly what he wants with that move. I guess he just wants like more solid pawn structure. I don't think there's like a very concrete idea, like, because king f2, bringing out the king, possible, but it's problematic, like, unless he wants to go to e1 or something with the king.
I mean, didn't we earlier also mention some, like, one of the things I don't like also about f3 is that somehow this second rank is now even weaker and the dark squares are weaker, and it's probably all fine, but I wouldn't want to have 3 minutes on the clock here.
Yeah, I feel like if Linier loses this game, it would be just like, it would be kind of anticlimactic. Really, I actually think would be a terrible ending to the tournament for the fans, because first of all, it's not like, this is the most exciting game that Wesley set out to win. And so, and now he's going to win. It's like, literally, I see it as like some kind of self-destruction by white. Like the time management, so destructive. I mean, okay, you didn't get anything with the white pieces, but like having 1 hour less on the clock, 1 hour with the white pieces, and like when you weren't trapped by any preparation or anything. I mean, and then if you go on to lose, and then you deprive us of the logical playoff between Wesley and Aronian, I mean, that would be such a bad ending, in my opinion. I really hope he saves this game.
You can have a word with him at the Olympiad, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, because Aronian watching from the sidelines must just be like, what is this? This scenario is not supposed to happen, right?
It's a good thing that all players involved in this all, represented the US. Otherwise, you might be thinking,
yeah.
I'm joking. I'm not lying. It's a joke, just harmless joke. But yeah, no, I mean, it's, of course, Linier is very far from lost here, but it's just he's made life incredibly difficult for himself.
Yeah, and by the way, Vachier has played rook e6 and not knight d5 that we were looking at. He just went to defend the pawn. I suppose that's totally reasonable. And white played knight e3. Yeah, I got the knight off the back rank. So how is he going to deal with this now? Is it like some sort of knight d7? Maybe he'll trade the knights in a different way. Maybe knight d7, trade, and like put a knight on d5. A knight on e5, yeah. Or maybe on c5 would be nice if he could maybe get that push at some point.
Yeah, I don't know what I want to do. I don't know if I want to put that rook here or put it to c1.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit more comfortable now suddenly for white, but
oh yeah, it definitely feels more comfortable for white. I guess that was why, I was wanting to go c5 earlier on, but I said I don't really blame Vachier for doing this, because I think he did it for like tournament reasons, that he tried a different pawn break that didn't work out so well.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we have to give him credit. It would be heartbreaking if he lost this game, but I think it's uncomfortable, but I think he will hold. But let's see. Let's very, very quickly jump to Diock against Karwana, see if there's been any developments there. Diock still has this extra pawn, but it looks like the pawn is nowhere near making any sort of advances. So yeah, that's just,
I think everything is going around along the scenario we spoke about. So black has made progress on the queen side since we last saw this. He's played his pawns to a5 and b5.
yeah.
And that's just to kind of remind white that, black has a pawn majority too, and some kind of counter play, so that white doesn't get like too out of control there, with his passed pawns. And H pawn is still back where it was. E pawn is back where it was. So overall, you know, everything is going all right for Caruana here.
Yeah, for sure. And finally, the last game, we left it off a while ago. Richard report against Nepomniachtchi. We now have a pure rook ending. And this one, while, I mean, at first sight, it just looks a lot more comfortable for white with that passive black rook on b7. It seems very hard to make any progress here with the king having no entry squares.
Yes. Yeah, I think white can just go, you know, rook b8 or rook b7. And, you know, normally when you have such a passive rook, it is, well, it's really undesirable, right? We try to, as hard as we can, to avoid such passive pieces.
Yeah.
But the thing is that black has only one weakness, right? And white is limited in where he can break through in this position. He definitely can't break through on the queen side. And even on the king side, I mean, what can he really do? Like king f4, g4, and then the pawn gets to h5, king goes to h6. I mean, he's gonna try that plan, right? What else?
So let's say king here.
Yeah, and g4. At some points, you know, black can try to like drop the b pawn and activate the rook. I wouldn't say.
Yeah, but I still don't see
the question.
If we do your waiting moves. Okay, am I gonna get?
You can try to get me a bit like. Well, in this position, I go rook c8 though, right? I just activate already.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think this one, actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it ended in a draw quite quickly. I think Richard will try g4, but yeah. Okay, do you want to stick around here, or shall we go back to, I think, Dominguez is where it's all at the moment.
Yeah, so Dominguez, and he just played knight d4. Okay, knight d4 and b4. Right.
Look at the bar. The bar is like with every move. And that's one of the problems with leaving yourself with so little time, is it just becomes impossible. What the bar did drop a bit, but the clock has magically added 4 minutes to Linier's clock.
Right.
So
I know. I was very surprised. I was like, didn't he have like 2 minutes? Now he has 6 minutes.
So that's some good news for Linier, but the point remains that, of course, and this is not rocket science, the more the time ticks down, the less easy it will be to make accurate moves. And let's see, so what could be wrong with b4?
I mean, I guess the question is just maybe that it's like just as weak there or more as it was on b3. Also, it's kind of opened up the c4 square. So black will definitely now think about going knight b6 to c4. And I really think white should probably think about going knight g4 to e3 and trying to like somehow bring
this knight back.
Yeah, bring it back, because honestly, just not doing much on g4, and they can always go h5 if they really want. But so if I'm black here, I guess my main moves are either rook a2 or knight b6.
And those are the two top engine moves, yeah.
Yeah, just because those are the two logical pieces to improve.
Which one should we?
Rook a2, I guess.
I also like rook a2.
All right, so let's try my move knight g4 to e3. Right, so I want to ideally, I would put my knight on c4 and my other knight to e3, and somehow the pieces would all protect each other and be fairly active, and that would be, you know, my big hope.
Okay, so let's see if we can somehow disturb. I mean, I guess the logical move is to just say, okay, not right now.
Yeah, so you said not right now, huh? So I can't move my knights. You're keeping me pretty tied up there, Fiona.
It's just, it's a position like
So bad. What
when
a,
you
what
look
a
at it
horrible
from a,
game for Lanier.
yeah, I mean, you look at the board and like, I mean, King H1 is literally one of the engine top 3 moves, which tells you
Wow.
something about, and the top 2 are like Bishop E1 and H4. And none of these moves are like, oh yeah, that's a move I'm really happy,
Yeah, none of them
really
make you
happy to
feel
play.
like you're improving your
No.
position, which is why this is so tricky for Lanier and why, I mean, look, I liked Wesley's decision to trade the queens on e6 and get those doubled pawns, but this has gone so much better for him than expected. Can you actually go back to the beginning like a little bit? Because I don't know, this position is kind of terrible to look at. Like if we go here, it was this move b4, right? That like probably set, yeah, like let's see if that is really necessary. I guess he did that because we were talking about the idea of knight a5 to c4.
Yeah.
So he felt like he needed to just stop that idea and that he didn't have anything better. Okay, so b4 fine, and takes, and then the pawn started getting targeted.
Yeah. So knight a5 is played.
Yeah. No, to be honest, like it just somehow drifted into something bad. I guess if I were him, here, can we go back a little more? Here's the key, guys. Don't go bishop c4 and trade the bishops and the queens. Why? Why would you do that when you put all you put all your forces on the king side as if you wanted to attack, and then they were left with nothing to do because of course without the queens, what can they possibly do?
Yeah, I think that's great. Great advice. And maybe it started going wrong. And again, I'm using wrong loosely here because maybe the position was fine, but just as Irina was saying, it's just this drifting feeling where you feel like move by move, the position just deteriorates the tiniest bit and the tiniest bit, and suddenly it's gone. And it can happen so fast. Like sometimes, especially when you're the one playing the game, you often just don't understand, like, how did this happen? I didn't make a mistake per se, but it's just this accumulation of inaccuracies.
You gotta, I guess my approach is like, unless I see something like a really good justification, I like to try to stay in the middle game. Fiona, because it's like just more interesting, right? It's just more interesting. I mean, why rush into the end game? Like you got the whole end game to get there, right? Like it's still coming up ahead, right? Why do we need to skip the middle game part?
For sure. And I think really this moment here, knight g4, I think that's really where things started going wrong. By the way, we had a second result. We just came from their report against Nepomniachtchi, ended in a draw. I just wanted to see how long. So Lina spent 38 minutes on knight g4, and it just feels like that's just way too much.
Yeah, that is a really prime example of like an unreasonable way to spend your time. And the thing is, guys, like, that just literally handicaps you for the rest of the game.
And look at what we have exactly this position on the board. And bishop e1 played, which was the top move, but still this does not look like fun.
Yeah, like so Lanier, like I said, guys, he is pretty good at defending in time trouble. He's got a lot of experience and he's, still able to play very high quality moves. So I have some sort of confidence in him, but there's always a moment where you do it long enough and then at some point you just break, right? Because it's very hard to keep playing good moves in time trouble. So, and in this position, he's worse. He's like down on the clock, not even by a little bit, by like, it's almost like the players are playing two different games. Wesley So playing classical chess, Lanier Dominguez playing blitz, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, now a difference on the clock. The good news for Lanier is there are only 7 moves to go. But even if he makes the time control, this is I think gonna be long torture ahead here.
Yep. Yeah, so really, it's worked out in a kind of surprising way. We didn't really think that Wesley would be getting winning chances with the black pieces, but thanks to Lanier, he's got those chances.
Yeah, and just Oregon Big Red, first of all, hello. And is this tournament in Bucharest? Yeah, it is. So this is the first event of this year's Grand Chess Tour, played in a classical format in Bucharest, Romania. What do you think? How do you think Wesley should proceed here?
How do I think Wesley should proceed? Oh yeah. Okay, bishop e1. So he needs to find ways to make progress. And also, really, it's just about you can play a move like h5. It doesn't really hurt your position, but I don't know how productive it is. Yeah, let's not just randomly push pawns. Knight a4, what does it really do? Not that much. I guess you can try like knight e2 or knight c3 ideas. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, knight a4 seems like the only real, way forward. And then maybe you can't go king h2. We should show that blunder.
Because careful with those pins.
Yeah,
and that's just one line to illustrate the power of the rook on a2.
So maybe king h1. Kind of sad to move the king away from the center in the end game, but
you talked about this, but there's also
there's also knight b2, right?
Yeah,
and you got to go to d3.
Yeah,
you want to go to d3 and just attack b4, and that's basically been the whole strategy all along, huh? Yeah.
I mean, this looks so horrible for white.
Yeah, it's really a miserable position. All right, like here and the thing is, if I go bishop c3, like you ultimately, well, after knight d3, you ultimately will have like knight e2 ideas. Like your knights are just all over my position.
Yeah.
Wow. Like I can't even like play normal moves like knight d2, right? Because of knight e2. Incredible. My pieces just cannot protect themselves.
That's terrible. But also I think in the starting position, this reminded me that instead of knight a4, I saw that the engine also, I think once again, making use of this kind of weak king, knight e2 check is also an option.
On king h1, what's the idea?
King h1, and then
knight f4 and go to d3 with the other knight, huh?
Yeah.
Those
knights.
Yeah, I think we understood one important thing, guys, is like actually the d3 square will be very critical here for black. Because from there, the knight attacks b4 and e1 and f2. So some knight will get there. I kind of liked the other line even more because b6 is not doing as much here. So I really like this knight a4 move and going to b2.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, so we tried king h2. Well, king h2 we illustrated. We tried king h1, but it's just so, once again, it's so hard to find a move forward. Yeah,
so our audience is asking if knight c4 here. If knight c4, okay. Seems reasonable. You want to maybe take my bishop. Yeah. Actually, you want to take my bishop and go like b5, perhaps. Right. It's still a question if you want to, but it's an idea. So now you've stopped me from going to b2, and I still can't go to c3. Okay.
Actually,
is it knight c3 here? Is that idea? Right. That's why we wanted to go king h1.
Yeah. To step out of these forks.
So now you can't go rook b2 because, I mean, probably for a lot of reasons, but there's also the b4 pawn that will ultimately hang. There's also...
It actually does seem to just about work.
Really, tactically, yeah. So after rook b2, knight b2, bishop b4, you're going to go knight d3 and win the e5 pawn. Got it. I think that's what it is. Okay, but there's definitely some calculation.
Yeah,
All of that.
that's very hard for Lina to calculate all this. Rook b2 is not the move you want to make with 5 moves to go and a minute on the, only 2 minutes to figure out that there is no problems with this kind of move is very hard. Maybe you can
take it. Knight e2, king h1 or h2, and then you take. How bad is this? b3. So I guess I have rook a1. Rook a1. Are you going to go king g1 there? Or no? I mean,
that might be because there's also checks. Here the computer is like look at the bar. It's back in the very middle. It just wants to liquidate everything now.
Like knight d6 or something here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And go for the rook end game.
Yeah.
Yeah, because actually the rook comes back to b1 at the end. Okay. Yes.
Somewhere. So here we haven't. So yeah, it looks like after knight c3, white can take that and just about get away.
Yeah, so I guess it's a big moment for Wesley. Yeah, like should he go knight a4? Should he go knight e2? Right, knight e2, knight f4. Right, there is this point, yeah, that you don't want to let the knight into c4. Right. Well, he's having a nice long think, which I think is very appropriate given like the stakes for him in this game. And that I really love to avoid the rapid playoff against Levon Aronian. So I think we're going to see Wesley quite determined to make use of his chances. Meanwhile, oh, Fiona, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No. I was just saying, I think it's a great moment for Wesley, who has plenty of time on the clock. And of course, he will do everything he can. I mean, this is really a dream position because unless you blunder, you're not really going to ever lose this.
Yeah.
So he can try for as long as he wants. And I was saying maybe we can just briefly bring up, well, I was saying bird's eye view, but maybe we can just jump over let's bring up the bird's eye view and see what's happening.
So 2 games are already over. Diock has that extra pawn advantage against Fabi, but doesn't look like he can advance those pawns so easily. So very balanced over there. Firouzja, Vashye, also, Maxime is navigating his way to quality despite having that backwards pawn. So let's jump into that game and see a couple of the moves they made.
Yeah, so Alireza against Samviel, we left this, I'm terrible. So we saw the queens come off and we saw Samviel play rook e6. Then knight e3 was played and after some maneuvering.
Yeah, well, knight f1 is the kind of move that makes you want to answer a few questions, right? Like, what is that about?
Yeah. That's actually, you're right. I was just so focused on getting those bishops off, but no, knight f1.
I mean, knight f1 retreating from the center, and I mean that knight was already on d1 in this game. I mean, I'm
not so long ago.
Yeah, like he must want to play like f3 and e4. I don't really see like what else he can be thinking about because, like, each side has to try to use their pawn majority here. And black goes knight d5. Okay, that move we've been wanting to do for a while. And a3, right? Stopping knight b4, a5. Okay, that's our current position. And now what to do for white? I mean, so he has some simple moves like knight d2, but I think what black wants, perhaps, Fiona, An idea like b4 and then trying to get the c3 outpost. Interesting. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's not so good because of a4. And maybe white's outpost on c4 attacking the a5 pawn is actually more valuable. Probably it is. But it's an interesting, possibility that black will be thinking about. So knight d2, what else can black do? What do we want to do? I mean, do we just want to put the knight on f3 and try to go to d4?
There's a funny move that could lead to some simplifications here.
Rook e3?
Rook e3, actually, I didn't see that. Rook e3 is very cute. Rook e3, sadly.
Unfortunately, they're going to take on c6,
yeah. But along the same vein, maybe not quite, but knight c3.
Yeah, trying to go for the rook endgame, because the rook endgame is definitely going to be a draw. That's right. I mean,
yeah, but I'm not sure. So if white, okay, the point being, let's just show that if white takes, we take here. And yeah, I mean, if anything, it's even black who will be better with the much more active rooks.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What's happening?
You're not going to believe this.
What?
You're just not going to believe this.
What's happening?
There's
oh my God.
Right. Oh, crazy.
Wow.
Oh.
Maybe Wesley heard you and he was like, I don't want to spoil her. She's right. Irina is right. That's crazy.
Yeah. Wow. Look. I mean, look, it's a little surprising again, I mean, the large time advantage, like I understand it's not easy to break down white's position, but I mean, I feel like it was so uncomfortable for Lanier as well, right? That like, it made sense to keep on playing here.
Yeah, but at first I thought, what is Wesley doing? I imagine maybe one thought that went through his mind is that he could be playing here for a really long time for maybe the most likely outcome still to be a draw, but he could be here another 2-3 hours with Levon having all that time to rest. So let's say this game went on for another 2 hours, ended in a draw, then he might feel like I would be at a huge disadvantage in terms of freshness and having been able to do zero prep. So maybe that's what went on in his mind, especially if he was looking at the boards next to him. Both Firouzja MVL and Diock Karwana could be ending quite soon.
Yeah.
Which would mean very little time for Wesley. If he was the last game, there would only ever be that 15-minute break. So maybe Wesley's thought process was, okay, let me make a break and at least go and get a quick make a draw and get a quick break before some sort of break.
I think both of these players are very good rapid players. So I think they both have, confidence in their rapid skills. I can't even really think of like what titles they have, but I mean, it's a lot, they've both won their fair share. So yeah, no, I think it's great for us as the fans that we're going to see this this playoff. But at the same time, from Wesley's point of view, it does remind you of the Carlsen-Caruana game where people were, finding Carlsen's decision to offer a draw as black actually, very controversial, and he got a lot of, let's say negative feedback for that, which he silenced by then just easily winning the rapid against Caruana. But it reminds me of that, right? Like, I mean, you're better as black. I mean, you have this massive time advantage. And I mean, do you really not want to try it all and just like take your luck in the rapid against, a player that's basically your equal?
Yeah, exactly. I think Magnus, you can say what you want, but he was always going to be a big favorite. I don't think that Wesley even thinks, oh, I'm a big favorite against Levon. As you were saying, I think they're on a very similar level. So Yeah, interesting to see what Wesley will have to say at the end of this game. There is only one more player now who could join a potential tie for first. That is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and I have pulled up his game, but it looks very unlikely he will get the win he needs here with the black pieces.
Yeah, well, let's take a look. I mean, I guess that's the game to focus on now, right? Since it's the only, I honestly think that these players will be done within an hour. It's if I had to make a guess, I think both of these games will be done within an hour because the players will have made time control by then, for sure. It could be less than an hour. And before we go on our break, let's just take a look at this game. So
also very important to note that Alireza, I mean, it shouldn't matter in this position, but it can always matter. Only 4 minutes for 14 more moves.
Yeah, no, he's been taking his time, which I guess is a sign that he was like trying to do something in this game and still is trying, if possible. Do you know how many knights? So he has played knight d2, the move we were talking about. So I think he's saying
that knight,
yeah,
from d1 was on a funny journey.
And finally, so he's going to the f3 square, maybe at some point when it's typical in these positions, like put a pawn on e3 so that you don't have to protect it with your rooks, then your knight goes to d4. I mean, I still feel like black is the one who has to make some decisions here, but I like this move knight c3 that you pointed out and offering the rook endgame. And now if white takes it, it's just a very simple draw. So I would be interested in looking at the move knight f3.
By the way, if we look at the bar, the engine doesn't even think that this is a very simple draw. The engine think that, well, black
better for black.
Yeah,
that's because now black's rook's actually more active than white's. I mean, if white goes e3, there's rook f6 ideas, there's rook d2 ideas. Yeah, I agree that this is not even from white's point of view, it's not so easy.
So white will not be taking on c3, and then the question becomes then how do you deal with this pawn on e2?
Yeah, well, you know what's interesting? I just had an idea. If you want to equalize as white, what about just the move knight b1? I don't think it's that crazy as like as crazy as the concept is of being on d1, f1, and b1. I never seen anything like that. But the idea of trying to just trade the knight in a better version without letting the rook into d2, I think that actually makes some sense.
Yeah, I like the move. The engine likes the move knight b1, and yeah, doesn't seem to be much. If the knight exchanges, as you're saying now, the end game is much more equal. And if the knight goes away to whoever, let's say g4, then we can.
Then f3, I thought, was the idea here. Yeah, we can finally start kicking away your knights, and knight back to d2, and then here there's also somewhere e4 maybe. Yeah.
We've had a move. MVL decided to go for b4.
Right, and then I suppose knight c3, because there's no real other point of having played b4. And then the choice is, like, do you want to try to go for knight c4, or do you go for this like knight b1 idea?
Yeah, which very much.
Knight b1 again, one of those drawing lines, because the rook endgames.
Yeah.
Tend to be drawish.
So let's see if white tries to.
Wow. Oh, wow. Lagrave just played rook e3. Do you remember that idea that I mentioned?
Wow.
I thought we were just playing around with that.
Rook e3, what a move.
Okay.
Spectacular looking, but the bar did not seem to approve. Now the question is why? Okay, so we don't really want to take this. I guess is quite obvious because the rook will be hanging.
So no, this is like Lagrave. He's really trying to do something in Firouzja's time trouble, which is nice for us. But Let's see what white should do. So it seems like rook b2 or rook c6. Rook c6 doesn't feel that good, right? Like giving away the b3. Oh, no, you're not giving away the b3 pawn. So rook c6, what does black have in mind? Just rook c3?
Rook c3 is the only move that doesn't lose on the spot.
Fine.
And this is completely MVL. I mean, I'm once again, actually, Alireza did take on c6.
Oh, he did. He didn't go rook b2. Interesting.
And rook c3. And these are the kind of tricks, you know, MVL felt, okay, this is maybe the last chance. And he seems to have evaluated correctly that that even here, even giving up this pawn, he isn't worse. But let's see, how does this line go? So first of all, if white were to capture.
Yeah, we take with the b pawn so that we get like the pass pawn. Knight c4.
Yeah, just to maybe cut off.
Yeah, and now, I mean, knight b4 sort of is the obvious move, right? Try to open the rook. Try to get your pawn to c2 and your rook to d1. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I just have to do something passive like knight e3. Because if I go rook c1 and if I go knight e3 now.
I just go, no, I go rook d2 maybe.
Yeah.
You're very passive. Yeah, well, I mean, you can't move anything. I guess you have to go like king f1, king e1. Huh. What do I do here to?
Let's see, there are moves coming in. So he did not take on c3. He went knight c4, which was the other option.
Yeah, makes sense. Now if black takes on b3.
Which he did.
a5. Yeah, so I don't know. Is he just going for some kind of like 4 against 3 end game, like hoping to make a draw? Like, or is there something still more exciting left here for black? I guess he's relying on the b pawn. It's not that easy to win black's b pawn. That's the point.
So let's see. If knight takes a5.
Rook a3 then.
Rook
and then
you
win the a4 pawn, and then you actually, you know, can dream of winning with the b pawn.
Yeah, so rook b3 and Alireza just played e4.
That's an active move, yeah, trying to like remove this knight. And on knight c3, yeah, well, the thing is the pawn on b4 is not going to be as well protected. So that's,
yeah, also suddenly this white e pawn, like we could picture that pawn, that extra pawn becoming quite annoying suddenly.
Yeah, with rook c7, e5, knight d6 coming, right?
Yeah.
I kind of wonder, like, you can't just give it up though, can you? I mean, not taking on a5 is a little crazy, I think.
So let's see if I take. So what happened? Let's just try
e5. Yeah, like I take on a4.
Because I can always bail out here, but then okay, you might argue I've lost the
right?
tempo, right? Yeah. So let's keep going.
Yeah. So you want to go e6 and not only take an f7, but also just e7 and knight d6 and promote that pawn. Wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing, you know, because the rook on e1, I like this move a lot because the rook on e1 now actually is taking part in the game and all of my pieces are very active. So actually really nice move by Firouzja in his time.
For sure. E4, I think super accurate. If I go back, yeah, e4 was the only move to maintain a small advantage here. Or to keep the game alive, let's say, sorry.
Yeah, this is pretty tricky for MVL. Yeah, because I mean, going like 97 feels, I guess possible because on rook c7, you can go rook c3, right?
And I get pinned here.
And black is pretty comfortable there. Okay.
But now the engine wants to just take here and say, hey, I'm also hitting your rook.
In that case, and then You're still up a pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
I go rook a3, rook c7.
And once again, this pawn is doing such a great job taking away all the
Well, at this point, I
squares.
think we can. Oh, rook a4. You have knight b7. Don't you?
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't trade knights with me. You like try to win my knight. So
it's still within the equal waters, but I think black is the one, yeah, who has to be accurate here.
So on rook e8, knight d6 was my idea, and then you can go like rook d8, and you're kind of hanging on.
And if I defend,
like that, you just hold your knight, and the question is, how do I save my knight? So 1 second. I got someone here to show you guys. Yes, Leopold, we have caught you. Oh, here we go. I know you guys have wanted to see Mr. Leo. So Leo,
hello, Leo.
Hello, say hello. Aren't you a good kitty?
He's very handsome. Very handsome cat.
Yes, Leo. You can accept all the compliments. And you guys are totally allowed to objectify him and give him compliments on his appearance, on his beautiful fur, his coloring,
his eyes.
Like we'll take them all. It's fine. And someone said big fat cat. He's actually not fat at all. This is a very, very live cat. Oh, look at him. He's got a beautiful belly.
A beautiful white belly, beautiful white paws.
He's in great shape. He's pressing stuff on my computer now. Oh, yeah. Okay, Leo, thank you for making your appearance. You're free to go. There you go. Quickly escapes.
I love my bishop retracts his statement saying, yeah, it's not too fat from angle before, it looked fat for a bit.
Right. No, it's only human beings that look fat at an angle. You know, cats. This cat is in really good shape. He likes to hang out outside and, you know, do some hunting. Petition to have.
Does he bring you gifts?
Yes, he does. He does. He brings them to my parents. He's learned not to bring them into the house now. Like he just leaves them in the backyard. So yeah. Oh, I'm glad you guys liked him. Yeah. I just, you know, he's been around here for a while, and I just thought I would finally catch him for you.
Yes, I'm glad we caught a glimpse of him. Very, very pretty, and he looked quite calm there. You know, at some point he was like, okay, I've got better things to do now, but he was happy to stare us all down for a while.
Yeah, he won't be back for a while. He'll be like, oh, that was so annoying. Like, those cats are very expensive in the US. Honestly, no, he was not expensive at all. He was just given to us. He was born as part of a litter, and we picked him out from someone and just took him. So, you know, but he looks beautiful. He looks like he could be an expensive cat, but he actually, you know, it's a regular cat.
Irina, I'm wondering if we're gonna take a break, we should probably either do it now or after, because I think if we don't go now, then we won't go before the time control. What do you think? Right,
I agree, right? Because Vache is kind of lost in thought, and he has a lot of time, so this is probably a good time for our break. And we will see you guys in just a few minutes, and we'll come back to figure out if anyone will be joining the playoff between Wesley So and Levon Aronian. If Vache can pull off something surprising. It doesn't look like it at the moment, but there's always a chance. And later on in the day, guys, there will be a playoff that we're going to be commentating for you. So see you soon. Welcome back, guys, to Chess.com's coverage of the final round of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic Romania. We have two players tied for the lead, Wesley and Levon Aronian. Very likely they will be playing a playoff against each other quite soon. But before that happens, we still have to find out whether Maxime Vachier-Lagrave can pull off something surprising and get a victory over Alireza Firouzja, because that would allow him to tie for first place as well.
For sure. And let's go back there because these players haven't made the time control yet. And just before we went on a break, things started getting a little bit crazy here. MVL was the one to introduce the complications with rook e3. So we left here after knight takes c4. And after e4, which was, I think, a very precise move, a very nice move by Alireza, MVL took some time, but went for rook e8. So pinning the pawn on the e file, to which Alireza responded with knight d6. So hitting that rook, also maybe sometimes putting some pressure over here. And rook e6, Irina, there's pins everywhere. all over the place.
Yeah, what a complicated position. So I mean, white still is not threatening the knight, although he just played rook d1.
So now we were threatening it in two different ways. So MVL said, okay, time to move that knight, and jumps back to f6, and suddenly white is the one who has to deal with an attacked pawn here on e4.
Right. So okay, white, the material is even for now. I mean, black has a very nice pass pawn on b4, but so far he hasn't been able to set it into motion, and white's had some initiative, but now white looks like they're kind of pinned up.
Look at the time.
Yeah, down to like no time. What is this move, Fiona? What is that?
I don't know what it is.
Or he wants to go rook c7. He wants to attack f7. That was the idea, but Vachier answers immediately. Knight g4. He's like, no, I'm going to take on e5 with my knights. Oh my gosh, he's getting chances in this game, Fiona.
He's getting huge chances. This is hanging. The rook might be coming in at some point. Suddenly, this is looking very difficult for Alireza. And once again, that situation's with no time on the clock. The problem is e5 is a move you want to make. That pawn was under attack. And then you just would miss one counter blow. Maybe Alireza was thinking, you know, if MVL takes my pawn, then I'm gonna go rook c7, and suddenly this is fine for me. But it's so easy to go e5 and miss knight g4, and suddenly you're just in big trouble. And let me keep up with the live game.
Wow, no, you have no idea, guys, how exciting this is developing. I mean, the MVL would get winning chances in this game from like the boring end game they had. It looked impossible. Like what we're seeing is pretty much like a miracle for MVL, right? And this move e5 was just a blunder of the e pawn. Now black is protecting f7 with the knight. The e pawn is just gone. The b4 pawn is still on the board. And now after f4, okay, how does he deal with this? I assume there's a check on b2 that could be very useful.
There is only one winning move here, Irina.
Okay, one winning move. Okay. And you're saying it's, well, it could be knight g4. It could be, but it could be rook b2. I mean, it's one of those, in my opinion. I don't know, Fiona, is it not one of them? Is it not one of...
There's a third, but those are the second and third best.
Okay, there's a third move that I'm not even seeing, which makes me worried, because that means it's like, that it's a little tricky, although MVL has a lot of time, right? He can totally sit here and at his leisure figure this out.
And for Alireza, on the other hand, he is on no time, still 5 moves to make in this game until the time control, which when you have an open king like that, is not always so easy.
Right. So I'm still got to figure out like what he can do here.
I also still need to figure out why this move is even good.
Yeah, because I mean, okay, rook f7, the king can go to g8 or king h6, so that's what's going to happen. I mean, I don't think you can like take on d6. That just looks That just
Yeah,
looks,
no, I think that's
it looks too much, right?
too much. Yeah. Yeah. I know what you're trying to do. I'd love to, but yeah.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
there was something to look at there, but okay. -1.5 and one move. Hope he doesn't find it. Okay. I hope he does find it. I have to. Oh, but I know MHM, you're Alireza's fan. But I'm not rooting against Alireza. I'm rooting for Vachier because I want to see a three-way tiebreak and like have some, wild card elements in that tiebreak because it would be an absolute, surprise, for someone to join Wesley and Aronian.
Yeah, we would see twice as many games if
Yeah, it would make for a much more exciting afternoon. So you said not knight g4 and not rook b2. Oh, Deeps is saying what? No. What? Rook c3? No, you can't do that. And knight, right, knight hangs. No, the knight's not hanging though, Deeps, because the pawn on e5 would be protecting. So I don't think it's rook c3. Because white just trades and takes the knight. So I think that our chat is not using the engine for that one. Okay, so let me continue my search here.
So we have a suggestion in the chat of knight f3.
Okay, it would threaten mate and after rook, well, no, but the problem is rook b2, you can just take the knight. So I don't really get why we would play knight f3.
So now white takes even this. I mean, even this looks scary. So what do we? Can we have to step here? Even this looks, I mean, with the engine, it's easy for me to say, oh, rook d2, and this is a draw, but over the board, this line knight f3 is certainly interesting. Not the move I was looking for, but certainly an interesting try.
Okay, well, is there? I mean, now MHM is saying rook d3. I mean, I would say that is like a pretty hard move, actually.
Yeah.
Because it's not the most forcing, right? It doesn't look like the most dangerous move. Huh. So you trade the rooks. And
in fact, the engine has also lowered its assessment of this move since it started thinking about it.
Yeah, because okay, I guess on rook f7, king g8, you're basically counting on the b pawn to win the game for you, right? Rook d7. And you're going to try to run with the pawn. Yeah, okay, sure. Just run. And white probably has to give up a knight for it at some point.
This looks difficult.
Yeah. So, but rook d, can we actually look at the more obvious moves? Because I know he's not going to think about rook d3 first, right? He's going to look. Yeah. He's going to look at let's say knight g4. I mean, it looks very dangerous. So, what's wrong with it? I mean, you're threatening rook b2. You're threatening knight e3. So rook f7, right?
Actually.
And now, is it just king g8?
Yeah. And apparently.
Oh, wow. He went for rook d3. Oh, impressive. MVL.
I think in France, he's known as a really big endgame specialist. I think he worked with a coach when he was young, Nicolas Piridou or something. I don't know if we have any French viewers, but I know that all the French always say, his end games are just, and not just the French, but that his calculation is so precise and his end game that helps a lot in.
So that was really impressive for me because I wasn't even done looking at knight g4, like why that wasn't working, and he already played rook d3. So yeah, no, that. I don't know. For me, Fiona, rook d3 was not an obvious move when there were all those other options.
Super impressive.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the kind of calculation, I guess, that it takes to win such an important game. Can you just show us quickly, Fiona? So why was knight g4 not working?
So let's go back. So knight g4. The only reason was knight f7, but good luck. Good luck finding that, but it looks like MVL had found it for Alireza.
Yeah, because you're threatening like knight g5 and
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
It looks
okay.
super scary, but so what?
Yeah, like it looks scary after, you know, like some rook coming down. Yeah. Like what, king h3 or something? I guess king h3 and you're like running. Wait,
You're
what?
not running.
You're
Yeah.
not running? Where's the checkmate? Where is it? Oh, maybe you just take the rook on d1. That's right. You just go knight f2, Fiona, and take the rook on d1, and there's not actually a good.
There is a.
Really?
There is.
Really? How, where? After
Yeah.
g4. Oh, the rook g3. The rook g3 is coming. Yeah, I forgot about that rook. Yes, you got me in a checkmate. Okay. All right.
So here the king had to go back.
Mhm.
And then the engine says this is 0, 0, 0.
Yeah, crazy. No, I mean, like I totally would have struggled with this position. I mean,
but knight g4, this position, I would take black any day
me too,
here.
right? Because the thing is, like, to reject knight g4, you have to see all of this, and then it has to somehow look not good enough for you, but it looks pretty good. So I just think the fact that he found rook d3 is like amazing.
Yeah.
And now where are we? So there was a trade. White took the pawn on f7, check, and went back to protect the knight because it's his only move, right? Okay, so here we are. That was basically what we, and b3, yeah, we had all of that on the board.
And 2 moves to go for Alireza, but it might not matter. I mean, as you said, he probably will have to eventually give up this knight, and he will only have 1 pawn for the piece.
Yeah, because on knight c4, I mean, we can look at it because it's sort of an obvious move, right? I guess b2. And now the problem with, you know, rook b7 is at the very, very least, we just go knight b4. And then you're going to lose your knight.
Yeah.
You're going to have to take on b2, and I go rook e2. And I mean, I guess you have chances here because of rook b5. So I don't know if I did the most precise thing because you are going to be able to win that pawn. But I'm going to go knight d3.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go, I don't know, rook a5. And I don't know, I thought it might be something here.
Yeah, it looked like, I don't know. Can we go to f2? Or am I just helping you?
Yeah, king h4. It looks like we didn't quite get what we wanted, but okay. I mean, the thing is, like, I'm giving you a sample line that I know black can easily improve. And he did not go knight c4. He gave a check. Perhaps, yeah, he gave another check. So now he just made the time control. How is Vachier getting out of this? How is he? Is he going to f8? And yeah, I think he actually will go to f8.
He has to, right? If he wants to. Oh, what's the problem? Did I just walk into a mate in one here?
Yes, you did.
So that's the problem with king f6, guys. And if you step out here, there will be another problem. Yeah. Knight f7. Rook d5.
Yeah, I don't think you want to get
over.
hunted down. Yeah, so king f8 looks like, I mean, he will play that move. And then knight c4. Okay, so they made time control.
Yeah, so king f8 is on the board.
Yeah, king f8. I can't imagine like the adrenaline feeling right now as he's like, oh my God, I have a chance to win. Incredible. I have a chance to fight for $100,000 today. The door has just opened up for me to take part in this playoff if I can pull off the victory here.
For sure. And I think it all started here. Rook e3 was a move that takes some risks, but You know, we talked about it earlier. He's a mathematician, risk reward, and he felt, you know, this move is worth it, and it absolutely paid off.
Yes, I know, right? Yeah, and he still crushes move. Yeah, I did point it out as a kind of like, hey, that's a cool idea. But
Yeah.
I mean, no, I like it when people's risks pay off. You gotta like fight in chess. You gotta go and take some risk to win with black. To in his situation, I mean, he did what he could. He chose the opening. He chose the e5 break. He played rook e3, and he's getting rewarded for it. And that's what I like to see because I feel like that's fair.
No, I'm with you, and it will also, as you say, for us be very exciting to have a playoff with 3 players. We'll see quite a lot of games because it will be a double round robin format. So all the players will be playing each other twice. So twice as much fun for us.
Yeah, no, I think, I predicted that Levon would win the tournament, and that's because I thought it would be a matchup between Levon and Wesley. But the fact that if Maxime manages to insert himself into the playoff, I think he's got great chances as well. I mean, he's going to be feeling really good. And the other guys are probably going to be feeling like, oh, that's a shame, that someone joined us, crashed our party. So I don't know. I would have to revise my predictions and say that, like, I don't know. I feel that someone who wins their last round with black should win. And, he did that in the World Rapid. I think it was the World Rapid. No, it was the World Blitz.
I think the Blitz.
The Blitz, right? Because that Rapid was won by Abdusattorov. But in the Blitz, Vachier won his last round game with black. I think it was against Magnus Carlsen. Yeah.
I think so too, yeah.
It was against Carlsen. He had the toughest opponent, and he had the black pieces, and he beat Carlsen. And he went on to be the world Blitz champion, right?
Yeah. That's exactly, I think.
And I think, that this scenario is sort of like very reminiscent of that.
For sure. But the only problem is that he hasn't
won yet. Yeah. Yeah.
And Deeps actually in the chat was just saying, I can't see a window. 2 pawns for knight will be too much. So let's see. I think Alireza probably currently away from the board. They've just made move 40. But he will have to go, I think, for knight c4, just because And
the problem is there are, they're going to be playing actually for a really long time, because I think even 3 against 2, even with just 1 pawn for white, it still takes a while to win. But I think it's doable, right? Like, it should be doable if the A pawns get traded and it's just 3 against 2. Yeah.
I'll put the position we're talking about on the board in a second. I just wanted to say hello to Danny Wrench, who's here in the chat with us, has just subscribed for 33 months. Thank you so much for that, Danny. And he's saying he actually did some commentary to his games against Duda. I think so. That's MVL's games against Duda coming to our YouTube soon. So if you aren't subscribed yet to the chess.com YouTube channel, do it now. Danny just recorded that yesterday, or did some comment? Yeah. MVL is super impressive on route to becoming the World Blitz champ. Yeah, so indeed that's what we were just on about. And if he can win today, I'm with Irina that I think he will be at least in very high spirits going into. I don't know if he will be a favorite, but from a psychological point of view, he will be, of course, much more tired than the other 2, but the adrenaline will be pumping. So there's pros and cons. So Irina, let me
use this opportunity, Fiona, to say hi to Danny and to let him know that I've always wanted to commentate with him. So I hope I hope we get that opportunity soon, Danny.
I'm sure he can make that happen.
Yeah.
And yeah, just great having him in the chat with us. And yeah, so let's have a look. I think this is the line we were going down earlier, right? Oh no, here you have to, no, this
one is okay for black, right? So after b2, yeah, rook b2 we were looking at, and we tried knight b4 here. Now there could be other moves, right? Like you could try rook e2, I don't know how
Yeah,
productive
I
Rookie
like
2
Rookie
is.
too.
Yeah, let's say king f3, or
Mhm.
should I give up the h2 pawn? You can take h2, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And if I take a5, then you actually just go rook h1 and your pawn finally promotes. And now I can't give up a knight for it. I have to give up a rook for it. So it's a totally different story. So there are choices here for black, right, between knight b4 and rook e2. So what if you go king h3? It's a little dangerous for the king, but I don't think knight f2 check is such a big deal, right? Knight f2, king h4, king sort of escapes. And
Yeah, and suddenly that king's gonna be very quick to
mhm.
get to the other side if we're not careful.
All right. So what about king? I mean, you can't go king g1. I mean, you can't go to the back rank at all, right? Because then the
Then we're
pawn
just
promotes.
checking.
Yeah, then just
Yeah.
a check and the pawn promotes. So we actually have gone through like all of the options, right? And so king h3 is the one, right?
I mean, the engine says that king f3 and king h3 are similar, which means that there must be also something, because I don't know this looked good. Okay, not knight a5. Okay, here the computer ones were b3.
b3. Right. So you're not really threatening the knight, which is interesting. But I guess how do I promote? I'm a little stuck, right? I'm a little tied down, and then I don't have the knight b4 idea anymore.
Yeah, also is this some kind of threat?
Knight a3 and then try to like take my knights, yeah? Huh.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Wow. So and rook e2 is the best, right? Can we look again? Like, so what are the other options other than rook e2 check?
Yeah,
so this is where the knight b4 move was possible, right? And this is the knight sack line that was a little unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's what Deeps in the chat was saying, that he thinks this is probably not enough for MVL.
Yeah, because I was saying about this type of position, like it would still be some work for black to win, even if both the a pawns disappear. But this way, it's like, white's going to win a5. That's not the biggest problem, but it's quite tricky to win. Black cannot move the knight to c6 because the rook is pinned.
Yeah, also this king is going to be very exposed. It's probably going to have to hide here, but then it becomes hard to push the pawn. So
yeah, so it's not an easy position, but so that means that he has to go for this rook e2 move.
Yeah, let's see if there's okay, there's one more. So I know you wanted me to challenge you to make you solve.
Yes.
So there's a new move we haven't looked at yet, which is the top move, but very similarly, the evaluation very similar to rook e2 check, but currently a bit stronger.
Interesting. Is it rook e1?
No.
Not rook e1.
Let's see what's wrong with rook e1.
One is actually, very logical in a way. I mean, I'm threatening b2.
Yeah, I can't believe we hadn't looked at that yet.
Right. I mean, it's like, okay, rook e2, I'm winning. I mean, I'm winning the knight, so it doesn't look like total nonsense.
How is this?
I mean, I guess you're going rook a7 or rook a2, really? Really? Like that? Okay, this I'm shocked.
I mean, look at the bar is saying this is.
Yeah, no, but I'm shocked by that. How can that be even? Like, I'm winning your a pawn and I'm up a knight, like rook b4. How is this even? Are you playing king g4, king g5? Like, that's it. That's what you're doing, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're breaking in with your king. But I mean, yeah, that's so unusual, though.
That's so crazy.
I mean, honestly, like to see this for white and to be like, I'm not losing this. Maybe this is why Firouzja is thinking, because I mean, he calculates very well, and like knight c4 is apparently like the best move by a mile, but he's thinking, And it might be because of rook e1, actually. If you think about what is making him pause over this move, right? I mean, he doesn't have a lot of choices. He might really not like the move rook e1.
Yeah, I mean, to see this all from where they are now is good luck.
Yeah, rook e1. I mean, and that is a really, really unusual line. Let's just go through it again. Knight b2, rook e2.
You also have rook b1, but I think it's
but they're similar, right? Yeah, it's the same thing. So you kind of go anywhere you want. So you take, and you're saying like white is not just going, for a7. I mean, going for h7, giving up the pawn. Yeah. Like this one is, I thought, what we want to do. But the thing is, we do lose h2 here.
We lose h2.
Well, I think if we want to do this line, Fiona, maybe we should go to h3.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go to h3 here, and then on rook b2, rook a7. How about that?
For some reason, there is something the engine likes less, and I think it's linked to knight f2.
King h4 and what?
But I mean, all these nuances are so hard to.
Yeah, it's not exactly obvious to me, like what's the problem after h3, or even king h3. But let's do pawn h3. I mean, are you
rook b3, and then
you might trap me into checkmate somewhere? Like, so if I have to keep going forward, and you go knight f2, right?
Yeah, here I think, yeah. Oh, even knight f2 also works, but starting with h6.
And you're setting up a little mating net for me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. But this position, I mean, it's still so complex.
Yeah, it is. Oh, he did play knight c4. He spent a good chunk of time on this. So right now he's like 20 minutes less than Maxime. Well, look, I mean, it's not easy for Maxime to win, but he has chances. He's got the better position. He's got that more time on the clock. So, there is some suspense here for sure.
100%. Let's have a very quick look. We'll come back here in a second. Very quick look at the other game that is still ongoing, Diock against Karwana. We thought, or at least I thought, that was maybe gonna end a while ago, but they are still going, and white is still up a pawn, and the pawn has moved at long last, made its way to h4.
Okay, so there's been some action there. Pawn is moved, but black has also created a passed c pawn finally, right?
Yeah.
And now the pawn can't go to h5 in the current position. So the pawn is stuck because it has to protect the knight. I assume black just kind of wants to go, c5, c4 and create some counterplay. Well, the one move black will never do is like bishop takes g5, obviously. You'll never grab that knight because then you'll just be down a pawn in the same color bishop endgame. Yeah, so it's funny because they're playing and playing. It's not so clear what they're playing for, but they can't offer any draws and there's no real repetition. So they're just playing on, yeah?
Yeah, and it kind of feels like you have to be a bit careful from either side. Like if on either side you get too relaxed, you could find yourself in trouble.
Yeah, so he just played. So what was his last move? It was king
d5.
So he protecting the pawn and trying to go c5.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So everything's quite clear with that move.
Because let's say if you, oh no, I can't go there. My pawn is hanging.
Yeah. So what can white do? I mean,
if I try and push my e-pawn?
Okay. King d3 makes sense. So bishop f5 would be a very
big mistake.
Yeah, probably not the best move. I would say. I don't know if it's over, but There's still bishop e4 and bishop h4, but yeah, shouldn't be
It's
playing like that.
fair enough. Yeah.
King d3. So you want to go e4, and I will play king e5 at that point. So how about c5? Let's just go with like the most obvious.
And yeah, just to answer Pension's question in the chat, Wesley did draw, as did Levon Aronian. So currently Levon and Wesley are tied at the top. And if MVL, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, if he wins his game against Alireza Firouzja, he will be joining them at the top, and we would have a three-way playoff. And indeed, thank you so much, Cheesy Gazebo, for the lovely feedback. So you were saying c5?
Yeah, let's do c5, because I'm just interested in, can black finally start doing something in this game? So if I go c4 and
I don't.
I'm making some progress, right?
Yeah, I don't think I want to let you.
King e5, right? King e5. Right. You still can't go to c4 because your king is tied to your e2 pawn. You're not going anywhere. The question is like,
can I play f3 or am I?
Yeah, you can play that. You can play e3. I mean, you're still not really threatening king c4, but I guess we're just like, we're literally, no one is able to do anything. Like the bishop on e4 can't really go anywhere. I mean, I can give you a check, but then you just go to c4. So why would I do that? I mean, there's no real point. So like, what if I just go bishop d8 and just stay put? But then you can go maybe king c4, right? And you can attack my pawn. There's some kind of progress. So maybe bishop e7 to d8.
Even here. But, so what happens if I go here?
I mean, you can go like bishop e2, king a5, and c4. You can even e2 check.
Apparently d7 is better. I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah, okay, they're quite.
I was wondering, is that some kind of perpetual here?
Huh. I mean, it's not.
I know I can just take.
You can take the pawn, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so he played c5. I mean, that move was fairly easy to predict. And now I do think white will give bishop f7 check because no one really wants to let that pawn advance further. And then the king probably goes to e5, stays active. It's really like a balance in this position.
Yeah, I think we should probably, I think this game will go on, but let's see if something happened in the other game. So after knight c4, MVL quickly. Oh, and Alireza decided to just get rid of that immediately.
Wow. So he just took. He didn't even try the rook b7 stuff. Well, like I said, it wasn't like so. All those lines we looked at were not so obvious.
And now we're gonna get exactly what you were talking about. Both a pawns, both a pawns gone.
Yes. So this is kind of famous. I really wish I could like dig up my Dvoretzky's endgame manual, but I don't have it on hand. I do have Jesus de la Villa's 100 endgames you must know. So let's see if I can find this endgame in it. I know it's fairly like famous. I've never had this one in my life. How about you, Fiona?
No, I didn't either, at least not that I can remember. Did you say that you fought? It was a
I'll be honest. All I know is that it's not that easy. That's what I know. Like I have literally no idea beyond that. Like, can black win? I'm sure there's scenarios black can win. I just know that it's not like you wouldn't resign in this kind of position. You can definitely go here and like hope to survive.
Yeah, what I know is that we're gonna be here for a long time today.
Yes, that's right. I mean, we already know we're guaranteed a playoff, and now we know that we're like going to be sitting and watching Maxim try to win this game for as long as he possibly can. And honestly, this is a special endgame that I don't think is even in this book because, it's called 100 endgames you must know, and I don't think this is one of those 100 end games you must know, because it's really a little bit special and it doesn't come up that often.
Yeah, wait, how soon? What's the table base? 7, yeah? We're still far away. Not
Yeah.
that far.
So he's thinking still, right? After, because I guess he can go rook e4 if he really wants, or he can throw in some check or something. I mean, knight takes a4 is the obvious. Well, let's see how it can go. Let's just go knight a4, Fiona. Rook takes, and let's try to conceptually understand how black might go about winning this. I mean, the good news for black, this is really important, and maybe what I'm thinking in my mind is like some kind of 2 against 1. And the more pawns you put on the board, the better for the side that's trying to win, right? Because it's just more opportunities and more pawns that he can still win. So let's just go, yeah, like, I don't know, knight, sure, knight c3, that looks fine. I guess ultimately maybe black will put the king, you know, g7, h6. I mean, so many decisions, like, should he have a pawn in h5 or not? Right? Should he try to get the knight to g4? I mean, I probably would like the knight there and pawn in h5 and king on g7, come in with second rank checks. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. And then you make them move their pawn to h3, and then you move your knight back, and it's like, yeah, no, this is gonna be
such long torture. Are playoffs gonna happen today? They will. They will take place 15 minutes after the last game has concluded. But this game, I think it's gonna go on probably another hour at least.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and well, there's a lot at stake, because if MVL wins, I feel like his practical chances must be so good. Even if,
but you know, there is that issue of like being tired, right? Like you win, but
sorry, I just meant in this end game. I thought even if this end game were to be a draw, I think practically to hold it is so difficult.
Yeah, no, I agree that he ultimately should win this position, but was just looking at Leopold by the window. He was really adorable. I was like, are you here? Because I didn't even know. He's so quiet that he just like sits here by the window, and yeah, he's really a beautiful kitty. Okay. But I mean, even if he wins this end game, then he has this like quite exhausting task, yeah, because he played so much longer than his 2 competitors.
Yeah, I mean, Levon has been done for about 3 hours now. Not quite, but yeah, the 2 of them will have had a nice break.
Well, Super Ginger is saying, I remember one of you jinxed it with, I think we'll be done in an hour, but can't remember which one. So which commentator do we blame for this? Actually, guys, you shouldn't blame us. You should thank us, because we even got you a third. We're probably going to get you a third player into this playoff, and you're going to be getting to see more exciting chess today, right? So yes, we're sitting here for a bit longer, but it's because we're trying to get you that third player in the playoff.
I think it was me who said that. It sounds like something I would say. I can't remember actually saying it, but it sounds like something I would say. But yeah, as Irina is saying, we will get more content. So I think Super Ginger, he just has to work more, you know, that hard mod life.
Yeah. And no, I think this is actually the best scenario for today. A 3-player playoff would definitely be the most exciting. And I mean, it was so far from being guaranteed that it's like a very small chance that that was going to happen. I mean, he was playing black after all, right, against Alireza. So this looks more difficult to say than Aronian's game yesterday, though. More difficult to say than Aronian's game. I mean, Aronian's game looked pretty bad yesterday, to be honest. Elf, so he was really quite losing. And this one, I mean, yeah, this one should probably be ultimately losing. It's just going to take a while.
I mean, maybe I'm also wrong. Like maybe because I saw someone earlier in the chat wrote, can't find it now, but that Alireza is looking pretty defeated on the camera. So if Alireza thinks this is losing, and maybe the players know it is losing, we don't know that, then it might come to a much quicker conclusion if, let's say, Alireza just plays quick. But
Well, I think, Fiona, he could be looking depressed, even if it's not like resignable, because I mean,
yeah.
look at what has happened to him. You realize like the position he had, and to lose that, it was like a very simple position. I mean, you're not expecting to lose this end game. I mean, he could have played like this knight b1 move at some point.
Yeah.
Like he knows that he completely messed up a position there was no need to mess up. That alone would make anyone dejected, whether he's losing here or not,
Yeah, for sure. And well, maybe it also makes the defense a bit more difficult. I don't know if you just sometimes you're so caught up on what did I do that you don't manage to put up quite as much resistance as if you had gotten here from a more difficult game, let's say.
So it looks like here, like, I mean, I see the engine is suggesting some f5 ideas for white trading pawns, which of course makes sense, right? The more pawns we trade, the better your chances get. So like knight b2, f5. Does white get that pawn trade in, or will black ultimately play g5, like after the check on e2? Because
You don't have time, right?
yeah, because there's no king f3. King f3, I go rook h2.
Yeah, no,
I do win.
Okay, yeah. So
and now, see, this is interesting because white does really want to get that pawn trade. I'm not sure if black is winning if I get to play FG.
Yeah, so this endgame here, suddenly I'm feeling a lot more optimistic already about Alireza's chances. So let's see.
G5, right?
But G5.
But I go king G4, right?
Yeah.
King G4, and if you go H6, I'm gonna creep in with king H5 to G6, and while your knight is far away, my king is getting better and better.
Yeah. There's also H4, but I like king H5.
So, okay, he played knight B6 instead of B2. And F5 is still a possibility, so I think
I guess it has to be tried, right?
Yeah, you have to. I mean, everyone knows you got to trade pawns when you're down on material, so I don't think Alireza will miss that chance.
So, okay. What now?
I'm just really scared about the pawn trade, to be honest.
Yeah, understandably so. So let's say if we got...
I guess there's a way you can you can try to go for F1, right? So if you go knight C4, rook C5, for example, and maybe like knight E3. Or maybe, did I go the right way? I don't really, because I kind of got myself into a pin. You'll play rook E5 at some point. Maybe knight D2. Let's go knight D2. I can go to F3 or F1. So if you take.
I was even wondering here if I can somehow, if I'm in time to pin you, but probably not. Okay, so.
Yeah, and now I don't have anything crazy where I don't take. No, I have to take you. Yeah, and now it's getting like really, really like a thin line between white drawing and losing.
Okay, what if I just start checking you? I guess you're gonna hide on H6.
Yeah, that I'm at least kind of comfortable with hiding on H6.
And I'm gonna have to go for this eventually.
There's like, first of all, if we trade the rooks, black is winning, right? Just to make sure. I think black is winning if we trade rooks.
But if you don't trade rooks, how are you gonna make progress?
Yeah, I have to go. No, I can't mate you. I can't just go like G5, king H5, and G4.
G5, maybe I can start checking again and you can't go forward, right?
Yeah, because then you mate me.
And if you go back, I'll go. One thing that we haven't discussed yet is just in case you're not sure in the chat, the end game, if you imagine that all the pawns drop off, rook and knight against rook is a very easy draw. So that's why we're so much trying to get Alireza or that's why Alireza is trying to exchange as many pawns as possible. If MVL finds himself without a pawn, there is no chance he would win this game.
Yeah, he does need to hurry up though, Alireza, because I mean,
yeah,
he's been thinking a while even on this moment, and he's still about 20 minutes behind on the clock, and this is their final time control. So he only has
shocked he hasn't gone F5 yet, actually.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising. So let's try it again. Let's go for F5. I do believe that ultimately he will play this move. King H3.
So we tried knight c4.
Yeah. And by the way, when we take our break, Fiona, I'm going to be going to look for my Dvoretsky endgame manual and seeing if some position like that, I can find it in there.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, but well, Irina, you mentioned that, so I will take you up on your suggestion. I think we will go for a break now, and then we'll be back shortly with the conclusion of Alireza Firouzja against MVL and Diock against Karwana. Don't go anywhere, especially because no matter what happens here, we will have playoffs coming your way. So we will see you very soon. Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. Watch the world's best players, including Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and more. The winner will get their chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title. The exclusive video feed will be right here on chess.com. Irina, very exciting. The Candidates Tournament only a month away now, and a lot of these players have been warming up right here at the Superbet Classic.
Yeah, I bet, most of them probably feel like they would like to play better at the candidates than they have played here. Like, I don't feel like any of our candidates will be very satisfied with their tournaments. Actually, is MVL playing in the candidates? I don't think he is, right?
He isn't, no.
Right, so all three people who might tie for first place are not the ones who are going to play in the candidates, which is, an interesting fact, right? So that's what I mean when I say that the people that played here are going to be hoping to show better chess at the candidates. And yeah, that's like the event of the year. Just finding the challenger to Magnus Carlsen, the best players in the world playing each other 2 times in this kind of double round robin, long event as well. And it just produces, produces very memorable games.
Yeah, for sure. I think for me, it is my favorite event to follow as a chess fan. I think it's where, a lot of it just comes down to the psychological aspects as well. All the players prepare so hard for what can be, the tournament of a lifetime for them. Qualifying for a match is a life-changing event, I think, for most people. And yeah, just to see the emotions of the players and who can handle their nerves better. It's an event that I love following, and I think the field this year is just simply spectacular. One player who will be playing there is Alireza Firouzja. He will be making his debut, and as you just mentioned, he will be hoping to fare better than he has here at the Superbet Classic. Right now, he's trying to at least save this last round game against Samvial. We left it off here after knight b6. We were expecting f5, but no, Alireza started with g4.
Yeah, so it is surprising that he didn't try to trade those pawns. And it looks like that has, definitely upped the bar in Maxim's favor, that the computer definitely likes this position more for black now than it did a couple of moves ago. And he went into h4. Right, so now I think a really interesting move the computer here is suggesting is the move h6. So now what is the point of that? I mean, in one way, you're stopping the king from coming in. I'm sure we're setting up some mating nets at some point, but what if white plays f5? Do you already have a ready-made net for me? I think you do.
I do, indeed. G5 check, forcing the king to advance into h5, and now the very calm and collected king g7.
Yep.
Setting up rook h3 mate, and there's nothing white can do here. So that is a very cute little line. So h6, that illustrates, and I think that's why it took us, to illustrate some of the dangers. Here we absolutely cannot get away with playing f5. And then the question becomes, what do we do then?
Okay, so you can't play f5. Can you go g5?
So g5.
Now,
we don't get mated immediately, and I guess black does not want to trade us always. So
yeah, like h5, and now I was wondering, can we go f5? I mean, I know you have like you have a lot of moves here, but f5.
I like the idea. I agree with you that I think Alireza should just try and, if possible at all, just try and get any pawn off he can. So I like f5.
Yeah, and then if you go rook e4, king h3. You know what's really interesting here? I was like, can we go rook e5 and try to like get a rook trade? Maybe not, but it's an idea. I mean, the problem is you're probably going to go rook a8 or yeah, and rook a7 or something like that. So maybe it wasn't so brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, this is still not an easy end game to win for black.
Then there's the other way of playing, right? Which is instead of h6, just playing king g7, and this line that the computer is giving king g7, rook a7, rook d3. So you're basically making your king better. The king in h4, you know, it is rather trapped in there, so that could be a factor. I mean, we can always play h6, right? We don't have to hurry with this move. H6 is always on the board. I mean, it's not like white can improve their position. White just basically has to stay in place. So from that point of view, I like this. Let's say we go rook b7 for white.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask. I guess I don't really want to touch any of my pieces. I will just wait. We've had a move, by the way. And it's neither h6 nor king g7. MPL going for knight f6.
Interesting. And I guess on g5, maybe.
The computer really likes to move g5. I guess the idea is g5 f5, right?
Yeah, that was the idea. I was just making sure I wasn't like blundering anything, but knight h5, I'm still going f5, right? On the other hand, I mean, it's not like taking on g6 is that big of a deal, is it? But you might still wind up losing these pawns. But yeah, I mean, in general, we don't really want to allow that. I really like this. Okay, can we go back for 1 second? I just want to see if we can figure out how to win. Like, let's say king g7, had he played king g7, rook a7, rook d3, and rook b7. Like, how does black win this position?
Oh, did you find Dvoretsky?
Oh, no, I was too busy eating. I mean, Dvoretsky was not.
Fair enough.
Like, you know, the avocado and feta cheese salad looks like maybe I should do that first.
I'm not gonna blame you.
Right. So the rook b7. Now, king h6 doesn't have much of a point because your knight can't move anyway. King f6 is impossible, actually. Right. You could try to improve like that. Let's say I go rook a7. What's really my point? I mean, I can go h6, but you're going to give me a check. So you're going to check me. I have to go back to g7. Yeah, I mean, I don't find it obvious, right?
By the way, just to let you know, I just saw that the game between Diock and Fabi has just ended in a draw just very quickly. Okay, so in the end, I think no. Oh, Fabi gave up another pawn, but with the idea of finally getting that H pawn, and just very coolly went into this opposite color bishop ending. So that means all games. This is the last game that is still going. So if MPL wins, he will have very short break time, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I can only feel bad for him in that way. But still, you know.
I think anyway, his focus, exactly. So yeah, but still, I mean, find it very hard. Like, how do we make progress here?
Yeah, so he gave a check. The king, he played knight f6, and there was a check on a8.
Yeah.
All right, so he's going to go, I suppose, king f7. And maybe bring the rook back to e7. I mean, I I don't think white wants to trade those rooks.
No, that looks like 2 pawns is at least one too many. So I'll go back. I don't know where to.
Yeah, and now, I mean, I don't suppose like moves like h5 never really helped me. Yeah, I mean, it probably helps you more than anyone. You can just h3 or something like that.
Yeah, or even just take it maybe.
And yeah.
Okay.
So my rook is covering the 7th. Every time I leave, you give me a check. It means I have to work in my king and my knight. All right, well, since I said that, shall we go to d5? And then you're going to play f5. But at some point, I feel like, can't I just trade with you? And no, it's still tricky. I mean, I can trade with you. I feel like I should be able to win your f5 pawn pretty easily, but the h2 pawn, I don't know.
I mean, even the f5 pawn, how are you going to win it so easily?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm going to be playing, I was going to say rook b7, rook b6. But the thing is that then you still go, yeah. Yeah,
like actually this pawn is doing such a great job of cutting the king off.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So tricky.
It's not easy for him to figure it out. But the thing is, like, I'm quite confident he can do it because the time disadvantage for Firouzja is really substantial, right? So he's like defending. Yes, I know he's got in a way simpler task in some way, but still big time disadvantage and unpleasant defense, right?
Yeah, it is unpleasant, but a lot of these lines that we figure out, okay, at some point you're just gonna pass with the rook. So I think Alireza has invested a lot of time here on g4. So surely some of that time must have gone to calculating, sorry, that didn't actually happen, to calculate some of the resulting positions. Yeah, I also feel that MVL should be a favorite to win it, but I also would not be shocked. Wouldn't be shocked if it was just a draw.
Yeah, so let's try again. King f7, rook a7, rook e7, and rook a6, right? Okay.
So earlier we tried knight d5.
No. I mean, thing is, f5 is really constantly an idea.
So, okay, this is on the king f7 is on the board, so we're following this for now.
So what else can can black do here? I mean, h6 runs into g5. And white gets to trade pawns.
Yeah. Do you think that if Alireza manages to, do you think that if he manages to trade off one pawn, that it's, I was gonna say that it's a draw, but probably it's never gonna be that easy.
Yeah, it's still not a draw. Yeah. It's still not a draw.
Sorry, what were we looking at now?
So maybe, so if king g7, there's f5, right? Or king g7 is interesting. I mean, f5, I can consider taking and going rook e4, actually. Yeah, see, now your king gets cut. This one I kind of like for black. Because
this is a bit annoying.
You have to go back. Now I feel like I can round this up. I think I can win this one.
Yeah.
Even like h5 is very interesting with like knight g4 ideas. Yeah, there, if you give me f4, I'll go and win that pawn. Now, can I win if I win your f5 pawn? Is a good question. I mean, I can, okay, so if I go rook g4, yeah, like rook g4 is interesting here.
Rook g4.
Now you have to pretty much, if you go to h3, I go to f4, so you go to f3, and now I was thinking rook g5. With the idea, if you go king f4, okay, so the computer didn't like that. Maybe because of, maybe, yeah, I'm not sure why actually.
Because of rook a7, but I don't understand yet.
Yeah. Is the king coming to e5 or something, or?
King f4.
I was thinking rook g2, but I guess you can like pin and repeat or something.
Yeah.
You can pin king g7 and rook a7. Interesting.
The players, by the way, so okay, it's still very similar in this position. Alireza didn't go to a6, but to a5, which I guess doesn't really change much.
Yeah. So
king g7 is what we had been looking at. f5. But maybe here it changes something, because suddenly I can recapture with the rook on f5.
Yeah.
So after rook a5, MVL has gone knight e4.
Mm-hmm. And so will white finally
Go f5.
upgrade the pawns? Yeah. Because if black goes g5, you do have a nice square on h5.
Yeah. Yeah, that king is a very, very snug there.
Yeah, now you won't be able to move your knight anymore. And your rook can go to the 6th rank. Yeah, that's not so bad. So f5. Now we're getting into those more theoretical endgames that could be present in the Dvoretsky book, you know, the 2 against 1.
Also, very soon will be, I mean, if the pairs, if the pawns get swapped, we're in the 7, right? No, not yet.
So I hear our chat saying, Save Nature says, I watch Naka regularly and I think he literally doesn't care because he cares too much. Now, I would love for you to interpret that for me, Save Nature. Like, what do you mean? Like, he doesn't care because he cares too much. Do you have any ideas, Fiona?
I'll let him explain it.
Explain? Okay. We will let our resident Naka expert.
Yeah. I think the chat know him better than we do. They know everything about everyone, so.
He says he literally doesn't care, which is a lie. Mm-hmm.
Have you not heard Hikaru say he literally doesn't care?
I haven't heard him say. No, I haven't.
No, then it's just then it's a meme. Like he famously in a video, and then he has started saying it now.
Interesting.
So yeah, that's a very famous meme of Hikaru saying, "I literally don't care."
I literally don't care.
Yeah. So
yeah. The more he says, I don't care, the more I think he actually cares. It's possible. You know, the thing is, guys, like, it's hard for a chess player to stop being a chess player. And that's something that, yeah, I'm just a streamer, right? That's kind of like me saying I'm just a chess coach, right? Like, yes, I am. And I also can sort of say, well, you know, I'm not doing this full time. Like, what can I expect for myself? But the truth is, like, you know, when you come and sit down at the board, you come for your tournaments, you actually, you know, it's in your DNA to want to do well. You know, that's what you've been doing for years, right? And so you never really lose that. And as much as you say that, you know, it's okay because you're now moved on to other things, like when it, you know, if you didn't sit down at the board at all, maybe that would fly. But when you do come back to competitive chess, I think, you know, you keep that competitive spirit, you know? So, so yeah, no matter like how you've switched your focus a bit.
Yeah, I think for sure. I think these days, in a way, like for example, in the Prix, I think in a way it helped him. Not that he didn't care, but I think it just had a lot less pressure. And he's talked about this plenty, less pressure than the others because
Yes.
he doesn't consider himself a full-time professional player any longer. And of course, not having to rely on that income and not having that pressure, I think helps. But I agree with you. I think, of course, he cares and he wants to do well and he is a competitor, which I also, I don't think, he has ever like said, oh, I don't care about losing. Oh, anyway, F5 is on the board. I digress.
Yeah, I mean, I actually do understand that part. Like when you can always tell yourself, well, this money doesn't really, make such a big difference to me. It's not going to change anything in my life. I'm doing really well anyway. It definitely, in a way, there is a positive effect to that too, right? Because not putting yourself under as much pressure is actually not a bad thing, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think, and especially in the candidates where there is so much pressure and so much at stake, I think it might definitely help him a lot there, to know that, okay, even if things don't go well, I always have streaming to go back to. I have all these other things. So I think he will have a lot less pressure on his shoulders than other players. Sorry, I was just it's getting very sunny. Trying to get the sun blinds down.
Yeah, it's interesting because like in that sense, I do feel like I can relate to him, right? That's why I'm attempting to keep this discussion going, guys, just because I feel like I'm in a similar situation in the sense that like I don't really earn my money from playing tournaments, although it's a very nice bonus for me. I cannot say that it's, I cannot say like it's irrelevant to me, and I don't make, let's say, more money in 2 weeks of winning the American Cup than I would in my normal job. So in that sense, I don't know, maybe, Hikaru might feel like even winning $100,000 in a 2 weeks is not much. But I mean, for me, it's kind of like, but I'm definitely in a position where I can tell myself, okay, if I don't win, it's not the end of the world. It doesn't affect my life. It's not going to affect my ability to pay the bills. That's true, and that is something you can always tell yourself to kind of relieve the pressure. But still, it's like just the purely chess, what we're used to is like, we want to win, right? We don't want to be like just in the middle of the field and telling ourselves like, oh, it's okay, you're not really a professional player anymore. And that's the thing, that in that way, I would find it hard to believe that he doesn't care about his like competitive results.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree with you. And, even at the start of the Grand Prix, when he was doing well, he was joking about giving up his spot to Dingley Ren. And I think then as soon as it became more serious, he immediately said, no, if I qualify, I will play. And yeah, I'm just very curious to see how he does. And I'm sure he will be eager to do as well as he can.
So Super Ginger is saying, I'm curious what you think of reports and Nepo in this tournament, given that I said Firouzja was terrible in quotation marks. I don't know if I said Firouzja was terrible.
No, it wasn't. It was a response to someone in the chat.
Yeah, because I was like, he wasn't terrible. I mean, he actually was in the middle of the field. Oh, yes. But yeah, I mean, look, I don't actually think any of these people, had, really terrible tournaments in every sense. Like, I feel like all these players had some sort of redeeming moments in their tournaments. It's just the point is that they just didn't bring their best game, right? They didn't shine. None of them shined in this tournament. They all had their own positive moments in it.
Yeah, and I think it's just that's the nature of things. So often in candidate years, people tend to have, I mean, I think Fabiano, that candidates that he went on to win, I think he had a disastrous, if I can say, that year, finishing in one of the last spots. I think that's just the nature of it. And I think these guys, as long as, they would take a bad performance in this tournament in return for good form at the candidates any day.
Yeah. the Zen Try Hard says, crush is worth 50 million easy. Well, you know what? I really hope you're good at predicting the future. I'll take that prediction.
And meanwhile, one pair of pawns have come off here. So if we go back, so we saw rook a5, MVL played knight a4, knight e4, and f5 finally appeared. And we didn't see any of, no g5, no. MVL simply played rook d7, allowing Alireza to capture on g6.
Yeah, okay. So one set of pawns has come off the board now. We're definitely getting into this like theoretical endgame territory. Wow, Alireza, less than a minute on the clock. Like I said, it doesn't bode well for him from that point of view, no matter how simplified the position is getting, because he's not really getting the g6 pawn off the board so easily. Like he's not trading that last pawn because his king is kind of trapped on h4 for now.
But actually, am I threatening to, if your knight moves, to sort of try and...
You are. So, right. So like, that is an issue. I mean, I might be going like rook e7. And I was thinking of going king g7 if I needed to kind of like keep your king out of h6. Then maybe my knight could move somewhere and then I don't have to worry about your king getting into h6. But I mean, those were my thoughts. I see the computer bars thinking like that's no longer that bad, but
yeah, but I also don't understand the computer wants to play king h3.
King h3. Okay, that's not a move I would have considered as like problematic at all. Okay, so king f6, I guess. You're gonna go back. Oh, go back to h4. Yeah, no, go to h4, Fiona. You gotta show this line.
Yeah.
Oops.
That's very cute with the knight controlling the two escape squares. So that's something to not fall for. So yeah, I think you were saying cut off the king here.
Cut off the king, yeah. So the question is, I guess, do I want my pawn on g5, my knight on f4? Do I like that kind of setup? I kind of like it, but.
So you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, let's try it. I know all my moves are bad and the computer doesn't like them all, any of them.
But I don't even know how well the computer understands.
Yeah, it's possible, right? Because I mean, the computer's judgments in this position. I mean, I don't know if he understands that, like, what the drawing positions are, and that rook and knight is not winning. I mean, probably he should understand that, but king g6. G2, right? So if I go knight f6, you're finally going to have to push a pawn to like h3. Okay, so now can I win this position? What if I go, because I need to get my knight to f4, at least try. Okay, let's go rook e2. Rook e2 to d2.
Okay, I probably shouldn't go here, right? But now I give you extra options with knight h5. Okay, that's cute. I did not see that. Oh, but the engine, and once again, the engine says
time to trade the rooks, and then you can have time to play king g3, h4.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know, because you do have knight. Yeah, but knight e4.
No, I don't really have anything. Yeah, you go king g. Wait, you go king f3. You push me away, and then you go king g3. So you can show that line.
Sorry.
For rook f2.
Okay.
It's quite an important line.
You were saying here, yeah?
Yeah. Now on knight e4, trying to stop king g3. There's king f3. And basically kick away the knight, then you go to g3 and we kind of repeat, unless you want to let me play h4.
Yeah, now actually, yeah. So.
Yeah. So it's very tricky.
And MVL, I mean, you know, we talked about not easy for Alireza to play with under a minute, but it's also the kind of position where you're 10 minutes as black are gonna burn down very quickly, and you're the one who has to prove something. So
he just played rook e7. What were we looking at that? Yeah, I think we were looking at that, right? Rook e7, and I was saying like trying to go king g7 at some point.
I can't even remember, what did we play here? We played rook somewhere.
We played rook somewhere.
We played king h3 actually.
Oh yeah, well that no one's gonna play that. Like he's not gonna play king.
Why did we I can't even remember what we did that for. Anyway, Alireza has gone rook a5.
Right. I mean, now on king f6 you have a mate threat, but of course that's not gonna really work.
Here g5 might be possible. I guess if we get g5, then we should be fairly safe, right?
Because you want to go like king g4 and h4,
h4, yeah.
Huh. So you're thinking black shouldn't let white play g5. So that's why I guess the computer likes moving his rook here to try to get to the 4th rank. He likes b7, c7, or d7. Take your pick. So now g5, rook c4, it's at least kind of awkward for white. Well, we can say that.
Funny that you don't even have to move the king. I mean, I would immediately go king 8. I know, but yeah.
Oh, someone is asking, why can't you take on g5 actually? Instead of rook c4, why can't you just take on g5? Wait.
Oh, no, earlier you mean?
Yeah, earlier.
Like just here also, like sometimes you might think, oh, there's a check here, but oh, this rook is not even attacked earlier, it was attacked.
Yeah, no, right here, he means, oh wait, where? Oh wait, never mind, there's king, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, when the king, but even when the king was on f6, and I can't remember where it was, here on g5.
Right, this is the one, yeah. Right, knight f, and then, yeah, rook g4, right, that's the point, right.
So, in the game, did not mean to play, so rook a5 and MVL is thinking.
Yeah, so I mean, what are his choices? His choices are definitely not knight f6, because then the king gets into g5, and then
so what were we looking? We were looking at those 7th rank moves.
Yeah, and I still think that is quite likely that he will pick one of those.
And I had said I will just step back. I don't know if I like it, but
maybe I can go king e6 and king f5 finally.
I mean, you mean because MVL just went king f6 immediately.
Okay, so he is allowing g5.
He does allow g5, yeah. Maybe like Super Ginger, he missed that the rook can come back to g4.
Yeah, probably not. But I'll be honest with you, like it's not like without a computer, it's that obvious that g5 is a problem. I mean, it's really not. It kind of feels like, well, your pawns are maybe, your king is not able to go to g5, and he put g5 on the board, Alireza, so good for him. Yeah, it could be quite tricky to win. I mean, king f7 or king e6 maybe. It's a little sad to block the rook, obviously, because now king g4, I think.
Yeah. It's just so hard. Suddenly it's getting harder and harder. I always found it hard from the start, of course, to see how to make progress. But here, like one of my ideas, one of the things that was always scaring me is that your king was gonna sneak into h6 and come and annoy me that way.
Yeah.
That's why I feel so relieved to have gotten. So MVL goes back to f7.
Okay, so king g4 now.
Mhm.
Because white's idea is h4, h5, try to trade off the remaining pawn, make it draw. And now maybe knight d6, right? Threatening rook a4 check. And now rook a4, allowing the rook trade, but again, it's a draw because of h4, h5. Wow. Alireza, under 10 seconds. Played king g4. Okay.
And even here we get the same maneuver where you cannot really stop me.
Yeah.
King
Yeah,
g4
I
on the
have a
board.
kind of a bad feeling like Maxime might not win, I have to say.
Yeah.
That despite all his efforts, like this might not be his game. You're just feeling like that's the direction it's going in, right? But Alireza has really little time, so anything can still happen.
Yeah,
Now
but the problem is all these moves we have seen seem quite easy. Like that's my concern. It like none of the moves, I think he's already found so many tricky moves that I think from here on out. But I mean, maybe it is still not over. It's just so hard to. So rook a4 played.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what are the tricky things he can do. I mean, there is knight f5 to g7. He can plant the knight on h5. That's interesting.
Okay. Oops.
h4, and by the way, yeah, I mean, I guess rook e3 is not a checkmate threat, but yeah, it's not quite.
Oh.
It's interesting though.
Yeah.
The problem is you're probably going to start. You're probably going to play h5. Yeah. And then he did go knight f5, so he's probably going to head with that knight to g7.
Okay, so let's see, h4, knight g7.
And knight g7. So now
the problem is even if you make it to h5, then what? If I just wait on the fourth rank?
Well, actually, I'm setting up a mating net, right? If I go to h5 and rook e3, like I'm actually going to be threatening to mate you. You make one more wasted move, and I think I got my mating net. Am I wrong? I mean, it does look like rook g3 is a pretty.
But your king is
stalemate, stalemate, king e6, king e7. Oh my gosh, that is the point. Oh no.
But also, wasn't your king able to escape the checks anyway?
I mean, was he able to? Oh, because you're going to take on g6. But yeah, but rook e7 is nicer though.
Yeah, but that's true.
It's a very nice. It's a very nice idea.
I think I need to refresh after this for a second. Yeah, super. I'm just gonna refresh the board for 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Wow, I didn't realize, I mean, I didn't think there were going to be stalemate ideas in this position, guys, when we started.
Incredible.
But it really is a realistic idea.
Yeah.
And he needs to be very careful, Maxime, not to accidentally blunder it, because stalemate is something that people like they blunder into easily. I mean, it seems always obvious when it's on the board, but it's like the reason people blunder into stalemates is because it's not that obvious when they're playing, that someone could just give up like their last piece or something and suddenly their opponent has no moves. It's not the most obvious.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just curious, so Alireza has started waiting, but he's waiting with the king on f3 rather than on g4, and I just wonder if that makes a difference. There's also Dr. TLMK was asking, why is the eval bar so one-sided? I think the eval bar just the engine doesn't understand, but maybe this is winning for black and we're just not seeing it yet. It's really hard to say.
Yeah, so rook d7 doesn't really change anything. Yeah, black can go king g4. Black can just stay with a rook.
Yeah.
So Maxime, well, he wants to go rook d3 and then kind of sends the king back somewhere.
Yeah, I kind of like king g4 actually.
Yeah, king g4, he should try to stalemate himself. I agree. Will he do it? I'm not sure.
Because I mean, it's not for a player of his caliber. He
It's not that
should
difficult. Yeah,
see it, yeah.
I agree. I think there's a pretty good chance. There you go. He
Here,
does see it.
ah,
He went king g4.
but why is the engine? I mean, that's -5. So what does the engine want? Let's say rook d1. No, and then it immediately jumps. No, not really hard to. Because it kind of feels like you've currently achieved the most you can achieve.
Yeah. I mean, okay, what happens on rook d1? Okay, let's not go rook d3. Let's not stalemate them. So rook d1.
First of all, what happens if I start checking you?
Yeah, start checking me. I have to go to e6.
And you will block me with rook
Yeah, they'll block you
d6.
down. You went rook d6.
Okay.
Kind of waiting around.
Okay.
You know, he might have some plans of one day, you know, like king e6 and king f5 would be really nice king improvement, right?
There have been some moves.
Yeah, it seems
Maxime,
like the evaluation bar is kind of going more for black. So
but it has been for a while, and very often after we make the move,
it just
it
goes
sort
back.
of
You know,
goes back.
rook d1, king h3, rook d2. I mean, it's not like showing anything.
Also, sorry, just Louis Me was asking how many moves until the 50 move rule. Well, we just had a pawn move here 4 moves ago, so a lot of moves to go. 46 moves, 36 moves to
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
So rook
But hold
d1.
on. I feel like at least he's making some progress in the sense like if he gets his rook to g3, the white is really getting forced back to like the second rank.
Yeah, I don't like that this rook is now suddenly here and that I cannot check you.
Right, because you were really relying on those checks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I like this last move, rook e4. Like, I understand he was trying to cut off the king.
Yeah.
Because now, as you say, the rook will come around.
Will this take longer than 126 moves? I really don't think so. No, I actually think that black will win. You know, Fiona, I think he's gonna find something. I mean, Alireza has really little time and it does make a difference, right? So rook g1, now he's actually cutting the king on the second rank. I mean, that's definite progress because now one of the problems with the way he arranged the pawns is that they're fixed in place, right? And there's no more ideas of pawn trade. So like all black has to do is if he can get in with the king, that's it, he's gonna win. And yeah, cutting the king on the second is probably a really huge a deal, actually. Yeah, I can see this is going badly for Alireza. Rook g3, king h2, rook e3. He's already trying to come in with the king. He already started that process. He didn't.
So let's see. We had rook a4, king a6.
Yeah, he's not even trying to give the check because I guess he always has the check. Just trying to improve the king, get a rook trade. I don't know. It looks like, you know, he just wants to go king e5, rook d4. And now the rook trade is always winning for black because the white pawns are fixed. So this is looking like Maxime has been making progress.
So let's see. So if I go here.
Yeah, rook d5.
And if I check you.
Oops. Wait, did I blunder that guy? Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Let me give you a, you're saying if I go rook d3, it's the same stalemate. So what if I go, and I can't give you a check.
What did Alireza play? He played rook a4.
So you're saying
similar idea, yeah.
So if king e5, let's try again. King e5, rook a5. Can I go king e4? Now at least I have some sort of check. Maybe I can weave a mating net. Rook a4. Now rook d4. Now you go back. Now what's going on here?
Can I go to a6? Or is there...
Yeah, go to a6, yeah. And now, knight f4 maybe? Maybe is an option. not my only move. Now, one second. So there's that, but there was also king e3. Or wait, Fiona. I'm sorry. Sorry,
No problem.
yeah. But also in the worst case, we have king e5, king f5, right? We do have that, and that is a really important discover check on the king. And now this, and this is, I think, a winning position. Like after king f5, we must be winning. Like you literally, my king is improved, you're just going backwards, and rook a5 is just king f4. I mean, how can this be anything but winning? I don't know. I mean, still try, yeah, you're holding on a little bit, but I mean, where's my checkmate?
Yeah, I don't feel too smart. Okay, I'm gonna have to quickly see what's happening in the game.
Yeah, it's going in this direction.
Yeah, big progress here from MVL, because now he gets his king f4, right?
Yeah, he gets king f4, and he went king f5. Yeah, I mean, that's fine because he just wants to leave f4 for the knight. Sure. I mean, and now if okay, whoa, rook moved, and still okay, then king f4, I guess he's gonna go, or king e4. He's gonna go king e4.
That's the position that we were just looking at.
Yeah. If he goes king f4, is the exact position we were looking at. He might go king e4 just so that he has the f4 square for the knight. I mean, king g4, you just go king e3, you send the king back anyway. Right. So I think he'll go king e4. He'll just realize like there's no reason to take away f4 from the knight.
And here, do you want to? Well, I'm not threatening to take, actually.
Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, we left that square open. No, Maxime is going to bring this home. That's it. I'm really confident now, Fiona.
Yeah, I agree. And his prize will be playing in a playoff starting 15 minutes from now.
Yeah, but I mean,
he'll be delighted.
Like a psychological victory. I mean, I think even I think that's a lot of extra money for him. And I think even if he doesn't get the first place, now then he would probably tie, I think. I mean, I actually don't know how it's going to break down, but normally in these tournaments, the first prize winner takes everything, and the ones who finish in second and third, they split the prize money. It could be different, but
I don't know how it works with the playoff.
Yeah, king h3. Oh, and
of course he will also pick up more tour points, something we haven't talked about yet, but yeah,
yeah, my car is here. Yeah, I know, Johan. My carriage has come for me. Take me to the ball.
Exactly. Rook h3. How do we put the finishing touches on this?
Yeah, MHM is asking what went with engine. I think the engine decided it didn't like Alireza's position ultimately. Okay, how do we put on finishing touches? Good question.
What about rook d2, cutting off that king? But I can. That's my dream, but you'll always check me here.
Can we go rook e4? I'm just kind of curious. Is there rook e4? He just put it on the board, actually.
Oh.
I was asking. And my idea with that is, well, I want to use the rook on the e file to block the check. So I want to play king f3 next and just use the rook. But I also, yeah, actually, that's it. Rook e4 is just winning because king f3 is coming on rook a6. Yeah, you can't take on g6.
Yeah, that looks very convincing. And if I check you?
Yeah, he played rook a1. He played rook a1. So now, okay, just got to put on the finishing touches here. King f2, that's a finishing touch. No rook f1 check. Nice.
That's very nice. Very nice. I mean, for Maxime, I think it's deserved. As you were saying earlier, you know, he took some risk with going for the e5 break rather than c5. And then especially that moment, utilizing maybe the fact that Alireza was a bit low on time, rook e3, but clearly he had calculated a lot there because he ended up playing a lot of moves quite fast after that. And it paid off, and he's going to get a huge win here against Alireza Firouzja and join Levon Aronian and Wesley. So in a three-way playoff.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be thrilled about it. Getting another person who wants to take their money involved, but I'm really happy. I'm really happy about this. I feel like, you know, the tournament deserves some excitement, you know.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, Fiona, like, and this is why we need some kind of playoffs at the end, because it's like, it's not good enough to let the players tie for first, like the way Wesley and Aronian wanted to do it today, and just let them go home with their paychecks. Like, right, that's not the kind of exciting last rounds that, you know, the fans want to see. And so you have to make the players play again and finally come out with like a decisive winner. And yeah, then this game is going to, you know, it's going to help make it the kind of tournament finale that we want to see.
I'm completely with you. Dr. TLMK was asking, how does the tiebreak work with three players? Alf Matthews says round robin among them all. I actually think it's we'll blend in the format just for a second. I think it's actually a double round robin between all players. Oh, is it single round robin? I thought it was double.
Yeah, we have our sign here that says it's a double round robin, which would honestly be like so long, right?
That would be a lot.
I mean, what a time to rest.
The time control is a bit shorter, but still, yeah. But I don't know. It was definitely double round robin for two players, which is basically just a 2-game match. But yeah, maybe someone can. I think it's double. I also think it's double, which means 4 more games for us, Irina.
Well, it's fine as long as they're playing rapid, which is a lot of fun, right? So I can live with that, you know?
Yeah, it's gonna be a long. I think this is definitely gonna be. What's your longest commentary session?
Oh, this would probably be up there. I mean, I think like World Rapid, we've probably had some days when it was, I don't know, I feel like it could have been up to 7 hours.
Yeah.
But because we also had days where like Abdusatorov had to play like the tie break at the end with Nepo, and that took a while, right? So those are probably the longest days. But this is definitely going to be up there because we've already been at it for like 5 hours. And
by the way, sorry to interrupt you, but BJ and Super Ginger did actually inform us. So the graphic is wrong. It's just a single round robin.
Oh, it's a single. They shall contest a blitz round robin where the time limit shall be 5 minutes with 3-second increments. Oh, okay. Well, that makes, you know, honestly more sense because I think it would just be exhausting to put like MPL into some kind of like double round robin at this point. So because there's 3 players.
Yeah, I think this is I think the original thing was wrong, right? I think Super Ginger, maybe that's for the rapid events, not for the classical, because I think what BJ is posting there
makes more sense, right? 10 minutes with 5 seconds. Okay.
Yeah.
We have rapid round robin with 10 minutes.
And double round robin.
Double? Is it really? Where do you see double?
Oh, no, there are 2. Reading is hard. 3 or more? Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
So we will get a round robin with 10 plus 5, right?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Okay, well, that's reasonable. It's kind of like a cross between blitz and the rapid, and a single round robin. That's also better. I mean, the thing is,
we were chatting, by the way,
they might be tied, and there's probably going to be like more. There's probably, I would say, there's a decent chance that there will not be one winner after the round robin. I mean, it means that someone. It's possible for there to be a winner. It's possible for someone to win with like a 1.5 half score. Yeah, kind
Yeah, I
of.
mean, all one player needs to do is win one game and the others to end in a draw, right?
The graphic is correct.
The graphic is correct.
Really? It's like that? Oh yeah. Yeah. So no, that's it, guys. So for the three-way tie, right? It's the 10 plus 5, right? We just read the top of it. But since it's going to be a three-way tie, the time control will be 10 plus 5. And if it's still tied, there will be, I don't even know what it means, a single elimination bracket. I guess it just means two people will just be randomly chosen to play an Armageddon game. I think that's what it means.
I'm still not sure because I think BJ actually copied from what we read out from BJ. That was definitely for the classical, because what Super Ginger posted was for the rapid events. Because the thing, well, that we both read out, whether like the rule 3.3.2, where there are 3 or more players in a tie. Very confusing.
Yeah, I guess,
I think what we should do is take a break and figure it out on the break.
yeah, well, the game is over. Yeah, this is the game is over, guys, and Maxime has won, and he has completely unsettled this tournament. This because he was never in the leader group, and he managed to catch up to the 2 leaders at the last moment and winning with the black pieces against the number 2 rated player in the world, Alireza Firouzja, his compatriot from France. I mean, I don't think it could be any more like of an uplifting day for him. I mean, he really kind of pulled it out, right? Something that, I'm sure like Aronian and Wesley were like just hoping it was going to be the 2 of them. They made these pretty placid draws. Like we saw Wesley, he didn't really try the way, Maxime tried to get that win with the black pieces, settled for a draw. And now it's going to be 3 of them in the tie breaks, playing a round robin, all play all with 10 minutes plus 5-second increments. We're going to take a short break, guys, and we will be back in like about, I don't know, a few minutes with the action.
Don't go anywhere.
Here we are, guys, for the exciting part of this tournament. It is the playoffs that are going to decide the winner of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic in Romania. As it turns out, 3 players wound up tied for first. Vasyl Lagrave, only player in the tournament to win with the black pieces today. And that allowed him to catch up to Wesley and Levon Aronian. Now, the players are playing a round robin in 10-minute chess with each other, 5-second increments. The first game is going to be between Wesley and Levon Aronian. They just started.
Just started. Yeah, sorry, Irina. Game just started. What's your prediction for this one? Real quick.
Yeah, well, first of all, interesting opening. Levon Aronian playing the Queen's Gambit accepted.
I think you told us something about that earlier.
Yes, and it's become really quite popular at the top levels. And so Wesley going for the principled E4 and Bishop B4. Now there's a number of moves here. There was Bishop D2, Knight C3. Okay, I don't know which one Wesley's going to go for. I guess Knight BD2 is the main move, but this is also a line. And after pawn takes, I think Queen takes is like some kind of endgame line. I feel like someone played this against me recently. Maybe it was Knight takes. Maybe it's Knight takes D4. Yeah, probably Knight takes, I would guess. Queen D4 is a little too boring. Yeah, there we go. Knight takes.
And we have that on the board.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Queen's Gambit accepted shows some ambition from Levon here with the black pieces?
Yeah, not exactly, ambition. I would say the position he's going to get from the opening, he'll be happy if he gets a draw in, I think. It's not the most fun positions you can play for black. And, Wesley did go for the principled E4 and, Levon answered with the principled E5, but I faced this recently and I just feel like unless Levon is really well prepared, it's very easy to get a worse position in this structure where white has the center majority.
And well, one thing where things have already worked out for Levon, we can see that Wesley has already spent a little bit of time, of course, very early stages here, but we'll see how this proceeds. So how will Levon develop from here? I guess you can't really ever hold on to the pawn on c4.
Yeah, you can't really hold on to it. Although I have to say the move c5 is at least somewhat interesting to just look at because it is a possibility, right? And white will have to go knight db5. Knight is quite strong there, so probably not this line. Yeah, the knight is just too good on b5. In that case, I think that, he's either going to play knight bc6 here. Probably. In fact, I would guess that move is very logical. And now what? The knight.
And if white captures, do you still not go for the endgame? Well, you have to.
Now you
actually
do. Now you
change
do. Yeah.
Yeah. But we got castles.
Wow. Well, that's exciting. That is really exciting. So Wesley's bringing some passion to this game. I would say this is like the most exciting. He's played all tournaments. I don't think he's had any opposite sides castlings that I can remember in this tournament. Of course, we still might get a queen trade on the D file.
Let's hope not.
Unfortunately, it's very hard to avoid, Fiona.
I mean, maybe Wesley cannot take on c6, you know?
Or, you know, when he captures on c4 and black captures his knight, he could like not recapture it. Right? But
exactly.
But very likely we're going to see something like even just bishop c4. It's like kind of simple move. And I guess this is it. Well, if black trades everything on d4, yes, it's one of those like better end games that white is going for in these lines. Better development, control of a D file. I mean, it's certainly not equal just yet. And Wesley's thinking here, should he take on c4 or should he take on c6 or maybe even something totally different like queen e3?
Yeah, and queen e3 is one of those moves that I would be happy to see at least. Keep the queens on the board a little longer would be certainly more spicy, but yeah, bishop c4 also does make a lot of sense. Come on, queen e3, Wesley.
Yeah, queen e3 is definitely like an aggressive move because you're threatening discoveries on their queen with, you know, obviously not just knight c6, but also knight e6. And that's why black can't really go knight e5 here, right? Because of knight e6 looking quite unpleasant.
Yeah.
So I hope he does go here, even though all these moves seem to be playable. You can't really just say like one is clearly better than the other, but queen e3 is like the more exciting one.
I have to say, I'm surprised how quickly like Levon castle and Wesley just castle queenside instantly.
Yeah, you know, I don't know the extent of their preparation. It feels like the kind of move that you must have seen in your prep somewhere because okay, he played this. This is a weird move. Yeah, this is definitely strange. Like you're not taking anything. And if a6, I mean, sure.
So what's the idea if I take on d8?
Yeah,
maybe I have to.
Yeah. And now I can take with the rook, I guess. Let's just take with the rook. I don't know what's better, rook or knight, but it seems both of them seem possible. So let's just do the most obvious. And I guess you want to take on c7 and take on c4. And I'm going to have to try to play b5 and get like some counterplay.
So will you go to a7 or to b8?
Ah, a7, you want to tell me that like you can't take on c4 because of b5, huh?
Oh, I didn't actually. I just thought, oh, the rook will be useful there, but that's a nice bonus actually. That just showed that's a rook.
I guess rook a7.
Yeah, and now this would be a double attack on the two pieces. So yeah, here, well, we're not gonna see any of that anyway, because Levon went bishop e6.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels like there is some advantage because white will trade on d8 and take the pawn on c7.
So how do we recapture here?
Probably with the a rook, right? Just so maybe you don't get that tempo, but knight c7, and now I want your bishop and your c4 pawn.
I don't know why the engine wants us to capture here first. Seems to be quite. Maybe it just wins a tempo. I don't know.
Knight c7, and how do you save the pawn on c4? I guess you go knight e5. And then I will be taking your bishop because I think that's the point.
I mean, once again, this is engine stuff, and I would never play it in a million years, but apparently f4 is strong enough to check. You take, and now take.
take. Okay. And then king d2
And
and
then king d2,
yeah, blocking the pawn and basically ultimately winning this pawn. So
yeah.
yeah, it actually feels kind of unpleasant. You know, what's interesting is like I spoke with a friend of mine on the phone before this playoff began and got his opinion. Who did he think was going to win this playoff? And he said he thought Wesley would win because Wesley is good in these rapid playoffs. So we'll see. We'll see. I guess certainly this game hasn't started very nicely for Levon, and I'm not in love with his, just basically the result of his opening. I'm not so happy about.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's so hard to say because the format is so short. The players all play each other once, that any mistake and basically you're out. But I think also from that point of view, your friend predicting Wesley in general, we don't see him blunder so often. He is a guy, I remember he had that one blunder in the Grand Prix against Tabatabai that he talked about a lot. What is Fiona drinking? It's a mix of all those things you're saying: carrot, pineapple, orange, lemon, and aloe vera. Yeah, so I think Wesley in general is someone who doesn't blunder much. Not to say that Levon and Maxime do, but I feel that out of the three, Wesley might be maybe the most stable, let's say.
Yeah, no, he's a very good rapid player. So no question about that. I remember watching him once beat Gary Kasparov in, I guess it was a blitz, a rapid game in St. Louis when Gary made his first comeback, and Wesley just played so confidently, so well. It just kind of, crushed him out of the opening. And yeah, like I don't like Levon's opening. It's hard to even say that he played badly. It's more like he kind of got into something that, like it's actually what I told you, Fiona. Like, unless you know very precisely as Black, it's easy to drift into a bad position because your structure is a bit worse. It's kind of harder to develop. I played a game in this type of line in St. Louis in the Blitz tournament against Ilya Nishnik in the last round, and I had the exact problem as Levon. Like, I just didn't get out of the opening in this line.
Yeah, and you talked earlier about the central pawn. This is gonna be weak. This bishop, we can always take it whenever. It's just so hard once again to find moves here. This knight is far from ideally placed, but at least it defends the pawn on c4.
Yeah, this knight is having a hard time moving. I guess if Black maybe tries to go a6 and b5, that would be.
Yeah, so let's see. If a6. Because the engine says rook d1, but I don't know if I would want to swap rooks.
Yeah, at least the good news is that it's not complete. Well, the problem is you can't play b5. Now I get it. There is no b5 because the pawn in a6 is made. So basically Wesley has done a good job at like not yet taking the bishop on e6 and not clarifying that. And he did go, by the way, a6 happened. Yeah, Aronian played my human move. And Wesley went for rook d1, and seems like he has a really big edge in this end game.
Yeah, I always find this. We just had that end game where we felt the engine maybe doesn't quite understand. This Firouzja MVL, but here the engine is saying plus 2.6, and I'm like, I understand white is better, but
it's
for it to be so much.
Right, it does seem like too big of an evaluation for the type of advantage that white has. But okay, like think about it. The knight on a5 can't move. It's stuck on the side of the board. The pawn on b7 can't move. Like the bishop on e6, I guess he can move, but it's not clear where he would go. Maybe the dream, Fiona, is like bishop c8 and then b5 and then knight c6 and finally get your knight. Actually, I do think that that's not such a...
Maybe not quite the dream, but as good as it's gonna get anyway.
Yeah, because, Black is running out of things that he can really do. Actually, bishop c8 is a very likely move in this position.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's not a move that was on my radar at all. But just it would be so nice to be able to do something at least a little bit active.
Yeah.
So getting in
There's
b5.
also king f8, knight ec6. I suppose he could like try to make some of his other pieces better as well.
Yeah. Let's see what Wesley comes up with. Sorry, what? Oh,
Levon,
no, what Levon, sorry, what
Mhm.
Levon comes up with. Time, it's ticking down fast. Levon now down to 5.5, Wesley under 4 already. It's quite a big difference, I think, the two different time controls that we were going to have. In case of a 2-player playoff, it was going to be 15 plus 10. And now with 3 players or plus, it's 10 plus 5. And I feel the 5 minutes at the start doesn't make such a huge difference, but I think the difference between 5-second increment and 10-second increment is huge.
Yeah. I mean, Wesley plays like, okay, so actually he did play king f8, Levon, and just trying to bring the king into the center. So now how do we expect white to try to capitalize on this position? King d2.
Maybe wanting to do the same.
Yeah, very, very logical move by Wesley. Sure, using the king in the end game. I like that. And the black king for now is kind of stuck. And even if they go knight ec6, you can just play king e3.
Yeah, it's really a depressing position. At some point, maybe the knight will land on d5.
He went with my idea, though.
Oh, he went for bishop c8. I like it.
Yeah, he went for bishop c8, wants to play b5. So how is white gonna refute that? Is just maybe king e3. I do like, oh no, he didn't. He played knight a4. He wants to go knight b6. Wow. And on b5, he wants to go knight c5, and he wants to win the a6 pawn. Wow. He played that so fast. No, Wesley is very strong in these fast time controls. Like,
really impressive.
Like very easy kind of play, right? He just sees these simple good moves, and like knight a4, I wasn't even thinking about it yet, and he already put it on the board.
Knight c5 is strong. Knight b6 is apparently even stronger. I'm trying to understand why. Why do we not want to win the pawn? Why is this even better?
Yeah, so we're gonna find out what Wesley's gonna do, because black just played b5, and
Wesley so far
and knight b6. He played it. Yeah, I mean knight c5 looked so good winning a pawn, but no, he wants to do that, and I honestly don't understand why. So on bishop b7, like, okay, sure, you can go, you know, knight d7, knight c5. So I assume you would do. I don't know why that was better than putting the knight on c5 immediately. But he played knight ac6.
Knight ac6.
So now he's already dropping a pawn.
Yeah, so we can just take the bishop, and after knight takes, capture on a6. Which looks pretty convincing, but Wesley says, I'm not interested in that pawn. Let me bring the king.
Wow. Yep. And yeah, he's really speeded up. He like was taking his time in the earlier part of the game on that knight db5 move, but seems to have worked out for him, because now he's playing very confidently.
Yeah, and really Wesley has impressed me greatly in this game. I know, of course, he's a very strong player, but this game, if he can maintain his composure, has been extremely one-sided. And I think it's just what you were saying of Levon not finding his way out of the opening. And it's such a frustrating feeling when you just feel like you never even get a game or get into the game.
He really never got to play in this game, Levon. He was not, you know, his game at all. He literally just kind of got into something from the opening and never got out of it.
And f6, just trying to create, I guess, some ways maybe for the king to come in again. And what is Wesley going to take now? No.
No, yeah. Continuing very interesting play, just breaking down the pawn structure. He wants black to take so he can play bishop c4 and then take on a6 eventually, and then win the a pawn. And he might even be up 2 pawns in this endgame at some point.
I think he's been incredibly accurate. I mean, having the luxury to seeing the engine top lines, this has just seemed. There was a question in the chat: is it his prep? I think it's a mix of both, probably a mix of prep and just having played pretty much a perfect game.
Yeah, I mean, this part is certainly not his prep, like not even close. Like we've been out of his prep for a long, long time. Like, I mean, Castle's queenside might have been his prep, but like that knight DB5 move, he spent a long time on figuring out. Yeah, right here. Like he spent a long time on this move. And I think since then, he's just been on his own.
Yeah, maybe he had some prior knowledge as to, the different ideas of like, how could I in the end game to bring his king and all that. But yeah, the prep ended, but the play has been super impressive. And when you're Levon, when you have to make a move like knight a7, things have really, really gone wrong.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, I guess you don't want to really put a pawn on a5 because that pawn might get captured after like knight ec6. So maybe just avoid that. I mean, at some point, just take on c8 and take on a6. He's been very, very patient about not doing that, but I think it's time to finally do that. He's done a lot of preparation already.
Yeah, I think the time has come. Will he do it now? Because not just that, after a6 falls, one of these two, I think you're talking about, one of these pawns is gonna fall eventually. Wesley says no. But the sad thing is, I don't know how Levon cannot stop this from happening at any point, or can he?
Yeah, he's not in a hurry. I mean, it's almost like he's enjoying the suffering that he's inflicting.
Torture.
Right? It's like there's something humiliating about having like the knights on a7 and e7, like no further than the 7th rank. The king and fate, so much worse than our king on c3.
I love my bishop saying cooked in a slow oven. That's really
yeah, cooked in the slow oven. That's right. That's right. This is definitely, he's simmering in the sauce.
Yeah, and I mean, what happens if you try and move this bishop, let's say, to b7? You just say, okay, you had your chances. Now
I think like knight d7, knight c5, that idea.
C5, that's
we're still gonna win the pawn.
Yeah.
And now Levon is actually having half the time that Wesley does. So, the bad position has really caught up with him. He just couldn't solve the problems. And despite playing quickly in the opening, now he's behind on the clock.
Yeah, and this one, I mean, you got to feel for Levon in this game. It's just what we were saying. When you never get to play a game, it's just very frustrating. But he's not out of the running yet. It's going to be very difficult. He will have to beat MVL himself and hope for MVL to beat Wesley, so to not be out of the running for first place.
Yeah, that's a tall order. Well, for now, he's played g5. We do know Levon is very resourceful in the defense, so you never really want to count him out. He's a tricky guy. I wonder at which point will finally Wesley So win the a6 pawn in this game. I mean, he's done a lot of like preparation for that.
And there he goes.
Finally, the time has come.
He did take his sweet time, but finally he does collect the pawn on a6. So he's now up a pawn, but very likely soon that will be 2 pawns.
Yeah, because white's threatening to take on b5 and take on c4. So black basically, I mean, unless he wants to be down 2 pawns immediately, he's got to take on a4, and white can take on c4.
Maybe
anything really. Yeah. I mean, and then come over king b4, knight c5. I mean, it looks like he's just going to win the a4 pawn.
Yeah, and Wesley, Levon has taken on a4. So it's Wesley's choice now. How does he want to capture? We think both are perfectly fine.
Yeah, I guess the idea of bishop c4 is that there's going to be knight b6, and then your king will have to keep protecting the bishop. So that's like the advantage of taking with the king, but there's not like a big difference in these moves. Yeah.
Yeah, so king takes, as you're saying, that king is headed for b4, and eventually this pawn on a4 will be rounded up, and it's not going to be too long. And then you have this b pawn passer, and it's just Levon will try to fight with the two knights, but I
He's
think
very
there is not
precise.
much.
I kind of wonder, can white play knight c5 here, knight b6?
One thing that you don't want to do is king b5 running into knight d4. So you have to watch out. Knights are very tricky pieces, of course. So you were saying knight c5?
Yeah, but he did better. He did just simpler. King c5. Sure, why not? Wow, look at that king. And now just king b4 is going to come. Maybe king b5. I don't know what he's in the mood for, but both of them are winning. The king b5 wins the pawn more precisely, doesn't it? King b5. That way the black knight cannot even go to b6.
Yeah. And Levon down to 15 seconds. Wesley only 30 seconds, but remember they get 5-second increment. And king b5, you move on the board, hitting that pawn on a4, which is going to drop. There is no way black can defend it. And there goes that pawn. And now it's just really a matter of conversion. Wesley is up 2 pawns, but especially this b pawn runner is going to storm up the board.
Yeah. Knight b4. Okay. There's still some technique involved, but like I do expect that the 2-pawn advantage is going to be.
Here's a question. If you're white, do you want to play knight d3 and swap the knights or no?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Fiona. I would say, yeah, you can. You can do it, but there's some kind of king d4 coming in. You have to be a little careful. Yeah, there's still some work to be done with those tricky knights, and now they're like they have about the same amount of time. King c3 always runs into knight a4. Okay, I like what he's doing, like kind of putting the knight on e3. I guess I like it because on king d4 there's knight f5. Yeah, he's found that check, and now he's gonna go like king c3 and wants to go b4. There has to be a check on a4, king c2, and looks like, you know, first of all, Levon, of course, is putting up a really good defense here, right? Like it hasn't been easy for white at all, and the problem is that they both have very little time now.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, Wesley still has to be careful. Knights are always, they can always fork you when you expect it the least. And Wesley decides to open up another front, goes h4, suddenly playing on the king side.
Maybe knight takes. I don't know which way is better, like knight takes or pawn takes.
Knight takes interesting, maybe with the idea of creating another passed pawn over here.
Just, you know, somehow you want to have your pawns together. Yeah, that's what he did. And all right, so Levon wanting to go and win the pawn on b3. So knight c5 is sort of the idea. F4 maybe? No, f4 blunder or something.
Can I maybe put my bishop on c4 first?
Yeah, and then they go like knight e5. Okay.
Okay, bishop d1.
He might maybe just wants to go king d2, king e3 at some point.
Yeah.
Like leaving the pawn there, and I kind of wonder if just king d2 won't like somehow win this end game.
Yeah, it looks like that. I like that suggestion, not giving up one of your pawns, but just activating the king.
And there's a good chance he's gonna win. Yeah, king d2. I think he can give it up, but okay, he didn't. All right.
10 seconds now for Wesley, and careful when the knights come in.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's all under control, but it's scary.
Okay, go king d2, Wesley. No, you don't want to do it.
Okay, so here the idea is what if knight takes, knight d5.
All right. Okay.
But now he'll just get a worse version.
Yeah, he's losing the pawn. Oh, wow. So knight c takes b3 probably. Yeah, and if bishop takes, there's, okay, king d3, fine. So he's still going to get the knight trade. Okay, it's still good for him. The bishop
There's some
b3
threats now.
Yeah. And at some point, maybe like knight d5, right? Like
what if I,
knight d4 is better because that way there's no f5. Right. Okay. Looks like he finally got himself into a winning position. I mean, it was.
Yeah, I'm shocked he didn't go for that king d2 plan. I was with you. I think that was, but it's sometimes it's tough to make these calls, which is seconds on the clock of giving up a pawn that you worked so hard to win.
Yeah.
But now up to pawns again.
Nice, careful technique. It's such good technique. He's not allowing
Yeah.
before even.
Yeah.
Okay, now king e4, just make your king better. Okay. F4, well, fine. And I would not go knight c4. I don't think there's any reason to trade the knights. Better trade the bishop for the knight, just so you have the same amount of material on the board, the same balance.
Knight b7.
Yeah.
And maybe we start pushing the pawn. No, the king. Oh, he wants to maybe just
king on h5.
King.
Yeah. The king on h5, and then just go. Yeah, maybe he's gonna put the bishop on c4, on knight c5. I mean, yeah, this is certainly very, very bad for Levon. King g4. G4 is possible too. I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
And the king can always still run around here.
Yeah, knight d5 probably is a good moment to throw in some check. No, he just walked away. He's going to h4, bishop, no, d5.
Yeah, d5.
D2.
For a second, my heart stopped. I forgot the knight was defending. No, bishop c2. And it's so depressing for Levon, because at some point you felt you're making a little bit of progress and maybe getting some tricks.
Yeah, why are they repeating? I guess Wesley didn't mind like the extra. He needs to put the king at f2, right? Like just king f3, knight d4, king f2. He doesn't, one more time and it's going to be a repetition. He needs to go to king f2.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he got himself a little bit of time, but not like a lot extra.
Yeah, and a big scare.
Whoa!
But what's this?
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
This is not going to be so easy now.
I mean, it's still winning. It still should be pretty easy. But, I don't know. It still should be fine, right? Because this is not like a rook endgame with h and f pawns. Like it's still winning, but this is not what he wanted. Like this wasn't the way it was supposed to go for sure.
Yeah, definitely not. Can we somehow, I don't know, I wanted to cage in this knight, but that's not going to happen. But instead,
king f4. King f4. Yeah, no, it's still winning. He's quite lucky that it's still like winning like this. Yeah. Wow. But Levon, good defender.
Yeah, I mean, you called it early on in the game. He is so incredibly resourceful, and you can never, ever write him off.
Yep. Yeah, no, Wesley had to work hard to win with his 2 extra pawns. I mean, okay, it's still not over, but I think it's getting closer. It's having a hard time making a move f6, I guess. Just push those pawns. Yeah. Bring in the king. Bring in the king. Then like knight e5 somewhere. Yeah, knight e5 here is really annoying. Yeah. Pretty sure. Okay, king e6. It's fine.
And the knight from g4 is doing a great job sort of keeping the king out from ever getting to the h pawn.
Black's in Zugzwang, and then he will resign soon. No, knight g5, maybe h6 or
maybe
knight e5. e5 is winning. I would probably play knight e5, yeah, because on king h7. Okay. Ooh, there's a funny zugzwang there. Yeah, I was gonna say f7, king g7, knight g4, but this is good. Sure, he's threatening basically f7 and game over. Yeah.
And if knight g, well, actually, Levon resign. Maybe we can show very quickly. If knight here, I think you can still push, and the knight defends this pawn, and there's no way black can stop you. So wow, huge win for Wesley So in this first of 3 games in the playoff round robin.
Yeah.
Tough loss for Levon, but I think Wesley really is super impressive in this first game. I don't know.
I wish he played like this in the tournaments, you know, in this kind of way. Castle's queenside was very nice. No, I mean, the technique was very precise from Wesley until the end when, you know, things got a bit out of control just because he got very low on time. But overall, like, you know, Wesley to get a completely winning position had like extremely good technique. And yeah, I mean, that bodes well for him. It also means there's an uphill battle for Aronian to try to win this tournament.
It's out of his hands basically now.
He's going to need to play. He's going to need to play. I guess the logical pairing would be Aronian versus Vachier, because if Aronian doesn't win, we know that he's out.
Right? Yeah, but I guess if it's a round robin, probably the pairings I made before the first, right? I don't think they will make the pairing. I guess the pairings were made.
Yeah, we don't know who's going to play. We don't know who's going to play, but I just mean it would make sense from the point.
We know that MVL is going to play.
Yeah, we know he's going to play, and he's had a little bit of a break after his long game, so he finished about an hour ago, right? So maybe even a little less than that. But yeah, this is really exciting, and we got at least
two
more games to go today, guys. So we're going to go for a very short break, and we're going to come back in a couple of minutes for the next game.
Welcome back to the second game of the playoffs here of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. Game 2 has just started, and Irina, it is MVL with the white pieces against Wesley So. If Wesley wins, this is it. I don't know if the third game will be played for second and third place, but if Wesley wins this game, he is the winner of this event.
Yeah, so there's a lot to play for. Vachier had a little break, and now he knows he needs to at least not lose this game against Wesley So. And even if he draws it, it means that he was going to have to, beat Aronian, and that's not such a simple task. So I mean, I think he's got to make the most of his white pieces and just, you know, do absolutely the best he can to beat Wesley So right now.
Absolutely. It almost feels like a must win because against Levon, he will have the black pieces as well. So big game. Maxime opening with c4. Maxime, typically a 1e4 player. I actually didn't follow the openings in this tournament so much. Did he play c4 before?
You know, he has started to kind of dabble in c4. We definitely know him more as an e4 player, but I feel like in this one, he's done some dabbling in either d4 or c4. So it's not a total shock.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, people often tend to go for these kinds of lines when they want to win. They want to get their opponents a bit out of theory, especially for these rapid games. And Wesley So seems well prepared. He goes for this bishop c5 line that's gotten popular at the top levels recently. There's all these tactics with like knight takes e5, but for some reason, they don't work. There's some long lines here. So Maxime doesn't even try it. He just goes d3.
So what you're saying is knight takes looks tempting because this is hanging, but I guess somehow something or another. It's not that it's even losing, but just probably not particularly good. MVL must know all this and just continues with his development.
Yeah, finally, black moves the knight out of that d5 square. So those tactics are gone against the knight. And okay, Wesley playing quickly, both of them playing quickly, I would say. And I guess white wants to play rook c1 here and put some pressure on the half open c file. Where is this bishop going to go? Is it going to go to b6 and allowing knight a4? Or is it going to go to d6 or e7? My guess is e7. But Wesley is thinking now.
Going back all the way. I was just thinking, I would love to maybe at some point, I was wondering, can I go something like queen a4? And my idea was to do something like this. I'm just dreaming here. I get my bishop to c7, but
yeah, queen a4 actually is quite interesting. Right, this is, oh, but he didn't do that. He played rook e8 instead of moving his bishop back. He went rook e8. So I guess he's saying, look, you don't really have a discovery, and that way my bishop can go back to f8 if need be. I think he will put the bishop on f8. I'm at least somewhat sure about that.
Which will be the second time today, also in the classical game against Lina, that bishop had dropped back and then later come back out again, right?
Yeah, so I mean, this is a very typical position for the English. Okay, he played a5. I wasn't sure if we were going to see that move. I thought it was possible, but wasn't clear to me. So he's stopping b4. It weakens b5 square a bit, but I don't know how important that is. And knight a4.
Okay, so do you think the bishop will still go back to f8, or now that a5 has been played, bishop will drop to a7?
He really can do either. I would say bishop f8 holds down b4 square. So my instinct is still bishop f8.
No, neither. Bishop d6.
Yeah, he likes that d6 square. He played that against me too when I played the English opening against him. This is familiar to me.
It feels a little bit counterintuitive, right? To sort of put the bishop in the way of your pieces and in the middle of the board. But is the idea just to reinforce e5, or why does the bishop go to d6?
Yeah, to reinforce e5, I think, is the main reason. Also, I mean, I guess you can go queen e7 here. It's kind of a normal move, but white wants to go b4. I would think that white wants to play b4 very soon. So he took, and what, queen d6 or something?
E4.
E4. Wow. Okay.
E4 is very interesting. So black saying, okay, let me start opening those central lines.
Nice. Very concrete, using the fact that the knight has nowhere to go in the center. And I suppose knight e1 is allowing a lot of initiative with bishop g4. There's a lot to calculate here.
This doesn't at first sight, doesn't look fun for white at all.
Yeah, I mean, if you take on e4, there's anything, even knight e4 is pretty good. Knight d4 you need to look at, you know. Lots of moves. So actually, I really like Wesley's approach. Wesley's approach, very concrete and like kind of centralization based.
Yeah, MVL did take on e4. I love his decision. 2 knight takes and the rook drop back to c2, over protecting the bishop.
Yeah, the problem is that he just doesn't have much, right? The problem is that his opponent is just going to trade on d2, play queen e7, and basically Wesley's just in very safe territory. Okay, so he even did this move, which doesn't hurt. I mean, he's just not in a hurry. He can always take that bishop. I guess he might look for some sort of tactics here.
Yeah. Is this the second time in a row that there's no good discoveries here tonight?
Yeah, because you don't really want to give away the knight and the bishop for something.
Yeah.
And you can look at it, but there's just, I mean, you can like, you know, you can take on g3 and later on you can take on e2. You actually get 2 pawns for it. I can't say that it's like completely out of the question. Yeah, like you take on e2 here, you get 2 pawns for this, but you know, the 2 pawns are not really together, right? So they don't give a lot of power having just 1 pawn.
Yeah, and this bishop pair, once it comes to life, okay, maybe white needs to unpin first somehow. But once those bishops come alive, the black king also looks quite lonely down there. So I don't think we will see any of that. But Wesley is still thinking.
Yeah, he's still thinking. Because he's thinking, okay, knight d2. I guess there's a chance, like if he doesn't win this game, there's still some chance for MVL to beat Levon and qualify to play the Armageddon against him. So he might want to, of course, find the best option here. So what did he find? He found knight d6. And is that like an invitation to some kind of repetition, Fiona?
So if we move,
but you can go rook c5, right? Oh, he also wants to win the e2 pawn.
Oops, not this, the e2 pawn. Yeah, and the e2 pawn. Yeah, but Maxime goes rook c5.
Yeah, he has to. Rook e2. And now rook c6 is very interesting. Rook c6, followed by knight d4. I don't know, exchange sack. I would at least take a look at that. Knight d4, I guess. Maybe it's not terribly dangerous. I mean, you're going to get your pawn back, but you're still just down in exchange, right? So maybe, yeah, it's not a big deal. Okay, he played bishop e3.
What if I take with the, so if I take,
you can take it back, but you're still not better. Yeah, that's the problem. He played bishop e3 instead of this exchange sack. So what is he doing here? He's trying to like trap
this rook. And how do you get the rook out?
Well, how do you attack the rook is actually also my question. Like,
I was hoping maybe with some rook d1, bishop f1.
Okay. You're right. I agree. Rook d1 also threatens rook takes f5. So that's what's coming next. Rook f.
That's actually nice. This double cross here.
Yeah. So who can move in black's position? The knight from c6 can't move. The knight from d6 can't move.
I think MVL is actually very happy here with his position.
How about queen f6 though, Fiona? What if I do move the one piece I can move and I move it to f6 attacking b2?
Maybe now your move from earlier.
My move from earlier. Okay,
rook
he went
takes c6.
He went.
Okay, he went bishop e4.
Yeah, he went bishop e4. So what is that about? I mean, I still think that queen f6 is an idea.
So let's say if I do my move now, rook d1, and then you go queen f6.
Queen f6 looks pretty nice. You're attacking b2, you're attacking f3, your rook is not getting trapped. Yeah, Wesley is playing well again.
He's playing super well. I did not mean to flip the word. He's playing super well, and he is. It looks like he has the upper hand here. He's down a minute on the clock, but still 5 minutes, which is plenty. And I think he will play a move Queen f6 because what else?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to resist such an obvious move, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So.
And yeah, as Zutpanar is saying, I mean, this move, first of all, we got the bishop away, but we also covered c6. So yeah, very nice move, bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop e4 was strong. In general, you know, I really liked his bishop takes c5 and e4 idea. He just completely took over the initiative with that.
Yeah.
And now looks like Wesley's just Maxime is trying to like trade some pieces to not lose. I mean, white is down a pawn. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, suddenly it gets messy. Wesley keeps things simple, trades on g2. I guess we take that. Can we take the rook?
Oh wow, take the rook, huh? Very dangerous on the light squares, but
yeah, it looks so scary. Let's see.
Probably even bishop e4, just back to e4 and queen f3 looks like.
Yeah.
Very scary.
Looks incredibly scary. I don't think MVL will take the rook, but maybe he feels like if he wants to win this game, maybe he has to, because if you take on g2, which he has just done.
Has so ever been to the candidates? Yeah, he has been to the candidates.
But funnily enough, only once. Like this is
once, right?
I think only once, yeah, which is for a player of his caliber. Very sad, of course, because they come around so early. And he was so close this year to qualify. Anyway, that king, even without the light squared bishop, that king is still not looking too happy.
Right. So the question is, where is he moving the queen and so somehow avoid losing the c7 pawn, or can he even avoid that? All right. So he wants to go. Of course, you know what black has in this position is a lot of light square play. Queen e4, you know, knight f5. You know, there's even like some idea. I'm just thinking about knight e4 with ideas of knight g5, queen e4.
I like that.
Maybe he doesn't need to do anything special and should just go like, you know, rook a e8, right? Just absolutely.
Funnily enough, rook a8 was the top engine move. Yes,
oh, interesting. Yeah. But he actually went for, I was saying knight e4. He went for knight f5. Okay. Knight f5. So he has knight h4 ideas.
And it makes a lot of sense for Maxime to try and exchange some pieces at least.
Oh, yeah, it does. It makes a lot of sense. And maybe if Maxime is feeling very greedy, he can take the pawn on b7. In fact, I think Wesley messed up a little bit there.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like it doesn't seem like losing to take the pawn.
Yeah, I think you take a minute, and if you can't find a refutation, yeah, I think you just take it.
Still a draw with queen b7, knight d4, rook d4, and I think queen f6.
You said knight takes?
He's gonna go for this. Yeah, he's gonna go for this line. Knight takes, rook takes, queen f6.
But I've got rook f4
now. Oh, you have rook f4. I was gonna say I have queen b2 and I can make a draw, but I forgot that you have the queen f7. Queen f7 might not be such a draw. This is not the drawn rook endgame that I wanted to defend 3-on-2. Queen f7, can I go queen?
In fact, the engine says even this rook ending we can pick up. So I don't know which one you want to
pick
play.
Up this one, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, this one is probably a draw, but okay, this is this is theoretical endgame. So Wesley didn't want to do that. Understandable. He played queen g4, trying to threaten g4.
What is this? Queen g3?
Whoa. What? Isn't that good?
queen g3.
How is this not just really good?
I think they must, I mean, MVL must have missed it for sure. The speed at which he played h3.
I feel like he missed it, but like, it's amazing that he's
Oh,
not
it's a trick. It's an
losing.
amazing trick. Because suddenly, okay, do you have two pieces hanging?
Okay, wow. He played that instantly.
If it's a bluff, you gotta give him credit. Gotta give the man credit.
Wow, Wesley just went back. He just refused to take anything. And well, I'm getting a little concerned for Wesley, because he's, he has lost a pawn and he needs to show something for it. I guess the white queen can't really come back anywhere on the diagonal. Maybe she can go to like d5.
Yeah, do we want to step back? If I were white and I had spotted this, I would be like, I'm not allowing that again. But maybe
Yeah.
it's fine.
It's scary, right? Maybe king f1, like you're saying.
Yeah, that's
Oh, he put that on the board. Yeah, he played king f1. Okay.
I'm with you. I think Wesley has a little bit, it might still be in the balance, but it felt like he was in control and maybe even better. Suddenly,
yeah,
he's more on the defending foot here when, as you said, down a pawn.
Yeah, something happened around the moment that he gave up that b7 pawn, because now if Wesley makes a mistake, he might be suffering and losing.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any room for error anymore, but the position is still sharp.
I mean, where do you go? One problem for Wesley is he's down 2 minutes at this, 2.5 minutes at this point, which is quite a lot in such a fast game.
Yeah.
You just drop the bishop back.
I guess we should root for Maxime to win, right? Because that's really what makes things maximally exciting.
Exactly.
So I don't know. It's hard because I sympathize with like all the players, and
I mean, if Maxime wins and then Levon beats him again, we'll be back to square zero.
Yeah,
in this
that's
case.
good. Well, let's just watch chess the whole day, right?
Maximally exciting. Did you do that on purpose? No, right?
Yeah.
Sorry? Maximally exciting.
I didn't do it even on purpose. It just came out like that. And then I realized what I said. Maximally. Yeah, exciting. Yeah.
Queen d5. And suddenly, if we look at the engine bar, which for a while was sort of in the middle, it looks like MVL has more or less consolidated here and is now just up a pawn.
Yeah, Wesley's moves are showing that he's really just kind of going backwards. Like he used to have that beautiful light squared play, and it's just sort of evaporated at this point. So now it's just about MVL's technique. I mean, can he win the game? And by the way, if MVL wins and he wins again, I mean, he might just be taking it home right there. So
I mean, if he wins, even a draw is enough against Levon. Yeah,
that's true. Wow.
So a huge game. And the funny thing is Levon will be cheering for Maxime as well, because if Maxime wins here and Levon wins. And I heard the way it's going to work, if that scenario were to happen, if MVL wins this game and Levon wins the third, if they are all tied after round robin, one lucky winner will be put in the final and the other two will play to decide who plays the final game against the lucky person who has been drawn into the final. I don't know if I explained that well.
Yeah, no, we got it. Someone's going to get lucky.
Exactly.
So the engine bar went down after bishop c5, and I'm not sure why. So
because of this move, exactly. Queen h5.
Why is that so good? Because on king g2, what's the point?
Oh,
is it rookie 3? It's not like rookie 3, because we know it's the favorite move.
Yeah, that would be lovely, but it's rook e5. That sounds so crazy.
Wow. Yeah, because the queen is torn between protecting the bishop and the rook. That's the point.
That rook e5 is one stunning move.
Oh man, this stuff can actually happen. Like this is really, king g2 is a very
The problem is if you don't go
Actually.
king g2, you actually give up that pawn, which according to the engine you have to do. But I mean, playing a move that isn't king g2 is so hard to do.
Yeah, no, I see the engine move is like G4. That is
Yeah,
like
which is
very,
like
very difficult to play.
never in a million years would I. Okay, but you have king g, you have queen
Yeah,
g2.
you have Queen G2, but that's a big miss for Maxime,
Yeah.
right? And that means that he's gonna have to basically accept that he
But
is
it's so
probably not
easy
gonna
to
win.
miss from a distance that this is a thing, that rook e5 is a thing.
We'll probably see it, especially because he's thinking now and he does have the time to figure this out.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if Wesley, the moment you play queen h5, if you already realize that there is rook e5.
Oh, rook e5 anyway. Isn't there just rook e5? And oh no, rook e5 you can take it because the knight doesn't have it.
But there is a crushing move. The crushing move is queen e2. That's why the bar dropped so much.
Wow, wow, he's gonna win this game. We will end it after just 2 games.
But he hasn't played queen e2.
Yeah. Oh, he hasn't. Oh wow.
He hasn't. Queen g4.
Queen g4.
So, queen g4.
Okay.
And now
All
what?
right.
MVL still has his extra pawn as long as.
Oh man, I can't believe you missed that. That wasn't that hard, right? To like see the check and the attack.
Yeah.
No, he's lower on time. He just gave MVL another chance.
Okay, so apparently MVL should drop. I think we have to. I mean, I would be shocked if he left this queen e2 check for another move.
Yeah, he should drop back the queen to d3, defending e2 and kind of pinning the knight, getting rid of some danger. That looks very sensible.
Yeah. But he's been thinking, he's been investing a lot of time, as you were saying, and now they're almost even on the clock, around a minute each.
Okay, wow, he played b4. That's another move the engine was showing, but it protects the bishop at least. I mean, that's the good news for white. So rook e5 is not going to win anymore because the bishop's protected. And he still has an extra pawn, so okay. I mean,
very brave to go for a move like b4, but I guess the point is you always have this blocking move.
Yeah, you got to be brave. You got to be brave when you're trying to win the tournament.
NVL was brave already once today.
E1?
So.
Did that really happen? He really played king e1? Like after rook f6, he played king e1. Wow, what?
Oh my god. And king e1 is it's the best move.
Really? And they're just, whoa.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
This is insane.
I never in a million years thought this king would be running into the center. And the bishop on c5 is making all of this possible.
That's so crazy.
What a shocker by MVL. Like that king, who knows? It might be on b5 in this game for all we know.
Yeah. Or maybe even the other way around.
Incredible play by him. He's really going for it.
I mean, if Maxime ends up, I don't want to jinx him, but if Maxime ends up winning this Superbet tournament, what a day it will have been for him.
Yeah, it will be one of the best chess days of his life, I think.
Yeah. And now, okay, now what do you do? The thing is, suddenly black doesn't really have this bishop is such a monster here on c5.
Yeah, so there's, okay. Rook e1, yes, made sense. Rook a6. Okay, the thing is the rook is not actually threatening anything yet.
Yeah.
So what does white do though? It's so difficult to play with this open king, isn't it? Attack the knight. Okay, sure, that makes sense.
Maybe if the knight goes, maybe at some point the king will run back.
The knight is nearly trapped. The knight is nearly trapped. It like literally has to go to d6.
Yeah.
And then I feel like we might get something like h5 or queen d3 somewhere, like maybe even queen d3 here. Can we get a queen trade?
h5 looks promising as well.
Yeah, h5 definitely promising. Oh, okay. So let me just leave queen d3. I guess there's always f5. Okay, so we don't really get the queen trade. Okay, got it.
He's gone h5. The queen is gonna have to go to f6 to keep an eye on.
Yeah, but now Fiona, there's queen d3 check, and maybe you can take on d6 because you have rook e8's mate, is what I was thinking.
So was that a missed opportunity? Queen d3.
Well, Yeah, I don't know if it was a missed opportunity because this queen f2 was hanging with check. So maybe not. I don't know.
So f4, knight f5, but maybe now.
Oh, wow. If you take it queen b2 and that looks scary, you need to calculate that. I don't know what's going on there.
If what?
If you take an f5, there's queen b2. But I mean, are you actually like,
if it, you can take, I wanted to go to d3 to then take the knight.
If you take in queen b2, king d3, I mean, is the king escaping or not?
And let's get very quick.
Queen b2.
No, it loses.
It loses to what? Like, how does the king? Oh, you go queen. Oh, you're gonna have queen e2 in the end, and the king doesn't get to get it b5. Okay.
How? If the king goes?
Yeah, I was saying if the king was going to
anyway.
d3, yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's just keep with the current position.
So g4, knight h4, queen check, g6.
Okay, so I don't know what's happening. Pawn b5.
Just pushing that pawn.
All right, rook a2, I guess, and then king c3. King c3. I mean, he really is living on the edge. And their time is so low. I mean, man, 10 seconds. I mean, I honestly would applaud for him. I would just get up and applaud for him for playing the game this way if I could.
You can.
Yeah. All right. Let me wait a few seconds. I mean,
yeah, let's not applaud just yet. Okay, 5.
6, right? Okay, but the knight is on h4, which is good that like at least it's far away from the king, right? But it's still so scary.
And here comes the king. What did you say? You said b5? We're only 2 squares away.
I'm literally like trembling here in fear. I mean, for this king.
It is scary.
I am so scared. He just gotta keep his cool. He just gotta queen b2.
Yeah, queen b2.
Somehow keeps it together.
Oh my goodness.
All right. He's like incredibly cold-blooded. But now
I kind of just want to close my eyes like in a scary movie.
Wait, what? He just gave up the rook? He gave up the rook. He's attacking f7. What in the world? What is going on?
But now this
gave up his advantage, right? Like something has
gone really wrong, you know?
Something's gone really wrong. And I don't know what's happening anymore. I mean, he can still win, I guess. He can promote the B pawn, but this has been like another huge turnaround.
But this B pawn, only 2 squares away.
Queen g4, right? And now queen e6 is threatening to win the queen. Maybe king d6.
King d6.
Or king c6.
King d6, I realize the only move. Oh my God.
All right. The king is marching forward.
What a crazy day. But hanging f7. F7 is hanging.
F7 is hanging. F7 is hanging. That's a really big pawn. All right, Maxime, take it. Take the pawn. Don't lose on time.
He's won.
Really? Wesley. Wesley lost, right?
Yeah, so it could be that maybe Wesley didn't make his move in time, or maybe queen f7.
That was a thriller.
That was insane. What a crazy, I mean, here.
Yeah, you guys came for that, didn't you? You spent like, 6 hours to get to that moment so we can see some real fight on the chessboard. That was one of the craziest games I've ever seen. I mean, look, both players did great in that game at different parts of it.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, even until the end, like this, anyone could have won. This was really one of the craziest games you'll see. And what that means now, Wesley's 2 games are done from this round robin. Only 1 game remains. And that is Levon Aronian with the white pieces against MVL. MVL only needs a draw, but I did not think, I thought it's very likely that 3 games will end in draws and it will continue, but not a single draw so far. So we will see, can Levon rejoin the battle for first with a win? Stay tuned. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. Just catch our breath. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. That was crazy.
That was amazing. Like really so good. MVL, I want him to win, but I want him first to lose to Aronian and then for him to win.
You want to torture us for longer?
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually.
Oh, we're not muted.
Oh, we're not.
And we are off the third and maybe final game of this playoff of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. Irina, Maxime is black against Levon Aronian, and it is clear now in this final game, Levon needs to win to keep everything even, and if Maxime draws or wins, he is the champion.
Yeah, well, I think Levon has chosen a pretty decent opening line against Vache Sicilian. Obviously not too aggressive, but basically this transposes like he'll try to play c3. It'll almost be like some kind of Italian game where white eventually tries to play for d4. I think for a 10-minute game, this is a perfectly fine choice. Out of all the things Levon could have gone for, this is not theoretically challenging for Maxime, but it's not meant to be.
Yeah, and just to get back to something in the chat, Jason is saying, MVL, I need a draw. Let's go with the Sicilian, maybe even an obscure unbalanced line. MVL, it has to be said, he's probably the world's leading expert in the Najdorf, and the Najdorf is an opening he knows better than pretty much anyone. It is extremely spicy, but if you know it well, very often it will get you that draw you need. So clearly, I don't think that was a bad choice if Levon decided not to enter into that. And I agree with you. I think great choice by Levon to not go into those night.
I guess I have to tell you guys how mystified I am by this move h6, like, because that was certainly not a forced move by black, right? And it's not very typical for these positions with the pawn to go there. I'm wondering why he did that, because the only thing I can think of is that he actually wants to, well, he either wants to stop white from going knight g5 and f4, or he actually wants to play g5 himself, which I think is an actual possibility.
Yeah. Well, wow, g4 is also g4 I was also not expecting, especially with the king still in the center, potentially able to cancel queenside.
How about e5 here, Fiona? E5 so that white can outplay f4.
I like e5 actually. Fighting against f4. The engine says, I don't care, I'll go f4 anyway.
Punish him, MVL, punish him. Well, we got some punitive people here, but punish him for what? For playing the innocuously against the Sicilian.
But this is gonna get very spicy.
Why is it, like, already the pawn is on f5, right? So Levon got to play f4 and f5. I mean, it kind of looks nice for white in a way to get the pawn on f5, like shut in the bishop. But of course, black will also have the move d5 and can shut down white's bishop. So it's kind of a mess, in my opinion.
I think it's one of those positions. If I was playing white here, I would feel I'm borderline winning, and then I would turn on the engine afterwards and be like, oh, black is slightly better.
Yeah, I do think the evaluation of the computer is a bit surprising that he's giving an advantage for black. And normally when there's such a bad piece like the bishop on h7, you don't give an advantage to black, but I guess everything else about black's position is good.
What I'm confused about, Irina, is Levon has been thinking for quite a while here. Do you think he's considering going g takes?
Yeah, no. I think he is, but ultimately he went e takes and d5 happened, right? Black has a very nice center. Now he's going to castle short. And the question is going to be, what is more important, the locked up bishop on h7 or, black strong center with c5 and d5 pawns?
Also, this king, I'm always a little bit worried. I don't know if it's a plan right now, but sometime in the future, if I imagine some maneuver like this, looking down at the king. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, like, really the computer favors this black, like, I think much more than a human would. But okay, there's queen g3 coming. White's got to defend against that. Knight b4 is another good move that black will have in the near future. And let's not forget that black only needs a draw. Exactly. Do you go king g2, which seems to be the natural move to stop queen g3? Yeah.
I do feel like, this in my intuition, and I understand the eval bar is helping us out, Fiona, but remember, I did say that I think if MVL wins that game, I think he's going to win the tournament because it would be fair. It would be fair. And, we'll see. We'll see if that prediction holds up in this game.
You did call it. Let's not jinx him before it's over. But I agree with you. I think, MVL today really, not only did he, play such a long game, but he really took some risks to get to that full point. I think he did understand he could potentially be worse taking those risks along the way. And the others were happy to make draws without trying too much. So I'm with you. Go MVL.
Yeah. All right. So, well, we know chess.com is friendly with MVL, right? So
with all of them.
Yeah,
we love them all.
That's true. I mean, that's the thing with all these players is that like they're all great in their own way. So, I think it just depends on the storyline, right? Like which storyline is better for the fans, really, right?
Also, maybe in the future, they will think twice about making a quick draw. They'll think, remember MVL in Bucharest, and it will work out great for all of us chess fans.
That's right. Yeah, no, I think if that happens, there will be certainly takeaway lessons for the other players about, what MVL did correctly to win this tournament. But for now, okay, White wants to go C3, push back the knight, wants to go, I don't know where he wants to go beyond
maybe
that.
D4 or not?
Probably
but then you give up E4.
Yeah, because you give up E4. And by the way, at some point in this game, Black can definitely break with G6. I mean, he's not going to keep that bishop locked up in a cage forever.
Yeah, people were asking in the chat also, I see hello Luisa, why does the engine like Black so much? I think the king is one thing. I'm also like all these pieces all of a sudden are not really doing much.
Yeah, well, also the very important concept is the center, right? The center completely belongs to Black. White has no center. White has pawns on the flank, and White's pieces therefore don't really have space, and they're kind of like sitting there in the first two ranks mostly.
Yeah. And I hadn't looked at the clock yet, but also that is good news for MVL. Up a minute and a half on the clock. Still early days, but it's not easy.
Because their game was not theoretical at all, right?
Yeah.
So they just started playing from the first few moves, and they're actually quite far along in the game. And Black's position, apart from the bishop on H7, is literally getting to be perfect, I think. Wait, something just happened.
Yeah, the bishop went back to H2.
Oh, it took the knight. It took the knight. Okay, I was like, what happened to the knight on B4?
Oh,
okay.
That's right. Okay, so
he gave up the bishop. He gave up one bishop to try to improve the other and to get the D4 square from the knight. I think it makes sense. I mean, it's a strategy that has upsides and downsides, but it certainly makes sense. I mean, if the knight gets knight E to D4, at least you can say that White has all like good pieces.
Yeah, for sure. And here is the move you called for, G6, trying to open up that bishop that was a bit entombed on H6, and not easy for White. Do you just have to take because she takes F? Is coming otherwise? Yeah,
also because if you let Black take and then go king H8, actually White's king is going to come under an attack on the G file. So I honestly really like Black here. Like now everything is very, very clear about what he's trying to do. Like once he gets that bishop out from H7, he's going to have like a lovely game.
Yeah, and MVL, I mean, if he goes on to win this game, it's actually incredible. He will have played 3 games today and won all of them. So I think even from that perspective, it's just will be deserving. It's far from over, but really this previous game against Wesley, how he kept his cool even after losing the rook, and how he just ran around the board with his king was
and we have to say
impressive.
Wesley was one move away from just ending it, like one check and then one double attack, and it would have been over, and it would have been just convincing victory for Wesley, right? but just one missed move and then suddenly, you know, that's it. You blew the game, and chess is so brutal that way, you know?
It really is. I mean, those moments, and then you go back to your room at night and you know, you ruminate. Is that the word I'm looking for? I think so. You ruminate and ruminate, and
Yes.
chess is tough, but these players, they've been there. All of them have had their shares of lucky moments, of painful moments. So yeah, a missed opportunity. But MVL grabbed that opportunity with both hands, and here he is against Levon. This one so far really seems to have been quite a one-way street. Of course, Levon has played very ambitiously, but it looks like
Wow.
Wow.
Look at that, because I was wondering what happens on g5, right? And like, this is our answer. What a move. So
I'm not even sure I understand yet. So
right. I mean, what are you going to take with? I mean, taking with the bishop is nice too, by the way. Kind of, it looks nice, but maybe, I mean, taking with the pawn is probably the idea. Yeah, I think taking with the pawn, and then on knight fd4, we have to look for something there. Probably just e3.
e3 it is. That's lovely. And this king.
And look at the bishop on the light squared bishop finally coming to life from that h7 square where he was entombed on.
Yeah. Oh, this one. I thought you were talking. This one finally coming to life. I thought you were saying the other one is finally coming to life, but it's too late.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, he's coming to life, but it's not too important.
Yeah. Knight e4, Levon did queen d1. Queen d1 played, so did not capture, but now.
Okay, so now there's probably lots of nice moves. I don't know, like knight g3 is like not productive enough. I feel like yeah, knight g3 doesn't do so much.
It's good. It's the good. Second. Yeah.
Second best move. What's the number one move? Can you go bishop f4 or something?
Queen c5.
Oh, queen c5. Did not see that one at all coming from the side of the board. That's kind of hard to see.
I agree. And what's bishop g3 though? This I did not have.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Kind of similar. I guess rook f1, and then what? What's the point? MVL. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna go h4, just like support the bishop? And I'm thinking maybe black going h.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. It's been a long day.
I don't know. Support the bishop and maybe open
the problem is you always need to watch out for that black cannot, that white cannot suddenly
take the piece and try to win.
Yeah. Seems to be fine though.
Yeah, like I guess e3, and you can continue in that same vein, or even queen c5 to g5 there.
So you called everything.
Oh, I called it. Yay. Yay. Good for me. h4, right. So just a positional move, right? Like supporting the bishop. And I mean, Aronian, is very hard for him psychologically to take on e4, right? It's because, I mean, you know, like that's what black has sort of been allowing him to do.
But I think you're saying it's also very hard to find another move. Yeah, he does take it.
He took it. He took it, and now I'm thinking just e3. E3, and I was saying, I was saying e3. There's also queen c5 immediately, but then there could be knight g3. Knight g3, but then we take rook d4.
Actually, here the engine just wants to play the calm.
Nice. Okay, well, I have to say, first of all, you know, in a way, I don't think this is going too badly for Levon, because look, the position wasn't good and he only needed to win. So for Maxime to try to like crush him and sack a piece, in a way, is not a bad scenario, because like now if Maxime makes a mistake somewhere, it might actually wind up well for him.
And Benjamin in the chat has just told us what the best move is. It's again very cute with this full world vision, rook e5. Suddenly hitting the pawn on g5.
Nice. Yeah, he's got some time. He knows these are key moments, and he has like a minute 40 extra on the clock. I would say good idea to invest some time and really find the best continuation of the attack.
Yep. Naren is just saying, hats off to Irina and Fiona for commentating for 6+ hours. Actually, we have literally just hit 7 hours.
Yeah, we're hitting 7 hours, guys. But you know, I have to tell you, Fiona, I feel like the day has just flown by.
It really has.
You know, we just had a lot of fun, and especially once we're getting to this rapid part, it's like it gets, you know, the fatigue, you know, kind of comes off because the excitement takes over.
For sure. I mean, when I do other stuff, yeah, so 8 hours when you include, I've been on this call 8 hours. It's crazy because when I do something else, 7 hours feels like, oh my God, that's an eternity. But here it's just, And it was a very, very exciting day. Maxime finding rook e5. And what a game this could be as well. Like this game combined with
because you know what, it's funny, he needs just a draw, but look at how he's playing. Does it look like he's, you know, groveling for a draw? No, it doesn't, right? He is going after Aronian as if he needs to beat him. And you know, if he beats him in this kind of style, it's like it really like sends a symbolic message, like, look, I deserve to win this tournament. This is not an accident that I joined you guys at the last minute.
I agree. And actually the two players, MVL and Levon, are great friends. And I think in a way, you know, Levon is someone who admires, I think also, you know, that kind of chess. And I don't think there will be any hard feelings whatsoever. So yeah, if Maxime can put the finishing touches on this, he will absolutely deserve this title. But let's see, are there any resources for Levon still here?
You're right. So the problem is you can't really protect the pawn because queen d2 runs into e3 all the time. And basically, I think the concept is like you just want to take the pawn and put the king in danger. If the king goes to h1, then the h3 pawn is going to be weak. Then you can go e3, then you can go bishop or queen c8, queen d7. I mean, it's really hard to hold this position for white, actually.
Those are all good points. And yeah, I mean, it's literally hard to find a starting move. If we can't go queen d2, maybe we can try queen c1 to at least not run into this tempo.
Yeah, I think I might still go e3.
Still go e3.
Because like knight f3, I mean, I don't know, bishop e4, it's hard to believe, you know, maybe you can take on
this poor, I mean, I shouldn't laugh, but this poor king and just
like, I want to show this. Look, Fiona, queen takes e3 and bishop c6. Just look at the diagonals of this bishop.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, look at how you're pinned in every direction, and it's pinned and skewered and chopped up.
This is insane.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a really, really beautiful game. If we get something like this. BJ, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Louisa. Also, we had one more. Someone subscribed earlier, I think, during the break. I've forgotten who. Maybe it was Frank. If you're still here, Frank, thank you. Did Alireza throw the game against MVL so MVL could go to playoff and maybe MVL help him make candidate norm tournament? No, absolutely, absolutely not. I think those days are long gone, and thank God for that.
Yeah, I mean, if he decided to throw a game, it's, you know, he did it in a very bad way, keeping MVL at the board for like 5 hours and, you know, totally tiring him out.
Yeah.
It's not really the way you make a gift to your friend, you know?
Exactly. Also, I mean, of course, there is a lot of money at stake, but that would literally, like, if there is a deal in place, you're cheating, you're risking your whole career. Not that these players would ever do it anyway, but for what? For a little bit of money. So no, I think we can put your mind at ease. There was no game throwing happened today.
Yeah, so now it looks like black is just really close to winning. We need to find some kind of winning move. I mean, okay, so, you know, I'm a fan of this e3 idea. I'm also, I guess you can protect h3 by queen f1. So maybe that is not like putting you away.
So if you're saying, sorry, e3 now, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like sack the rook on g6 is kind of like, you might have to, you
Yeah.
might have to give away the rook. But he doesn't even allow this. Nope, he's so precise. Bishop e5.
Bishop e5 was the best move. And now he's also I'm losing track of the material count.
White has 2 knights for the rook and 2 pawns.
And
The
2
problem
pawns.
is his king is also very open, and his rook on a1's not really in the game. So, yeah.
And the clock has also, while we were checking, the clock has ticked down quite a bit, a minute and a half for Levon. And this really now is just a matter of the finishing touches. I see the engine wants rook. No, the other rook. I thought he meant this rook, and I thought, I like this rook here, but in fact, the other rook.
Rook dd6. It's not the most obvious move to me, but maybe the idea is to like put the rook in front of the queen, so then you can go queen d7, and then your rooks kind of work together.
Oh my goodness.
He's a beast.
He is a beast. Rook dd6 on the board.
Nice job, MVL. It's really fun watching you play.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game today against the classical game against Alireza in the end was more of a grind, but in these playoffs, the first game against Wesley there were lots of ups and downs, but this one was pretty much a one-way attacking street and just really entertaining, really precise, as you were saying, not really giving any chances to his opponents. And yeah, what a game this is shaping up to be.
And Levon is under a minute. It's a tough situation for him to be in, right? He needs to win. But I honestly, Fiona, I think he's long ago forgotten about that he needs to win. I don't think this is, this has literally been erased from his mind. That's my impression from such a game.
Yeah, I agreed. Like, I think at some point your focus switches to, okay, let me just survive another move. Yes. And those tournament considerations. And I think these players, they know for a while that unless, of course, you can go wrong, especially in these kind of sharp positions, it's just easy to miss something. But they also know that if MVL doesn't slip, he's known for a while that his position was probably
so queen d7, Fiona, and queen d7, and at some point you might just run into winning the h3 pawn. I think that's what it makes sense to focus on. Like, let's say queen e3, and the question is, should we go like bishop g3 or just rook g3? Let's try rook g3 because it looks more fun.
Rook g3.
Knight takes, queen h3. I mean, king g1, and well, what move doesn't win here? Actually, like, I don't know, rook g6 is even.
Yeah, I thought rook g6 looks nice. Bring everyone.
And then bishop takes g3, and you just basically, say that, hey, attack is more important than material. You're going to get mated soon.
Yeah, this is lovely. What did we have? Levon played. No, sorry.
He didn't play queen d7, so slight surprise. Okay.
Rook g1.
Okay. I mean,
maybe still queen d7.
Yeah, still queen d7. And then maybe rook f3 is what he wants. There is another additional idea with rook f3. I don't know which one he's going to pick.
That's very cute, actually. So let's not there. Let's say white makes a random move. Oh,
yeah, no, make
that hangs mate.
Make queen e3 your random move. Yeah.
Oh my, yeah, rook f3.
Oops.
Oh my goodness.
How did I lose?
Rook g6.
Oh, it's the pin. I forgot about the pin. Yeah, I forgot about the bishop on e2.
Let's hope MVL doesn't know.
Yeah, he didn't blunder that. That's good.
We just wanted to demonstrate. It's never too late.
Yeah, so he played queen d7. Oh, well, Levon traded on g6 himself and then went knight g1. So, okay, he's firmly on the defensive. Whenever I see like a knight on g1, I mean, it's always a very good sign. And okay, how do we break through? Yeah, rook g3 is nice. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I would say, rook h3 ideas already on the horizon. Okay, he took on c3. That's totally fine. Let's weaken the pawn. I don't know if he's interested in taking the a4 pawn. I don't think I would be. But
I don't think you will.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to really look in that direction. To be honest, everything wins for black, right? Like queen a4 would win, bishop d4 would win. I mean, the position itself is already just starting to get such a big advantage, but they are getting into a very low time range.
Yeah, Levon, I didn't realize Levon had even dipped under 10 seconds. Maxime now 30 seconds on the clock. As you say, pretty much everything wins. He must be happy that one pair of rooks have come off, that he doesn't need to worry about that tactic so much any longer. But you still need to put your opponent away, and down to 15 seconds now. He needs to make a move soon.
Oh, wow. Levon. No. Oh, he did take the pawn.
Wow.
Oh, he did take the pawn on a4 that we just didn't really think made a lot of sense. But I think he might just be going for some safer lines, wanting to simplify the game when there's no time. Like he doesn't want anything crazy, because yes, he's given up part of his advantage for sure. But, it's still, he knows that a draw is enough for him, which I think at this point when they have no time, it's fine to play like this. Sometimes you just can't do the maximum.
Yeah, I agree with you. Careful. I was thinking e3. I blundered again, so it was not too late. So MVL plays king g7, which makes a lot of sense. But he's dropped that central pawn now.
Yeah, that's okay. As long as the knight from g1 isn't going anywhere, the white king is weak. Okay. But I mean, yeah, of course, Levon has survived, and this is becoming absolutely random. And I mean, wow, like this actually could happen that Maxime loses this. I would be truly, sad for him.
Yeah, I mean, we praised MVL a lot earlier, but in the first game, we also said never rule out Levon Aronian, one of the most resourceful and tricky men on the circuit.
Never relax. And he just won a pawn, like somehow the h4 pawn is gone. This is like such a mess.
Yeah, it really is.
Such a mess. And this is so far away from what MVL wanted. I mean, guys, sorry, we're not going to get a clean game here. We're going to get maybe some sort of repetition of, Vachier versus So.
Yeah, I think what we will not get is a repetition of moves, which will not help Levon. So unless suddenly he falls for perpetual, I think we will have a decisive result one way or another here.
Rook f2 maybe? I don't know. There could be a queen trade. I don't know how he feels about that. Probably okay.
He allows it.
Yeah, he's probably okay with the queen trade. His rook will somehow go to d2, and his pawns are dangerous too. So, I mean, it's still okay for him. Knight g3. Okay, all right. Wow, where's he supposed? I mean, d6 is coming.
Because now there's also f5. Like we can never block.
Yeah, rook f6 maybe. I mean, maybe he needs to stop the pawn. But
I am scared for.
I know.
think this is very scary for MPL.
All right, this is good though. He found a good maneuver. Put his queen. Oh, forcing kind of a queen trade unless white goes queen e4. And then so dangerous for the black king. He tries to step away from the knight.
Can we go knight f5? No, h. Okay, here comes the h pawn. Can we also run? Yeah, b pawn runs. This is madness.
He's trying to get out of the pin. b3, I guess, right? b3, just push the pawn as much as you can and hope that white's pieces can't coordinate to mate you. At some point, he can like maybe also.
Now we have to be careful. Queen e7 is incoming.
Yeah, is it like mate? I don't know. Maybe it is. At some point, can he? Oh, you can't take on g2 because of checkmate on the back rank.
But there's rook e8, no? No, sorry, you can't take on g2.
Yeah. You can't take on g2. b2. All right, his pawn is getting closer and closer, so that's good news for him. But the tension is enormous.
It's crazy. But the king looks to be
running away.
Yeah.
I mean, queen f8 or something. Who knows? Queen c3 check, I guess. Right, g3. Okay. Wow.
It's going too fast.
It's going really fast. And for some reason, He hasn't queened yet. Why can't you queen?
Why can you? Oh, MVL won.
Oh,
The game is
MVL1,
over.
game is over. Okay. All right. Yes. Yeah, you can queen. You can queen. B1 is just winning. And
I guess maybe Levon also lost on time because I don't see.
yeah, well, I mean, okay, maybe it was a draw like close to the end, but
yeah, there was no, it didn't really, for neither player, it really made a difference, draw or win, lose.
right.
What
Amazing, amazing defense, right? By MVL at the end. Like it was starting to get very dicey for him.
incredible stuff. I mean, to keep his cool once you understand that you have sort of lost your advantage after having played already one. So we've already played one marathon game against Alireza. Then you've beaten Wesley So from a crazy game that you won but could have lost, and to then get a crushing position, fail to convert it cleanly but still keep your cool. Very, very impressive stuff by MVL. And Irina, I think we have the final leaderboard with the prize distribution. Oh, in a second we will be looking at the leaderboard. But first, tell me, what did you make of MVL's performance? Maybe not just today, but throughout the tournament.
Well, you know, how to put this, Fiona? I think this game, you know, confirmed the existence of God, the God of chess, Kaisa, for sure. I mean, there's no other way to interpret this, right? I mean, somebody who had to climb a real mountain today to even be in this position, coming from behind. What were the chances that he was going to win with black? Then the other two, you know, had to not win. Well, those chances were better, admittedly, right? And then he had to, after playing for 5 hours, getting the least rest of all the players, then he wins back-to-back games. I mean, what are the chances? The chances are low. So, you know, my conclusion is that, you know, the goddess of chess, she likes fighting chess, and she wants the players to go out and just do, you know, play chess, do their best, and she rewards that. So that's what we saw today, and I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, Kaisa definitely shining on MVL and his fighting spirit today. He took risks in every single one of the games he played today. Most impressively, I think, in the classical games, where a lot of people might think, okay, a draw against Alireza with black is not so bad, I'll gain a little bit of rating. But no, we saw MVL take conscious risks to try and join the playoff. He did, he won it. And yeah, on screen now we see this was only the first of the 5 events that constitute this year's Grand Chess Tour. The next one will start, actually, I didn't even realize, only 3 days from now in Poland. They will be playing Rapid and Blitz. After that, a bit of a break where certain players will be busy at the candidates tournament. They will reconvene in Zagreb, Croatia, in late July for more Rapid and Blitz, and then in August it's on to St. Louis for both Rapid and Blitz, but also the Singfield Cup, which will be played at classical time control.
Yeah, I mean, the next tournament, you know, it was so close in dates, Fiona, that I thought that it was also taking place in Romania, right? I was like, oh yeah, they're just going to start to play a couple of days later. They actually have to change countries like tomorrow, and they're starting to play in a few days. I believe the first round is actually on the 19th of May. So it says the 17th, but you know, but then they kind of get there, they have their opening ceremony, day of arrival. And the first round is on the 19th. So it's going to be about 5 days of chess in the Rapid and Blitz. So if you enjoyed this Rapid playoff, guys, you know, there's going to be more action like that in the Rapid and Blitz.
Absolutely. And yeah, speaking of today's action, sorry, Irina, we see the final leaderboard there with the final standings. MVL, where is he gone? Come back, MVL. No, we lost him for a second, but MVL winning this Superbet Chess Classic Romania. the points, the Grand Chess Tour points are actually split between the players, but we can see MVL took an extra 10K. So even there on the prize fund, it wasn't like they were playing for everything, but I think for these players, there's always just the prestige of having won another tournament, and 10 extra K, you know, I'd take it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think MVL can be just really proud of himself for this effort. And I think this is why, you know, why you play chess, you know, to give your utmost and then to reap the rewards. And so I think that he will deserve, you know, all the happiness that he will certainly be feeling this evening. And yeah, I think the events of today should definitely make the other players, you know, rethink, you know, the strategy, I think, of how to fight for first place in the tournament and what sort of risks to take on in the final games, because it's never guaranteed. As favorable as the situation looked for Wesley and for Levon going into the last round, as we saw, you know, the unexpected can happen, and the things that you think are guaranteed can be taken from you by someone who is just willing to claw for them a little bit harder.
Absolutely. And well, we see there MVL, Wesley, so Levon Aronian getting each 10 Grand Chess Tour points. MVL taking home 71K, Levon and Wesley 61K, Fabiano and Lina each take home 25K. The flags have been, the players have switched nationalities all over the place, but MVL, of course, should have a French flag, Lina and Fabiano. Actually, the Americans, I mean, Maxime took first, but then the Americans took second to fourth there, which was really impressive. Bogdan, Daniel Diock had a fantastic tournament. He also, I missed him in that group, but he also shared that 25K prize and 6 tour points. So a great performance by the local Romanian player. Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja taking home 16K each, 2.5 tour points, and Richard Rapport and Shahia Mamedyarov taking home 11K and 1.5 tour points. Those are the final standings. And Irina, I think it's been a long day for us, but it's been a lot of fun, and we saw some very exciting games along the way.
Yeah, I don't think the day could have ended better, Fiona. I think, you know, we really needed it to end in this kind of playoff. And when there was a third player joining, it definitely meant more excitement for us. So basically, we got MVL to thank for that. And also, you know, thank you to Wesley and Levon for not, you know, trying to win your last round games too hard so that we actually got to see this playoff. Yeah, well, thank you guys. Actually, thank all of you for joining us this week and today. You know, it's been really fun interacting with you in the chat and just seeing that you appreciate our work. It means a lot. And, you know, thank you to chess.com for inviting us to host and bring this event to you. Thank you, Fiona, for joining me today. And
thank you, Irina. It was our first, I think, joint.
But not our last. I think we're going to be doing more commentary during the candidates right on Hikaru's channel.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be a lot of fun, and that's coming up next month, guys.
And I think we're going to be signing off now in a second, but I think we're going to go over to the main chess.com channel where the Rapid Chess Championship is going on. So if you haven't had your fair share of chess yet for today, stick around and enjoy the rapid action over there. Irina, thank you to you as well. It's been great fun. Can only echo what you're saying. Thanks to everyone working behind the scenes. Also shout out to our producer who was here for as long as we were, even longer. And yeah, as always, people in the chat, mods. And yeah, we'll see you soon. Enjoy the Rapid Chess Championships and take care.
See you guys next time.